Andreas Imperial Square. There is a throne with a man sitting on it and guards nearby. A girl is lying on a pedestal in the center of the square. A beautiful girl with white hair lies bound by chains on her hands and feet. In her hands she has a bouquet of red flowers. King Andreas tells Master Mason that the princess is ready for sacrifice. He asks if the black dragon will come to him. Master Mason replies to His Majesty that there is no need to worry. This dragon is really stupid. He came to the gate to grab the princess. The dragon must have been driven out of the dragon's nest, and that's what caused the storm. Mason smiles. A huge black dragon sweeps through the city, scaring people on the streets. They shout that the black dragon has arrived. In the blink of an eye, the dragon appears near the pedestal and grabs the princess with his paw, pulling out the chains holding her. Together with the girl, he soars skyward. When the dragon is in the sky with a girl in his paws, Mason shouts that the monster should be attacked faster. Archers immediately shoot arrows at the dragon. The monster flies away. The arrows do not reach it, so they do not cause harm. Mason invokes magic. The earth around him is illuminated with symbols illuminated with purple energy. The spell hits the dragon. He screams in pain. He flies away, but he is wounded and bleeding. Drops of blood fall down. The dragon flies away towards the mountains. He lands in the cave, lowering the girl to the ground. The creature immediately falls down next to him, covering his eyes. The dragon lights up with blue flashes of energy. He opens a red eye. Immediately, he screams, coughs, and lets out a growl, but asks about who spilled water on his electrical wiring. The dragon freezes in amazement. He closes his mouth with his paw, thinking about what kind of sounds he was making. He just said that. He growls, trying to say damn. He looks at his paws in amazement, not understanding whose claws they are. He takes off in shock, taking off from the ground, and immediately falls back to the floor. He's in pain. He opens his eyes wide in surprise, and he looks at his paws in shock, standing on them. He notices his reflection in the cave lake and looks at the water surface in surprise. He wonders if he has really been reborn into a dragon. He starts crying in shock, thinking about why he is a dragon. Then someone lets out a sigh in the cave. It attracts the dragon's attention. The girl, who has regained consciousness, needs her stiff legs. The dragon leans towards her, thinking about how she is. The girl rubs the bruised back of her head. The dragon thinks about what is not bad. The girl is not badly injured, and if she wants to experience the dragon's breath, an information window appears here, which welcomes the owner. He is informed that the system of war and robbery is at his service. He is also informed that the system of transformation and evolution is at his service. He is also informed that the system of atrocities is at his service. The dragon is thinking about why there are so many systems. He happily thinks that he really was gifted by heaven. A new information window appears, on which it is written that there are too many systems. Integration begins. Integration is complete. Current system, an absolute unmanageable self-transformation, super-evolution, a system of plundering evil fighting dragons. The dragon is studying a new information window. He tries to ask a question about how to use this system, but again only growls come out. He is informed that the owner does not need to say anything. You can say it to yourself. He has a special favor of the female sex, which allows him to activate special abilities. With the help of these systems, he can restore his body and its individual parts. If he kills a player, he will get 1 point, and if he kills an enemy, he will get 0.5 system points. The dragon wonders about what kind of players, what kind of NPCs. He's in the universe of some kind of game. He is informed that his request is being processed. He gets the answer that the system permission is disabled. It is impossible to answer the question. He is informed that he has kidnapped a special female PRS of SSS rank. He should continue the passage. There are some strange sounds in the cave. The dragon is studying something enthusiastically. The girl presses her hand to her forehead. The dragon is reading a book at this time. He starts laughing. He thinks about what time is, and he reads hentai. He thinks that Su Nian needs to wake up. The girl turns over on her side and whispers that she is cold. She's shaking. The dragon thinks that the SSS class is really unusual. It seems that he really is chosen by heaven. He is informed that a rare character has been discovered, a Lolita of SSS rank. They ask him if he wants to check the corresponding panels, if he wants to see the character card. The dragon replies that yes. An information window appears on which it is written that the girl's name is Anna Hathaway. Her age is 18 elven years. Her class is SSS. Her race is a low elf. Her condition, hunger, frostbite, infection. She has only 2 days left to live. Her abilities are unknown. The level of sympathy for the dragon is -80. She feels fear. The dragon is informed that the girl's level of sympathy is too low. He can't get system points and abilities, so he needs to raise sympathy to 0 to get abilities at the first level. The dragon is amazed that the girl has only 2 days left. Such a rare character will be wasted. He cries in frustration, realizing that of course there are no freebies. Here the dragon is amazed at something, and opens his eyes in surprise. The girl turns on her side, clinging to the tail of the dragon. She whispers that she's cold, but it's so warm here. The dragon is confused by this state of affairs. The dragon covers the girl with a bearskin found in the bins, so she shouldn't be too cold. This increases the sympathy for the dragon by 10 points. The dragon understands that such a simple thing as just covering a girl with a blanket can increase sympathy by 10 points. It's quite easy. The dragon suggests to the system to arrange that she first give him points, and then he will increase sympathy. But of course they refuse him. The dragon asks the system, saying that there is nothing he can do right now, and he is also dying. How he will find food and increase sympathy. He asks about whether there is any gift for beginners. Tears come to the dragon's eyes. The system informs that the owner is right. The dragon is given a beginner's kit, an emergency healing card. The duration of its action is 30 minutes. But this card draws and uses the life of the owner. Half an hour after using it, the owner will weaken and lose consciousness. The dragon is asked if he wants to use it. The dragon is very impressed by this news. He's thinking about, that's why this circus isn't that the same as rewarding him with his own reward. This card is his only chance. Eventually, the girl's body will weaken. It doesn't look like she's going to save herself. She's so weak she's shaking. A dragon with sweat on his forehead informs the system that he is using a healing card. The system informs the host that the emergency healing card is activated. She asks the owner to take care of himself. The dragon is standing, trying to pluck an apple from a tree. He thinks that he is a dragon. He won't eat enough fruit. He needs to find at least some meat, otherwise in half an hour she will weaken. If he doesn't get enough food, he may starve to death. Then the dragon notices the deer carcass and meat, and is amazed at how much food he found. Night falls on the forest. A flock of birds flies into the sky. The dragon hears a strange sound. 3 wolves of the 25th class are approaching him. These are level 3 beasts. They growl and advance on the dragon. He thinks that wolves are very territorial creatures. Do they really eat here? No wonder the wolves ran out as soon as he approached. And yet the dragon is great for simple food. It just won't do. Just why he's so sick of excitement. He gets into a fighting stance, looking at the animals approaching him. One of the wolves rushes to attack the dragon. The dragon's eyes light up with blue fire. He opens his mouth and blue energy bursts out of it. She incinerates the wolf on the spot, leaving behind only a charred spot. The other 2 wolves are startled. The dragon deals with the other 2 wolves with the same ease. Blue energy is still swirling around him. Then the dragon glances at the cave. He flies into it and lands, still exuding energy. The girl has already recovered. She lies with her back to the beast and trembles with fear, her eyes wide open. The dragon stands clutching an armful of fruit. He looks at the girl lying with her back to him, and thinks that she has not woken up yet. He thinks about the fact that it seems that she is really very sick. He does not understand how to feed a girl if she is unconscious. Anna Hathaway is lying with her back to the dragon, clutching a sharp stone in her hands like a weapon. Then she suddenly and abruptly gets to her feet, and shouts to the dragon, calling him a creature, so that he goes away. She rushes at him with her homemade weapon. The dragon shuts her mouth with an apple. The weapon breaks on his thick hide. The girl's eyes open wide in amazement. She spits an apple out of her mouth. Then, wiping his mouth, he asks Mr. Dragon if he is going to eat her. The dragon thinks that he does not want to do this. He looks completely harmless. But before Anna appears a huge monster with burning eyes, towering over her and raising its paws. The girl falls to the floor from fear, fainting. The dragon does not understand what happened and why the girl fell again. He asks the system about what's wrong with the girl. He is informed that Anna has a fever. Fear caused loss of consciousness. The dragon asks the system about the wolves he killed. He should get points for them. He is informed that of course, the owner killed 3 second-level moon wolves. Since these monsters are only hostile, the system points are halved. He is congratulated for getting 30 points. He is also congratulated on receiving his first points and informed that the system store is open. The dragon decides to find some medicine. In accordance with the current situation, he is recommended to take advantage of a special offer and spend 10 system points to purchase a Bakel helmet used in traditional medicine. The dragon is thinking about what the Bakel helmet means. Grandpa seems to have often told me that he helps bring down the temperature. He didn't think that there were still earthly things in the system. The dragon asks the system to give him a Bakel helmet. A flower appears in front of him, surrounded by golden light. The system informs him that the item has appeared. The dragon takes the flower with both hands and thinks about how to use it. The dragon ruefully realizes that it looks like he has no other choice. He takes the flower in his mouth, chews it. He takes the girl with his paw and tries to give her nectar from his mouth. But then the dragon realizes that the action of the card is over. He realizes that he can no longer stand. His whole body is getting heavier. The dragon's eyes are closing. The girl stands up. She closes her eyes. She is very hot and thirsty. She looks at how a dragon is flying at her from the sky. The dragon approaches her, spreading its paws for capture. The girl's eyes open in fear. Tears appear on them. The girl wakes up and realizes that she is lying on the ground, and the dragon lies around her, covering her with his wing from the coming rain. The girl feels the taste of something bitter on her lips, similar to medicine. She looks at the sleeping monster and thinks that the dragon saved her. Anna's liking for the dragon increased by 20 points. She notices fruits lying on the side and realizes that they were collected by the dragon for her. Her liking increased by another 20 points. The girl notices that the dragon itself looks cute. Her sympathy increases again and by another 20 points. The girl, trembling, pulls her hand towards the monster, trying to touch its muzzle and asking Mr. Dragon to wake up. But the dragon doesn't wake up. The girl covers her mouth with her hand in shock, wondering that the dragon is dead. Was it because she had stabbed him? The girl puts her hands on the dragon's muzzle. She asks Mr. Dragon to stand up. The system sends a notification that Anna's liking level has been increased by another 100 points. The current level is 90. Sympathy meets the requirements of the first level. The system congratulates the host on receiving the initial level of abilities and absorption, as well as on receiving 2,000 system points. Another notification informs the dragon that he has learned the initial absorption ability. Eating can quickly restore strength, cause a certain level of self-medication, but appetite will also increase. Two birds flying near the cave are startled in the air by the cries of the dragon. The monster screams that he wants to eat very much. He doesn't understand why he suddenly wants to eat. He just ate. The dragon studies the information window, where it says that he has received an entry-level absorption ability. He needs to eat something. The dragon is amazed that he slept, got abilities, but he puts his hand on his stomach in frustration, realizing that every cell of his body is asking for food. The dragon looks at Anna sleeping in the cave. He begins to salivate, but he sees that the girl's level of sympathy for him is 90. The dragon closes his eyes. He imagines a dish made from a girl. He's drooling from his mouth, but then the dragon comes to his senses and the dragon turns his head from side to side. He realizes that he can't eat Anna. In addition, the girl's sympathy for him reached 90. Then he realizes that Anna's sympathy is already 90. He just found out. Sympathy has increased so quickly, really. The dragon opens his eyes wide in amazement. He imagines Anna standing next to the dragon saying that he is so tall, big, powerful, and strong. The dragon imagines Anna stroking him and saying that she likes him so much. Then Anna starts coughing up blood, still lying on the ground. The dragon receives a notification that Anna has 1 day left to live. The dragon does not understand why she is so weak. He receives a system notification that receiving this character, in addition to acquiring abilities, will also allow him to get 2,000 additional points. The changes in the body have already reached a peak value. The abilities that change the body have opened. The system store is being updated. The dragon realizes that Anna kind of saved him, but he still doesn't know what kind of illness Anna has picked up. It is clear that the medicine could not prolong the girl's life so much. He opens a system store and studies the goods there. He is offered a comb, a piece of cake, a glass of drink, ointment for bruises, grass from a stab wound, a Bakel helmet, and a dress for as much as 10,000 points. The dragon in anger shouts to the system that she is a fraud. Anna is ill, and he is offered this. He doesn't understand what kind of jokes they are. That is, the store is open for him, but not for this elf. But the dragon really liked this dress. He begins to study it. He glances from the information window at the sleeping girl. He changes 10 points for a dress. The dress chosen by the dragon appears on the girl. The same one covers his face with his paws in embarrassment. He understands that in the beginning the girl needs to be cured. He asks the system to reveal to him the abilities that change the body. He is presented with a choice of external modifications: strengthening claws and fangs, steel scales, changing the figure, as well as internal modifications: heart, blood vessels, muscles, sensory organs, internal organs. The dragon asks the system to show therapeutic modifications. He is shown a modification of the eye, the initial level of insight. It allows you to superficially learn about some object or condition. The dragon is amazed. He tells the system that he wants a modification of the initial level of Inside Eye. The exchange is completed. 1,000 points are withheld from the dragon. The eye modification is activated. The system informs him that there may be unpleasant sensations during the change. The system warns the owner not to try to scratch out his eyes. The dragon ponders this warning. He uses his acquired ability. His eye flashes with bright red energy. He immediately closes his eyes, turning his head from side to side and shouting that his eyes are stinging. He's in a lot of pain and his eyes are itching. The dragon opens its eyes, where even the vessels are cracked. He studies the information window about Anna's condition. She has weakness, night sweats, sensitivity to the well, ulcers on her legs, anemia, cough, esophageal spasm, heart failure, pneumonia. The dragon screams in horror that it is a miracle that she is alive at all. Here the dragon hears someone say that they have found the dragon's lair. He himself must be somewhere nearby. The dragon was hiding under the ceiling of the cave, studying the uninvited guests who had come. These are the Black Viper mercenaries, class 16-20. Bunch of idiots. Their leader is Wales. He is a class 21 chief knight. It's easy to kill him. And Selena of the 18th class is a fire magician. The dragon understands that it is the mercenaries who have come. It doesn't look like they came with good intentions. He asks the system to add to him the strengthening of claws and fangs, as well as steel scales. The system informs the dragon that modifications have been added. These changes are worth 1,000 points. The current number of dragon points is 130. Anna's sympathy level is 90. The dragon's claws will be improved. Purple energy flows around them. His scales are also enhanced, boosting his armor. He receives a notification from the system that he has already become stronger, and he needs to attack his enemies faster. The dragon growls frighteningly. His eyes are burning red. Soldiers look into the sky at the dragon flying there and shout that the monster is flying. They found him. Their commander shouts that his soldiers need to defend themselves and prepare for battle. He unsheathes his sword. The dragon lets out a roar and swoops down on the warriors, but does not attack, but flies away. Selena looks at the flying dragon and wonders if it seems to her or if this stupid dragon has somehow changed. She shouts to Wales and the others that they need to stop. There's something wrong. Wales treats her warning with a smile and replies to her that she is just afraid. Such words make Selena angry. Wales turns to the rest of the soldiers and tells them not to listen to Selena. If she had released the spell of the fetters on Henrius Square, then who knows, maybe they would have already captured this stupid dragon. These words finally infuriate Selena. Wales points his sword at the sky in the direction of the dragon's flight and shouts that the monster is flying to the west. They need to follow him. Selena also looks at the flying dragon and wonders why the monster is flying to the west. Why is he flying out of the thicket? She thinks with a smile that maybe the dragon's treasure is lying there and he doesn't want them to find it, so he flies in the opposite direction, distracting their attention. The dragon looks at how people follow him on the ground and thinks that they are idiots. He swoops down on the warriors. He lands, crushing one soldier under him with his claws. He grabs another with his mouth. He knocks down some of the other warriors with a powerful blow of his tail. Wales looks in shock at how his squad is smitten in a couple of seconds. He lifts himself off the ground and screams, raising his sword, shouting to the dragon to die. The blow of his sword falls on the dragon's advanced armor and does not cause any harm to the monster itself. Yule is amazed. He asks about what happened, why he didn't hurt the dragon. The dragon with a smile notices that he was thinking why his back itches so much, and here is such a flea. Wales clenches his fist in anger and asks what the dragon will do to him. The dragon replies that this question should be left for Wales to think about for the next life. Then, he shoots Wales in the face with a green substance. The surviving soldiers then run away in horror, shouting that the main knight is dead. They throw down their swords and shields, and they shout that they have to run. Wales at this time stands without a head, which was dissolved after the dragon attack. The dragon overtakes them and deals with him with the help of his advanced skills. He says they won't be able to escape so easily. His points. He looks at one of the soldiers running away at high speed into the thicket. He receives a notification from the system with congratulations and a message that he earned 150 points in this battle. The dragon thinks that this is somehow not enough. Then he remembers the witch who was not in the battle. The dragon takes off and flies swiftly through the air. He flies into the cave. At this time, Selena treats Anna. Green energy flows from her hand onto the sleeping girl. Then Selena notices the shadow of an approaching dragon. She shouts at Tom to stay away, calling the dragon a monster. Her staff begins to glow with purple energy. She uses the spell of fetters, summoning a web of purple energy. Here Selena leans on her staff and says that she is so tired. A dragon surrounded by fetters does not understand what the hell it is. He realizes that he has no dragon breath left. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used it at all. Selena, seeing that the dragon is entangled, laughs. He doesn't understand what the witch wants to do to him. The system informs him that the current score is 280, Anna's liking level is 90. Selena hits the dragon with a staff into a gap in the network created by her, hitting him in the stomach. The dragon roars in shock. Then he shouts that he's had enough, calling Selena sick. But from his mouth, the witch only hears a growl. He tears the bonds apart with a blow of powerful paws, which shocks the witch. Then, the dragon with a powerful paw slams Selena into the ground. She loses her staff. The dragon growls, thinking about who this witch is for in general, and why she does not answer him. But the girl hears only a growl and sees in front of her the terrifying face of a dragon with red burning eyes. Then the dragon remembers that he doesn't speak human right now. He asks the system how much it costs to modify the vocal cords. The system responds to the host that the modification of the vocal cords costs 300 points. The current number of points is 280. The system informs him of a hint that a loan service has appeared in this system update. The loan repayment amount has been increased by 50% of the loan. The dragon is asked if he wants to try. The dragon is shocked that he will have to return 50% more points. He thinks that they want to rob him. In response, the system informs him that he cannot commit illegal actions. The dragon, after thinking about it, agrees and informs the system that he is taking a modification of the vocal cords. He receives a notification that the modification of the vocal cords is activated. This time the credit was 20 points. Next time, the refund amount with interest will be 30 points. The dragon turns to Selena with the words that she should speak and answer him who sent her here and why she came. Selena, shocked, asks the monster again that he can talk. The dragon in response shouts to her to answer questions faster, as she does not have much patience. Selena answers the monster with a trembling voice that their king Henrius has hired a squad of mercenaries to find and kill the dragon, all for the sake of the prince's health. The dragon asks again about the prince's health. Selena answers him that there are rumors that the prince has a problem with procreation. He needs to eat the dragon's heart and penis to heal. The dragon is very angry with such words. His eyes light up with an evil fire. He shouts that of course the dragon's heart is not enough, you also need a dick. He calls the king an old fart and then pushes the witch into the ground with his paw. Selena asks him to stop, screaming for him to stop, it hurts too much. At this time, King Henrius, sitting on the throne, sneezes. After that, in anger, he shouts to someone how dare he. He still hasn't found the dragon. He shouts to someone that he is worthless, and he asks if there is any benefit from the bottom at all. A warrior in armor stands before him, humbly bowing his head and listening to his master's displeasure. The king asks about what Master Mason says. The warrior answers in a trembling voice that the master, Mason said that the dragon has already crossed the Mulligan Plain and entered the Silver Moon Forest. The dragon is young, he has little strength, he could not go far into the mountains. But using the tracking seal consumes a lot of strength and magical materials, so the soldier falls silent, not knowing how to continue his words. The king is impatient to ask, so what? The warrior ends his speech with a trembling voice by saying that Master Mason believes that more money is needed. The king, in anger, shouts that here is a Mason bloodsucker so that he dies. His kingdom is small. Doesn't Mason see that Henrius doesn't have that much gold? He does not have such possessions as the Marquis of Island. He had already given Mason 3,000 gold lions. 3,000. He shouts that he can only give Mason 500. That's all he has. If he refuses, then it will be over with him. The soldier replies to his majesty that it will be as he orders. At this time, in a cave in the mountains, Selena is chained to a stone and entangled in vines that do not allow her to move. She looks at the shadow of the dragon reflected from the walls in the cave. The dragon rummages in the bag, hoping to find medicines there. He finds a divine light potion that accelerates meditation, as well as a resurrection potion that restores health. The dragon crawls up to Selena and asks her if she knows how to heal. She turns her head away and answers again that she would rather die than heal the dragon. The dragon, in response to these words, raises his paw with claws. The girl closes her eyes in fright, turning away, but the dragon breaks the fetters that bind her with one blow of his paw. The dragon takes Selena by the clothes and drags her to Anna's body, covered with a blanket. He asks Selena to cure her. Anna is lying on the ground and trembling. Selena is shocked and asks the dragon that doesn't he know that Anna is not a princess. The dragon replies that he knows. He thinks to himself that any fool will see it. Isn't it clear that people will not give birth to a half-elf with fox ears and tail? Selena asks the dragon why then he saves her if he knows everything. The dragon wonders what to answer this question. He can't say that it's because Anna is a rare character. He answers haltingly at the beginning that he does it because they are best friends. Yes, they are best friends. And he thinks to himself that Anna's sympathy for him has reached 90. They are definitely best friends. Selena is shocked to ask the dragon that he and Anna are best friends. After that, the system sends him a notification with congratulations. Selena's liking for him has been increased by 20 points. He discovered a new character. A new character card opens. This is Selena Luther. Her age is 19 years old. Class, SSS. Race, human. Condition, good. Abilities, dark magic. Sympathy level, 30 points. The dragon studies the card, thinking damn. His current score is minus 30 points. Anna's liking level is 90 points. Selena's liking level is minus 30 points. The dragon realizes that again before him is a character of SSS class. He rejoices in this fact, thinking that fortunately he did not turn Selena into system points. He was saying it all out loud, and Selena asks him what the S is. The dragon, raising his paws in a conciliatory manner, answers her that it's nothing like that and immediately asks how Anna is. Selena replies that it's not very rosy. Anna's injuries are very serious. 1 bottle of resurrection potion is not enough. The dragon asks about what Selena needs then. She answers him that she needs an absolutely sterile environment, enough medicines and food, and one very good cleric. This is a magician who specializes in healing. The dragon is amazed by such a request and does not know what to answer it. She shouts to Selena that she thought she was a cleric. She crosses her arms over her chest and answers the dragon that not all people study healing magic. Here they are interrupted with words so that they do not quarrel. It was Anna who woke up, and hand on heart, says that the fact that she can survive is already good news. She thanks Lord Dragon, but she is unworthy of his help. The dragon notices with a smile that Anna has woken up. Selena is also glad that the girl has come to her senses. The system sends a notification that the emotional state of the character is unstable, and the support of the host is needed here. The remnants of the chains are still hanging on Anna's arms and legs. The dragon says with a smile that well, if so. His eyes light up. He grabs Anna with his mouth. Selena shouts in shock that Anna said she was unworthy. This does not mean that she allowed herself to be eaten. The dragon releases the girl, leaving chains in her mouth that bound her arms and legs. He thinks that it's a stupid chain. At least the chain is as heavy as Anna. It looks like King Henrius is ready to go to any lengths to catch him. Apparently, he will have to find a new lair. Selena watches the dragon's actions in shock. Anna, once on the ground, looks at herself in surprise. Here the dragon grabs Anna and Selena's clothes with its mouth. Anna asks Mr. Dragon what he is doing. Selena shouts to the dragon to let her go right away. The dragon answers them that this cave is already unsafe. They need to find a new shelter. And Anna shouldn't say that anymore. Anna responds well to the dragon's words, again addressing him as a master. Her liking for the dragon increases by 10 points. Her current level is 100 points. The system sends a notification that Anna's sympathy has reached 100 points. The dragon has opened a new achievement. He is congratulated and gets 1,000 points. Selena speaks admiringly about how delicious it is for her. She couldn't stand it. Next to Anna, she also covers her mouth in delight. The dragon thinks that he lived only for this moment, eating meat fried on a fire. The girls sit on a log nearby and also eat. A whole squad of 2-legged dogs, dressed in clothes and intelligent, is moving through the forest. Their commander stops the movement of the detachment with his hand and says that something is wrong here. The dragon notices them and does not understand what they are. The dog sniffs. At this time, the dragon presses its muzzle to the ground with its claw. Then he starts scratching the dog's head with his claw. He is dissatisfied at the beginning, but as the dragon scratches him, the dog gets excited and sticks his tongue out of his mouth. The dogs surround the dragon, hugging him from all sides. They are delighted that they have seen a real dragon. They would never have thought that they would meet a living dragon in their lives. The commander of the dogs falls to his knees and with loving eyes tells the dragon, addressing him as a great one, that he speaks on behalf of the dog heads of the Krivazub tribe. He prays that he will let them become his family. They will be devoted servants and will do anything for him. The system opens the card of this character to him. This is Soglabitz and Polykli Krivazub. He's a grade 7 character. The level of his sympathy is 80 points, reverence. These characters are weak, travel in packs, blindly worship dragons. The dragon looks at how all the dog heads fall to their knees in front of him. The dragon answers them that they are so weak, what good will it do him if they become his family? The girls are still sitting on the log and watching all this in amazement. Soglavitz and Poliklei Krivizub, prayerfully clasping his hands, answers the great dragon that although they are frail, but they can polish each of his scales, equip him with a magnificent nest. They can find deposits of the rarest metals and make it rich. The dragon scratches his head thoughtfully, thinking about what kind of simpletons are in front of him. And after all, do not be afraid to give everything to the last. The dragon leans over to the dog-headed and crooked-toothed and says that he will look at their intentions. But now he needs a spacious dry cave. They will be able to equip it. He answers the owner that his will be fulfilled and it is necessary to follow him. He runs happily, stepping on the grass with his paws. He leads the dragon to the deposit of their treats, the booths where the dog heads live, as well as to the warehouse with resources. The dog-headed man Poliklei Krivizub tells his master that the Krivizub tribe lives here, and this place will be the beginning of the dragon's possessions. A notification comes from the system that the current number of dragon points is 970. Anna's sympathy level is 100 points. Selena's sympathy level is -30 points. The dragon stands with his wings spread and utters the words that from this day on he Su Nian Water Parternak accepts the oath of allegiance given to him and swears by his name that he will protect those who give it. In front of him stands a joyful tribe of crooked teeth, who in response issue their admiring cry. Su Nian Water Parternak asks the dog-headed and round-faced crooked tooth if he will become his sworn brother. He admiringly folds his hands in front of him and, addressing the dragon as the owner, says that he has been waiting for this moment all his life. The dragon brings his claw to the head of the doghead, thinking that he is tired of these damn formalities. He leans a claw against the muzzle of a dog-headed and a round crooked tooth. Blood drips from the claw. A red crystal appears in the forehead of the dog-headed and crooked-toothed dog. He also stands with a smile and closed his eyes. Here the dragon notices a flock of dog heads in the passage of the cave, whose eyes, heads, and limbs are bandaged. Su Nian Water Parternak asks his sworn brother if there really are so few of them and what happened to these dog heads. Here one of them falls to his knees in front of Su Nian Water Party and asks the owner to decide their fate. He says that not so long ago their tribe was attacked by Etterkin spiders. They plundered their lands, seized their cave with mines. The spiders did not spare the dog heads in their raid. He took the surviving dog heads with him, who, having reached this cave, settled here. In support of his words, his comrades issue a plaintive howl. Su Nian Water Parternak thinks about the cave and Etterkin. He happily remarks that if there are mines, then there will be money. And if he has money, then it means that he can buy a recovery potion to delay Anna's illness and even sleep on gold. Su Nian Water Parternak asks Poliklei about what kind of mine they used to have and how many Ettercaps he saw during the attack. Poliklei answers him that they had a silver mine. There were 5 Ettercaps. These creatures are cruel. They are very fond of sucking brains out of their mouths, something like a D. They control the spiders. These spiders, it is not clear exactly how many spiders there are. The dragon asks the system if there is an Ettercap characteristics card. The system responds to him that the information is temporarily unavailable to the players. The owner is recommended to purchase an encyclopedia. It has a general description and weaknesses of a large number of monsters inaccessible to players. Su Nian Water Parternak replies that he buys such an encyclopedia, with the system notifying him that the purchase is completed. 900 points are deducted from him. Su Nian Water Party in anger grabs the notification shouting 900. 900 points were taken for one stupid book. He asks the system that it is mocking him. The system responds to him that it is worth being patient. As they say, knowledge is power. Su Nian Water Parternak shouts that such a force has gone to the ass. He wants to return the money. The system responds to him that the goods sold cannot be returned or exchanged. The dragon laments over the lost points. Anna asks Mr. Dragon what is wrong with him, as she sees that he is crying. Su Nian Water Parternak replies to her that nothing. It's just too difficult a task that he can't solve. It opens information about Ettercaps. Their general characteristics: they are capable of walking upright, have a strong body, faceted eyes, fangs stand out. They have class 28. These are monsters of the 3rd level. Their features: control over spiders, vulnerability to fire. An external skeleton is used as an external skeleton. Resistance to acid, water attack. Su Nian Water Parternak, having studied all this, thinks about the fact that everything is over for him. He remembers his attacks, thinking that there is acid in his dragon breath, but even her damage has a limit. One-on-one with them will not work. They will summon the spiders to surround him. Su Nian Water Parternak understands that if his breath was fiery, Thor would be better. He thinks about the fact that he should buy fire breath. He has 2 modifications to choose from, a bugle of the 1st level. It is a modification of acid in the poisonous glands. It adds cells that produce magma, the so-called biological furnace, which allows you to exhale poisonous fire. This modification costs 1000 points. There is also a supply of dragon breath of the first level. This modification allows you to transform the parietal cells of the venom glands, which increase the rate of dragon breath reserve. The cost of such a modification is 1000 points. Su Nian Water Party finds a solution to how to win the battle. He asks Hippolycleus if there are any bandits or mercenaries of the Black Beast nearby. He scratches his head and answers his great master that there really are 2 bands of bandits and mercenaries of the Bloody Lion nearby. But he has not heard of the Black Beast. Su Nian Water Parternak says and responds to the latter's words that this is great news. Let him gather the warriors and follow him. They will visit the nearest fortress. He answers yes, master, happily wagging his tail. Su Nian Water Parternak thinks that according to the system, his enemies are relatively strong, but the bandits do not disperse far. This is a great place to earn points. He informs Anna that the girls should stay here. He will return. Anna replies to him that her master dragon should return as soon as possible. Selena, with her arms crossed over her chest, just speaks well. The dragon leans over to Selena and tells her not to even think about running away. Selena covers her mouth with her hand in response and asks laughing how. In the forest of the Silver Moon and the fortress of the bandits of the Vera, 2 people are on guard. One of them, looking through a telescope, shouts that the captain has returned. It is necessary to open the gate. The gates of the fortress open, and 3 horse-drawn carts enter it. A little later, the captain, sitting at the table, raises his mug and shouts to his brothers that he congratulates them. They came back with a huge haul and it's worth a drink. In response, glasses are also raised and shouts are heard to the bottom, and what is worth drinking. Some kid with a glass in his hand, smiling, shouts that their captain is so strong. Today they have stolen a lot. The captain looks at how the chests with loot are being shipped and says that there are hundreds of their brothers here. They can rest this month. The kid who praised him says that this is his gift to the captain, meaning a chest that is pulled by 4 bandits. Then one of the guys shouts to his captain that a black dragon is flying towards them. He asks in shock what. Su Nian Water Parternak lands on the gate of the fortress. He came down from heaven and roars, which makes all the bandits run away in fear. A notification comes from the system that the current number of dragon points is 70. Anna's sympathy level is 100 points. The dragon spews energy from its mouth, which falls on the bandits. Someone runs away in fear. Someone calls for help. Someone is screaming about their legs. Su Nian Water Party gets 10 points with each victim. There are cries for help and that no one wants to die. The dragon is circling over the ruined remains of the gates of the bandits' fortress. Su Nian Water Parternak soars into the sky, continuing to spew streams of purple energy. The captain of the bandits shouts that they were attacked by a dragon and need to run away quickly. Su Nian Water still continues to receive points for each killed, which multiply. Some of the energy gets on the captain's face and eyes. He stands with his eyes closed and screams that he is in pain and he can't see anything. Other bandits run screaming from the dog heads into the bushes, where they fall into the traps set, bringing another 30 points to the dragon with their death. At the end of the massacre, the system sends a notification that congratulates the owner. In this battle, he earned 10-20 points. The dog heads look at the remains of the massacre, and with tears in their eyes say that this is a victory. They shout, praising their dragon, and rejoice in their victory. The system collects the trophies received after the battle. Hippolycles approaches Su Nian Water and tells the owner of his report that there are many boxes in which the loot is most likely. They moved everything here. Su Nian Water praises their actions and asks them to take the loot to the lair. Among the trophies are a bag of flour, a bag of silver, a box of apples, a box of gold, a box with bottles of transformation potion. Su Nian Water's eyes light up with a greedy gleam at the sight of the transformation potion. He takes a flask with such a potion. It is capable of turning non-human beings into humans. 10% strength is inherited. The effect lasts 1 hour. Su Nian Water thinks with a smile that with this potion he will turn into a human and return to Anna and Selena. He imagines how the girls delightedly hug him and talk to him. But Su Nian Water thinks that by human standards he is a teenager and younger than Anna and Selena. But he still decides to drink the potion, thinking that if anything will fall by the death of the brave. He opens the lid on one of the flasks. He knocks down the potion, saying that he still has an hour. In the worst case, he will wait until the effect of the potion is over and then he will return to the girls. The system informs him that he has used a transformation potion, and his transformation has begun. A halo of blue energy envelops the dragon. It forms an egg. The shell is cracking on it. A small child with white hair and horns on his head emerges from the egg. Ipolikli shouts in shock to the owner how he turned like that when he saw that he had become a child. Su Nian Water covers himself in shock because he is completely naked and shouts to the system about where his clothes are. He is informed that he must wait as the potion begins to act too quickly. The clothes are at the loading stage. Here the already grown-up Su Nian Water looks at his reflection in the water and says that he is just handsome and right his age. He continues by saying that he used to worry about the differences between humans and dragons, but now 6 hours will be enough for him. He asks Ipolikli if everything is prepared. The same one lifts a heavy box, wincing at the weight. He informs the owner that the last box is loaded into the cart. They finish collecting everything. Su Nian Water instantly transforms into a dragon and says that okay, then he will return to the lair. He thinks that if he is not mistaken, then during the action of the potion, you can switch between the human form and the dragon as much as you want. At this time, in one of the Soglabbits' homes, Anna is sitting on a bed surrounded by wounded Soglabbits. Selena watches them with a smile, thinking that now she has the best chance to escape. She starts to make her way to the exit when Anna asks her where she is going. Selena replies in a trembling voice that she goes wherever she wants, but she confusedly talks about what about where, after she failed to catch the dragon, and the mercenaries with whom she went on a campaign were destroyed. If she returns, she will not be given the post of assistant magician. Here Anna interrupts her, telling her to quickly look at what she found. She sits around the eggs, from which tiny dog heads hatch. Selena looks at it in shock. Anna is surrounded by tiny creatures, some of which climb on top of her and hug her. Selena asks Anna if she is afraid of that vile dragon who kidnapped her. Anna pokes one of the puppies in the nose and replies that the dragon is actually very affectionate. Selena shouts affectionate in shock, thinking about whether she is really talking about a dragon. Then one of the dog heads shouts, opening the door, that they are back. Selena and Anna turn to the door in shock. Selena, covering her mouth with her hand, asks in shock how they could have returned so quickly. The current number of dragon points is 1090. Anna's level of sympathy for him is 100. Selena's level of sympathy is -30. Temporarily transformed into a dragon and therefore late, Su Nian Water runs happily, shouting that he is back. Then a staff flies into his face. He removes it from his face, which remains bruised. He shouts to Selena that it's him, and that she fell from an oak tree. Then his eye opens with anger, blood vessels burst in it. Su Nian Water sees the corpse of the doghead. Selena stands among the ruins of lifeless bodies. Webs of cobwebs can be seen above her head among the trees. Selena can't stand on her feet. She hugs herself with her arms. She is wounded and calls Su Nian Water in a trembling voice. He puts his paw to her so that she does not fall to the ground. Selena tells him that Anna was abducted by nasty spiders. Selena asks Su Nian Water for forgiveness, saying that she is completely useless, could not protect her. Selena thinks to herself that the dragon probably thinks she's a jerk. No matter where she is, with the mercenaries or with him, she always spoils everything. Su Nian Water replies to Selena that everything is fine, she did everything she could. He continues, saying that he was the one who failed to protect them. He gently holds Selena in his arms while saying these words. After that, Selena's liking for him increases by 50 points, and her current level is 20. The system sends a congratulatory notification to its owner, since he has successfully won the character's trust. Sympathy has reached the first level, new abilities have been discovered. The system also congratulates the host that he has discovered a new ability, Tears of the Sage, and received 2,000 points for it. Su Nian Water asks the system to return the first level Bugle and the first level Dragon Breath supply. He is informed that the refund is completed. 2,000 points were deducted from him. Returning these modifications causes a lot of pain. He is asked to get ready, so there will be painful sensations in the throat. Here Su Nian Water bends over in pain, tears appear in his eyes. A fountain of blood bursts out of his mouth. Selena, in shock, watching this, screams to Tom that he vomited blood. Su Nian Water wipes his face, which is dripping with blood, saying that he is fine. He asks Ipoliklius to lead him to the nest of ettercaps. Su Nian Water continues, saying that they dared to kidnap his rare character. They apparently don't want to live in this world anymore. Ipolikli leads Su Nian Water to the Silver Moon Forest somewhere in the wilderness. He tells his master that the ettercaps grow their spiders here. Ahead is their cave, where they used to leave after robberies. On the trees above them there are many webs of webs. Su Nian Water answers him that it is good. Then they need to speed up to attack them right away. They don't have time, they're all looking for them. Hypoliclitz bows his head, answering that he listens to his master. Then the dragon flies up into the air, flames streaming under his paws, and the blue web closes around Su Nian water. He finds himself entangled in a web and cannot move. Spiders are approaching him from all sides. The spiders are almost close to the dragon when Su Nian water breaks the web, releasing the muzzle. Su Nian water uses dragon breath to burn his opponents. The system informs him that he killed 57 huge spiders, for which he received 312 points. Su Nian water stands surrounded by flames. He is approaching the cave, which is the nest of ettercaps. He grabs one of the ettercaps, and with eyes burning with anger, and asks the one where they took the lower elf. He presses one blow of his powerful paw to the ground, and it makes a grunting sound. Su Nian water stands at the entrance to the cave in the image of a man with burning eyes. He shouts for Anna. He wants to show off in front of Anna and has turned into a human again. Anna calls Mr. Dragon in response. She is wounded and bound with cobwebs so that she cannot move. The current number of dragon points is 1090. Anna's level of sympathy for him is 100, Selena's level of sympathy is 20. Anna sniffs the air and says she can smell Mr. Dragon. Su Nian water approaches her and grabs her hanging in the air, entangled in cobwebs. He releases her and picks her up. Anna thanks her Master Dragon for coming to save her. Anna looks at Su Nian water and thinks that in human form he is very beautiful. In response to her words, Su Nian water smiles and says that she is very important to him. He had to save her. Anna is happy and confused by such words. The level of her sympathy for the dragon increases by 100 points. The current level is 200 points. Now he and the dragon are friends. The system sends a congratulatory notification to Su Nian water, informing that sympathy has reached the second level. He received a new ability mid-level absorption. New abilities can be fixed. The system also congratulates the host on having discovered a new ability Tears of the Sage and received 2,000 points. Another notification informs that Su Nian water has received 3,000 points and an average level absorption. Based on the regeneration of the physical condition, the absorption of prey restores strength, accelerates growth, regardless of age restrictions. Su Nian water is insanely happy that he got 3,000 points. He understands that it is not surprising that Anna is SSS level. He will earn more by communicating with Anna than by killing monsters. But then Su Nian water asks Anna about how she realized that it was him. Anna, embarrassed and smiling, replies that it doesn't matter what her master dragon looks like. She always recognizes him at first sight. After returning home, Su Nian water helps Anna drink the potion. He tells her to drink, informing her that these potions are tonic. He still has recovery potions, and this is a herbal tincture. Anna should also remember to drink it. Anna's sympathy increases by 1 point with each sip. Health points also increase by 1 point. Points increase by 50, 100 and 200 points. Su Nian water wonders why sympathy is rising so slowly. Here Selena shouts to him that potions are not syrup. It should be taken with food. Su Nian water happily shouts syrup. He understands that there are probably some fruits among the trophies to sweeten the medicine. He rushes to the reward boxes and starts rummaging through them, looking for what he needs. Then he looks at the closed box, thinking that he is some kind of strange. He opens the lid with his hands. The box turns out to be a girl with dark hair, who is tied hand and foot with a gag in her mouth. This is a girl named Evelyn. She is 17 years old. She is a class A person. She has the abilities of water magic. Her level of sympathy for the dragon is -50. Su Nian water asks in shock what it is. Selena also looks at the box with interest. Then she puts her hand on Su Nian water's shoulder and asks about what he is doing. She slaps Su Nian water in the face. Anna asks Mr. Dragon and Selena about what happened. Selena covers her eyes with her hands, saying that this is not a sight for children. She means that Evelyn is lying in a box in a not quite decent position, since she is tied up. Su Nian water rubs his bruised cheek and says he didn't do anything for Selena to hit him. Anna and Selena are looking at the box with interest at this time. Then Su Nian water asks them with a smile where they are looking. They are startled by this question. Su Nian water tells them that if they don't believe him, then let them ask her. He pulls the gag out of Evelyn's mouth and she starts screaming, calling everyone around vile bastards. She screams for them to die, the fucking bandits. She demands to untie her right now. Selena brings the girl a blanket, telling her that everything is fine, she shouldn't cry. Anna tells Su Nian water that it's all because of him. Her sympathy drops by 3 points. Su Nian Water asks about what kind of injustice. He asks ipolically about how this box got here. He reports to the owner that he has allowed the box to be dragged onto the cart. Su Nian Water screams that he didn't even know what was inside that box. It was that heavy box. At the same time, a huge force loomed over the world. The game has begun. All living beings of this world will be half-digitized. All the slain chosen creatures have increased their level. All the things of the chosen one will be stored in the village of beginners. Creating quests, generating a village of beginners. According to calculations, the chosen one will arrive there in 3 days. Su Nian Water looks at this notification in shock. He looks at the health of Selena and Anna. Selena is completely healthy, and Anna's condition leaves much to be desired. The current number of points is 4452 points. Anna's level of sympathy for him is 200 points. Selena's level of sympathy for him is 20 points. Evelyn's level of sympathy for him is minus 50 points. Su Nian Water asks Anna if they have looked at what it is. Selena replies to him that this is a vulgar pervert dragon. He shouts angrily to Selena that he is not like that. Su Nian Water asks the system about what kind of party. What a chosen one, what a village of newcomers. He's really in the game. The system responds to him that access is activated. The world in which the host is currently located is real, but some existing effects will only be half-game. For example, regarding the fate of the party in this world. If the host fails to eliminate the players, the consequences will be disastrous. Su Nian Water asks again about the elimination of players. He does not understand what kind of jokes. The player is those who play and can be resurrected in the game. And he had never heard of any country releasing a game so realistic that it could make the world half-game. The system informs him that the players are coming from the aquamarine planet. This is a world with a highly developed gaming industry similar to his home planet. Su Nian Water thinks about parallel worlds. He is surprised, but decides not to show it. No stress, otherwise it will look like some kind of collective farmer. Even if that's the case, you can't just take out and destroy the players. They will be resurrected. The system informs him that the players can resurrect, but each new resurrection doubles his time. For example, the first resurrection lasts 5 seconds, the second 10 seconds, the third 20 seconds, and so on until it reaches the maximum allowed time. Su Nian Water understands that you will be resurrected 23 times with such a makar, and you will have to wait for resurrection for more than a year. And if a player returns after a year of waiting, dying, he will have to wait 2 years, but then looking at himself from the side, constantly increasing the level. He will wish only one thing, not to die, and the players will weaken. Besides, it's not that difficult. Su Nian Water thinks that he is a dragon. After all, even if he doesn't have any reputation right now, he asks the system if the NPC can resurrect. The system responds to him that, unfortunately, according to the rules, it cannot. Su Nian Water shouts in anger about what idiotic rules. It's unfair. Players can endlessly resurrect, and the NPC must sacrifice his life. He continues, shouting that this is a game. It's clear that this is an invasion. The system does not know what to answer at the beginning, but then it responds that it is possible to perceive such rules in a similar way. But becoming a defensive side at the start, he will be stronger than other players. If you look at their strength on the scales, there is no bias. They just have a different shape of weights. Moreover, there is only one way to lose. It is to be destroyed. Su Nian Water thinks about what it means to be destroyed. Why on earth would he be like that? He asks about the fact that this world has been turned into a game, and they asked people whose lives they had put on the line. They play with human destinies. The system does not find what to answer. Here the heart lights up with a bright fire. Su Nian Water is absorbed by the system, and a huge dragon appears in its place. Anna asks Mr. Dragon about the fact that he turned back. Su Nian Water replies that the effect of the potion has passed, and he hasn't done anything yet, only wasted 6 bottles of potion. Anna tells him not to get mad. They've already found out everything. It was the work of bandits, and Tom should not blame himself. Su Nian Water replies to her that he is not upset at all because of this. Then he notices Anna's new black clothes and shouts to her what she is wearing at all. Anna, examining herself, answers him that her clothes are completely leaky, and Selena found clothes in one of the drawers, so she changed her clothes. The dragon in anger calls Selena, who is already dressing up Evelina in clothes. He shouts to Selena that he didn't realize earlier that she has strange fetishes. Selena tells him it's a disguise. Doesn't he understand? Su Nian Water looks at Evelina, thinking that she only has a class. Even S-class doesn't count. You won't get many points. But Evelina looks at him with tears in her eyes and pleading in her eyes. Su Nian Water decides that he doesn't care. Even if he doesn't earn points, he will be like a pet. He thinks that even though he likes it, it's against the rules. He buys clothes for 60 points. Su Nian gives the girls clothes, telling them to change quickly. They are delighted with such a gift. Sympathy for the dragon of each of them increased by 10 points. The dragon lies on a hillock and thinks that in this world he alone understands that this is a game. Since fate allowed him to find out the truth, she hinted that he could use this information to confront the players. He gets up and lets out a roar, shouting that there is no rest for him. The dog heads look at their master, trembling. Su Nian turns to Ipolycleus with burning eyes, saying that he knows him, and asks him to tell him how strong all the monsters nearby are. And it's better for Tom to make a simple map. He wants to collect them in one place. Ipolycleus readily accepts the order. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is 3825. Anna's liking level is 210 points. Selena's liking level for him is 30. Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. Su Nian studies his card. He is level 39, has abilities, a kind of dragon breath, primitive hunting, dragon power, absorption, tears of the sage, general experience. Su Nian thinks that if the inhabitants of this world kill each other, they will not gain experience. It is necessary to kill the players, only the players do not have such restrictions. Only now there are a lot more residents, but players have more opportunities to level up. Su Nian understands that this is an unequal struggle for resources. He imagines someone's hand moving a chess toy personifying him on the field. He understands that both sides are forcing players and residents to fight for life and death. Su Nian says that the characteristics increase during training. He understands that this may be a weak point. He calls one of the dog heads sweeping nearby. He approaches the dragon and, bowing his head, turns to his great master, asking about what he can serve. Su Nian studies Hawk's card. He is level 4, has the abilities to set traps, simulate caves, mine ore, collect garbage, howl, jump strikes, fake death. Su Nian understands that Hawk is also too weak. He tells Hawk that he will now run around the cave for half an hour without stopping. If Hawk dares to stop, the dragon will devour him. He tremblingly accepts the order. Answering is, Hawk begins to execute the order, jumping around the cave. At the end of the jumps, Hawk, panting from physical exertion, tells the great master that Hawk crawled. Su Nian is happy to note that Hawk's health and characteristics have not improved much. He understands that this is not a bad result. It looks like training really improves performance. Here Anna, Selena and Evelina inform Su Nian that they have changed their clothes. They ask about whether it suits them. Su Nian thinks that these girls will bring a lot of players to him. He finds it great. Here Anna is thinking about something. The dragon is given a map of the Silver Forest, which was made by the last leader. It depicts the locations of gnolls, blackbirds, beast scrolls, dog heads, spearmen, boars. Su Nian thinks about the fact that each tribe has its own leader. He asks Ipolycleus to gather all the dog heads. He also demands to bring him all the weapons, saying that they will do something. In the wilderness of the Silver Forest, a flock of birds flies up. The dragon's paw lands right next to the level 3 beast scroll leader, who is crying and trembling with fear. The leader of the level 7 Kurazme bulges his eyes, from which tears are splashing. The leader of the level 9 Spearman Boars falls to the ground, crying. A dragon's paw is visible next to him. Su Nian stands over them and tells the 3 chiefs not to be afraid of him. He won't eat them. He says that he has become aware that this world is on the verge of a crisis. They need to unite. Su Nian makes his speech in the presence of all beings from each tribe, saying that the Silver Forest is their home. They will collect all their weapons and fight back, driving away the enemies. The system informs him that this speech of the host is being checked. Activated passive ability, Tears of the Sage. After Su Nian's words, all the creatures froze in silence. Then they start shouting that he is talking business, and that long live the dragon. They're all one family. Su Nian understands that this is how these tears are used. Isn't that the main character's speech? Whatever the main character says, everyone believes him. He feels at the head of an MLM company. Here the Animal King asks the great dragon how they will be able to resist the enemies. They are quite frail. He replies that this is a good question, they will need to pass. And then Su Nian finishes the sentence with the words, devilish training with burning eyes. Zveracrawly run. Hearing the cry that they need to run faster, they have 500 laps left. Heroes may shake the press, the score reached 1986. Spearmen boars knock out trees, striking them with tusks. Su Nian looks at the sky, thinking that they will still see who is who. He says he's going to win this game. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is 3825. Anna's liking level is 210 points. Selena's liking level for him is 30. Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. Aquamarine Planet. The bright streets of the city glow with neon signs. There are a lot of people walking the streets. They raise their heads to the sky, asking about what it is. A huge hourglass appears in the sky, inside of which there is golden sand. The system informs that the game of the team of this world has begun. 3,153,559,998 seconds. Daniel Eidson is absorbed by the system. He doesn't understand what is happening to his body. The system informs him that he has been selected. He asks about the player in shock. The system tells him to please invade the world in plenty. The time limit is 10 years. Then Brenny Jerton is also absorbed. The first rule of the game. Those who have started the game cannot leave it until their death. After death, players will be able to wait for the resurrection of the ego in the main square. The system takes the girl. The second rule of the game. Players receive aggression points for completed quests and a long survival time. Aggression points can be exchanged for items, as well as everything necessary for survival. They can also be used to buy resurrection time. Aggression points can be exchanged. The third rule of the game. Chests randomly appear in the game world. There are aggression points, equipment, battle rewards and the like inside the chest. Rewards can be exchanged. The system takes another person. The fourth rule of the game. The time of resurrection for the first time is 5 seconds. For each new resurrection it is doubled. The system asks players to take care of themselves. The fifth rule of the game. In the game, time goes 10 times faster. The system asks players to try to survive. If they die in the main square, they will die for real. The countdown has started. 3,153,559,997 seconds. It was night in the Silver Forest. Ipolikliai reports to his master that the last training session has brought noticeable results. He reports that Knowles and Black Rivermans living nearby have also entered his service and are currently undergoing training. He answers him well. Here, red system notifications appear above Su Nian water that players are staying. The novice village is over, creating the rules of the world. The first rule, upon arrival, the territory that players can occupy is limited. The automatic protection of the novice village lasts 1 week. The second rule, during the defense of the novice village, all non-player characters who entered the village will be teleported, and their memories of the village will be erased. The third rule, chests will appear in the world. The first Sakura novice village has already appeared next to the Silver Forest on the Mulligan Plain. Then a chest fell right next to Su Nian water, which scared the dragon. He looks at the chest, wondering if he himself should guard this chest. He opens it and realizes that it is empty. He thinks that this chest may be the only way to get rewards from. But he can only get these rewards if the player opens the chest. Su Nian water angrily realizes that not only can he not be human, but he will also have to guard this chest now. The dragon turns to the leaders of his tribes, to the Grey Wolf, the Leather Snake, and the rest, saying that they should bring here all the chests found in the forest. They readily accept the order. Su Nian water tells Ipolikli to bring all the bombs and traps with sending gas that they have made here. He also readily accepts the order. Su Nian water asks the system if it has something like a world map. The system responds to the host that after the arrival of the players, the world map has been updated. 10 system points are needed to unlock it. He asks to unlock the card. The system informs that the card is unlocked. The batches are updated. The location of the Novichok village is marked on the map. Su Nian water thinks about the fact that really the battle is not equal to the war. Although, at the beginning, the players are weak, they have as many as 7 days during which they will train quietly. Su Nian water decides that based on his many years of experience as a gamer, noobs have a weak spot that ruins them: curiosity. Ipoliklius informs Su Nian water that all the chests are here. There are a lot of locked chests on the ground. The dragon asks his servants to open all the chests. He demands to decompose poison gas traps, bombs, and other poisonous things. And he also demands to hide them somewhere nearby in the bushes. Su Nian water asks to hide the chests well, but not to overdo it. Ipoliklius asks the owner why all this is. He replies that he has friends here, and he wants to make them a present. Su Nian water takes one of the chests, and thinks that those who invented it wanted to make him guard the chests. Su Nian water laughs. The system informs Su Nian water that his current score is 3842. Anna's liking level is 210 points. Selena's liking level for him is 30. Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. On the Mulligan Plain in the village of novices, Daniel Eidson lifts rocks into the air. They glow with blue energy. He puts one stone on top of another and they stick together. He receives a notification that he receives a new task: to build a house. He can use 100 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of stone, He studies the panel, thinking that there is a world map, a forum, a create team button, 5 senses adjustment, a task system, but there is no exit profile button. He understands that this is for real. There is a world that has been turned into a game. In the dragon's lair, Selena practices magic. She is studying her book floating in the air with a staff in her hands. Evelyn, watching her, thinks that she must be angry. She thinks that everything is because of her. She ran away with Blyde, and this jerk sold her to bandits to save himself. Evelina thinks it's a good thing she won't see Blyde again, and if he sees it, he will kill the thief himself. Su Nian looks at Evelina and thinks that such fragile girls, and they all have goosebumps. He doesn't understand how Evelina can have such an animal look. He says that Anna will definitely not become the same as them. He tells her to take medication to heal her health. He gives Anna a cup of medicine, and her sympathy increases by 10 points. She thanks Mr. Dragon for his care and help. Ipolyclius reports to the owner that the heroes have come out of their strange basket. Su Nian rejoices, saying that there does not seem to be a person who could resist the temptation to explore a new world. On the Mulligan Plain, the players came out of the novice village. Daniel Idson says he never would have thought it would be so easy to level up. Built a room, got level 5. The girl agrees with him, but says that this village is so boring. Maybe there are some artifacts in the Silver Forest. Another player says that it would be nice to kill a couple of small monsters to fill your hand. Daniel tells his companions that it is very dangerous to leave the village, they should not leave it. In response to which the player with red hair replies that they took him with them because they treat him well. And when a week has passed, how will he survive outside the village alone? He will ask them to take them with him, but then they will definitely not agree. The girl laughs and says that's it. If they need bait, they will use Daniel's bones. He is shocked by such words and opens his mouth. He tells his comrades that there seems to be a chest in the bushes. A girl and a guy with red hair delightedly clench their fists with burning eyes, shouting that this is a treasure chest. It's awesome. A huge snake jumps out of the chest at them. The girl runs to the guys in fright, they are in shock. Poisonous gas is streaming from another chest. Then, a swarm of bees flies out of the third chest at them. They run away screaming. A guy with red hair cuts a bee with a swing of his sword, saying that there was some crap in the chest. He stands surrounded by the bodies of dead bees, and begins to turn his head from side to side, not understanding where his companions have gone. Daniel sits trembling with fear, with tears in his eyes. He covers his head with his hand, thinking about where they have gone. Here Su Nian lands in front of the guy with red hair, opening his wings and growling. After killing the player, he earned 10 points. Su Nian asks in amazement that the player died of fear, what a weakling. Then Daniel notices the dragon and screams. A dog-headed man with a spear approaches him, shouting to the man to get out. He brings him to Su Nian. He asks the person about who he is. Why did he enter his territory? Daniel, raising his hands and trembling, replies that they are travelers. They are here for the first time. Su Nian replies that he should not lie to him. He should be more careful, because a person has such a fragile skull. Daniel, still breathing, says they were just passing by, they didn't think. They didn't think to disturb the dragon's peace. Su Nian tells Tom not to even think about it anymore. The guy should drink the acceleration potion and run faster. Daniel realizes that the acceleration potion is his way out. It is sold in the store, he will be able to escape from it. He buys an acceleration potion and escapes. Su Nian let him escape. 7 days will be enough. It's enough for the players to have time to build a prison for themselves. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is 3852. Anna's liking level is 210 points. Selena's liking level for him is 30. Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. The guy sighs ruefully, walking through the forest. He is very upset and very depressed. He talks about what kind of bad luck. The damn trunk turned out to be bullshit. There was nothing worth anything in it, but nothing at all. Then he notices a silver chest in the bushes. He thinks that the silver chest is a freebie. There will surely be something valuable and important there. He receives a notification that there is no key to the chest. It also says that to open a silver chest, you need a silver key, which can be purchased for 1000 aggression points. The system asks him if he wants to make a purchase. He thinks about the fact that he still needs a key and 1000 points of aggression. Isn't it too expensive, since the treasure in the chest can cost much less than 1000 points of aggression? He begins to look around with caution, thinking that given past games, the key may fall out when killing monsters guarding treasures, as a prize for defeating a strong opponent. The leader of the level 3 B scrolls appears from the bushes. The guy with a smile rejoices that in front of him is just a rabbit. Besides 3 levels, it's even too easy. He smiles and thinks that he can easily cope with it, even without putting much effort. The guy naively believes that if he quickly finds the B scrolls and finishes them off, then everything in the chest will be his. All the riches and treasures will go to him alone personally. He draws his sword, and looking at the tail of the animal king, he thinks that the rabbit will die. He shouts about it in order to intimidate his opponent in addition to attacking. The leader of the B scrolls turns his head, his eyes burning red. He is angry because of the unexpected attack on him. He smashes the guy's nose with one blow of a powerful fist. Blood gushes from the wounded nose. The guy covers his nose with his hand in horror and calls his mother. The leader of the B scrolls becomes human-sized. This is a huge, pumped-up rabbit who clenches his fist in rage. He is clearly unhappy with the attack on himself and is determined. The leader of the animal kings tells the guy, calling him a puppy, that he thinks he can steal the chest. As if it could be that simple. He stammers no, raising his hands in fright, making it clear that he did not want to anger anyone at all. The animal king strikes the guy blow after blow in the face. The guy's head is swinging from side to side. He can't do anything against his opponent. The guy, receiving blows, thinks that no, level 3 can't have such strength, it's impossible. A 3rd level creature could not repel his attack and beat him so that he could not oppose anything. The guy stands with a broken nose and bruised face and thinks about what he should do now, call for help. But he doesn't even have anyone to call and no one to turn to. The rabbit puts his paw on the chest and tells the guy to open it, and he will think about whether to let him go. The guy, out of desperation, realizing that there is nothing left for him anymore, opens the chest with tears in his eyes, saying that it's fine. He will fulfill the order. He receives a notification from the system that the key to the chest has been purchased. For the purchase of a key, 1,000 points are deducted from it. In the chest there is a bomb with a lit fuse, which is about to burn out. A monstrous explosion is heard. The forest around and the guy are captured by the explosion. Another player receives a notification with congratulations that the task to build a building has been completed. For the successful construction of the building, the player earned 500 points of aggression. This is a beautiful house with flowers on the roof, small and cute windows. The walls of the house are painted in pleasant bed tones. A girl with short dark hair enthusiastically presses her hands to herself, saying that this is her dream home. Her gaze burns with admiration for the new building. She is delighted. Also, a notification comes from the system congratulating the player on the construction of the tower. For the construction of this structure, they earned 1,000 points of aggression. Also, a notification comes from the system with congratulations on the construction of the fortress wall. The height of the wall is 10 meters. 500 aggression points were earned for the construction of such a structure. The girl jumps admiringly near the house. She can't get enough of such a building in any way, expressing her delight and admiration in this way. There is a guy sitting on the cross wall who is completing it using construction tools and materials. Then the construction guy notices how another guy player is running towards them as fast as he can. The builder asks the other guy about what happened to him, as he sees that the player is rushing towards them with all his legs. He's obviously scared and excited about something. The player gasps and says that everything is gone, here. He is so out of breath to run that he can't finish the sentence right away. The builder guy asks the player what his words mean here. The guy with tears in his eyes shouts that there is a dragon. A dragon. He shouts the last word very loudly. He continues, shouting that they all need to run away as soon as possible. The builder asks about where the dragon is, and he thinks that this idiot is stupefied with fear. He needs to finish joking jokes, there's only a beginner village here. The guy shouts that it's true, pointing to the forest behind. There in the forest, an evil dragon killed Gary. It was only thanks to the acceleration potion that he escaped. The builder tells him that if the dragon really existed, then as soon as the protection of the newcomers was removed, they would be finished. They will build another tower and a fortress wall using wood and stones from that house. With their help, they will repel the dragon. A girl with tears in her eyes shouts that for what reason? This is her house. She does not want it to be destroyed and materials spent on building a wall. In the cave, the dragon is sleeping, and Selena, Luther, and Evelyn are sitting on a rock. They are upset and thoughtful about something. When Su Nian wakes up, she asks about what's wrong with them. The girls are silent. Anna is responsible for them. She tells Su Nian with a smile that Selena is sulking because of a failure in magic, and Evelyn because she wants to kill someone. Su Nian asks again in shock about killing, since he does not understand such desires and what they are caused by. He thinks that this was probably said in jest, since this is the most logical explanation he can think of for himself. In fact, Anna was badly influenced, because she finds it all very funny and funny. He is informed that his relative killed the player. He gets 10 points. A relative is one of the creatures subordinate to him. Su Nian looks at how a chest appears in the cave, which was also received as part of the reward for killing the player. And Polycleus tells him with a smile that they have brought all the chests. These are the chests that appeared for the players, and were stolen by the creatures subordinate to Su Nian after killing the players. After people opened them, there was so much in them. In front of him are 3 chests of different colors. Su Nian opens each of them. In one of them there is a roasted ham of mountain sheep with a golden crust. When opening another chest, there was a book with water spells in it. An ice spike is found in the 3rd chest. The purple chest attracts the attention of Su Nian as its contents are the most valuable for him. He takes what is in the chest and looks at the drawing of the flamethrower tower in shock. This is a canvas on which a drawing of the tower is depicted. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is 3862, Anna's liking level is 220 points, Selena's liking level for him is 30 points, Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. The system informs Su Nian that he has not met enough conditions, so he cannot use the drawing. He thinks about whether this is serious, what conditions there may be, and why he can't use the drawing. He thinks that players can probably use it, or there are other conditions under which the use of the drawing becomes possible. Selena is shocked to notice a book with water spells. Her eyes widen with shock and delight. She gently takes it in her hand, calls Su Nian and asks to give her this book. She smiles at the dragon, reinforcing her request so as to achieve the result she needs. Su Nian agrees to give her the book. Selena asks Su Nian about his gone. Because I am amazed that he agreed to give the book so quickly. Selena does not wait for an answer and taking the book, leaves, finally saying that okay, she will go read. Su Nian is confused and amazed by this response. He thinks about the race, blushing and embarrassed by his thoughts. Su Nian starts to get angry, thinking that you don't have to answer anything. You have to endure this rare character. Since Selena's words hurt him, but he doesn't want to start a quarrel with her and lose her sympathy points. Then an idea dawns on him. Selena smiles and winks at him, as she is very grateful for the borrowed book. Her sympathy increases by 20 points. Su Nian is flying towards the only way to the dragon's lair. It is already evening and the sun is setting, illuminating the surrounding landscape with the last rays. Su Nian lands on a rock. In his hands he has a drawing of a flamethrower tower. The system informs him that the analysis of the openness of the terrain is completed. The analysis of the drawing of the flamethrower tower is completed. The quality of the drawing is purple, so it can be used 5 times. He needs to determine the construction site of the tower. Su Nian is amazed that the blueprint can only be used outdoors, realizing the reason why he couldn't use it in the cave. A building block appears in front of him, as in the game, glowing blue, which he must place at will. He just had to find a suitable place for the tower. He places it on a rock so that there is a better view, the ability to hit targets and defend. The system informs him that for the construction of a flamethrower tower it is necessary 10 pieces of stone, 2 pieces of wood, 20 workers, 5 kilograms of food. The entire time to build the tower will take 12 hours. The foundation of the tower appears on the rock. The system tells him the possible races of workers that can be used in the construction of the tower. In the case of attracting people, after the completion of the construction of the tower, its efficiency will increase by 20%. If Soglavtsi are involved in the construction, then at the end of construction, the tower's defense capability will increase by 20%. If goblins are used in the construction of the tower, then the mutation rate increases by 20% at the end. If dwarves are involved in the construction, then all the characteristics of the building are increased by 20% after the work is completed. But the system informs the owner that he must supply the workers with everything necessary during construction. After the workers arrive at the site, construction will begin automatically. After the construction work is completed, the workers will go back with erased memories, and will not remember anything about the construction of the tower. Su Nian carefully studies these messages, trying to understand how and who is better to attract, as well as what it means that he himself should supply workers. While he is thinking, night is falling on the neighborhood. The moon and the moon are shining brightly in the sky. Su Nian continues to ponder what it means that he himself should supply the workers. While he is thinking, Polycleus climbs up the cliff. He climbs onto the parapet to the dragon, thinking that he and Polycleus swore to follow his master with his life. so he follows him wherever he is, spending his last strength on these. Ipolycleus suffocates, but still strives for his master. Ipolycleus is sweating all over, tired, and shouts to the owner that he climbed in. He is very happy and delighted with this fact. Su Nian Water tells Ipolycleus to bring him 20 strong dog heads who will help him build a flamethrower tower. He answers his master that he listens to him. He is ready to execute the order, but does not count his strength. Ipolycleus immediately after that falls to the ground from fatigue, losing consciousness. Su Nian Water, seeing that his servant fell to the ground without strength, says that his order can be carried out tomorrow, as he understands that Ipolycleus is very tired and is not ready to run and collect workers now. Su Nian Water looks at the stars and the moon in the sky, thinking that Anna must be resting now. Thoughts about a girl make him smile, make him blush and be embarrassed. At this time, Anna and Selena are sleeping in a cave, covered with a blanket. They sleep soundly right on the ground and dreaming. Selena laughs in her sleep and says that she is an honorary magician. These thoughts make her smile happily. Evelyn tells someone in a dream that she will cut him up for the pigs to eat. She also really likes this dream. She smiles in her sleep. But then Su Nian Water hears someone shouting, "Dad, Mom, no." Su Nian Water realizes that it is Anna who is shouting, as the other girls are sleeping peacefully. He turns his head to the source of the sound, trying to figure out where Anna is sleeping. She shivers in her sleep and repeats the words demon out. Su Nian Water wonders why she says demon, what it might mean. He studied this question, and if everything is correct in the Encyclopedia of Monsters, then 1500 years ago the demons were already destroyed. He doesn't understand how demons can exist now, because Anna is clearly not 1500 years old. The system determined her age. Anna opens her eyes. They burn with a red light and her pupils are like a snake's. Her eyes are like the eyes of an animal. The red fire from them burns with a demonic color. There's a fire in the village. The flame is very strong. Because of it you can't even see the sky. Trees, buildings, flags and trees from the forest behind the houses are burning. Everything is blazing and colored with orange light. Demons with horns and red eyes kill people. One of the demons hits a man in the head with a paw. Blood spurts out of him. The demon next to him smiles and prepares to grab the man with his paws. Another demon also hits a woman in the head. A pillar of blood hits up. Little Anna stands on the threshold of her house and looks at it, thinking that it was attacked by demons. She's very scared. She cries and tries to call Mom and Dad, but someone shuts her mouth and tells her to be silent. There are tears in her eyes. The girl who covered her mouth bends down to her ear and says that she is with her. A little later, she opens the closet doors, puts Anna in there and tells her to hide here and never come out. She doesn't have time to finish the last word when her stomach is pierced. She only manages to say the word D. Blood is spurting out of it, from a wound in the stomach and from the mouth. Her eyes widen in horror. Anna opens her mouth in shock and fright. Tears are spurting from her eyes. She stammers for her sister. The demon shouts boo to her. His eyes are burning red. His mouth opens in a smile, exposing sharp teeth. He laughs at her in her fear. Anna is sitting in the closet, frightened, pressing her hands to her body. Her eyes are wide open in shock. Tears are pouring out of them. She's trying to tell the demon not to come near her. In front of the entrance to the closet, the body of her dead sister lies motionless. Her heart starts beating fast. Red energy begins to swirl around him, the streams of which go straight to her heart. Her eyes light up red, the pupils become snake-like. Red energy continues to swirl around her. She holds out her hand, tears glisten in his eyes, but she clenches her teeth in determination, preparing to fight to the last. Obeying her movements, red energy rushes towards the demon. Su Nian Water realizes that Anna is having a nightmare, as her behavior does not look like she is having a normal dream. He is sitting next to the sleeping Anna. Su Nian Water clutches Anna's body with her paws. Her health icon is green, but there is very little of it. Su Nian Water thinks that he has been giving her herbal tinctures and potions for several days and finally her strip of life has turned green. He is studying information about Anna's health. The system informs him that Anna is in serious pain and she has 63 days left to live. Su Nian Water is upset and dissatisfied with the fact that no matter what medications he feeds her, he still shows that she will live only 63 days. He thinks irritably that there are no signs of recovery. Su Nian Water wonders if it's because of her heart failure. Anna abruptly opens her burning snake eyes. She gets up and Su Nian Water shouts to her that she is awake. He doesn't see what condition she's in. Anna with burning eyes attacks the dragon with purple energy. Su Nian Water is shocked by this. He flies into the wall from the attack, which causes stones and dust to fly to the side. He is in a lot of pain. He leaves a dent in the stone wall, so strong was Anna's attack. This noise wakes up Selena and Evelyn, who at first cannot understand what is happening. Selena gets up and shouts that Su Nian saw what time it was, why he was making so much noise. She asks about what he is doing here and has something in mind, since he is standing close above the girls and obviously watched them sleep. Evelyn sleepily asks what the sounds are, as she still can't figure out what's going on and why she woke up. Su Nian says with tears in her eyes that Anna is missing. A little later, he flies over the night forest in search of Anna. On his back are Selena and Evelyn, who are exploring the area in search of Anna, helping Su Nian find the girl. Then one of them notices something. Selena says that Anna ran away deep into the swamps. They see Anna beating up a huge crocodile. There is a full red stripe above her. That is, her health is full, but it is red. The dragon is glad that he found Anna. He smiles, realizing that everything is fine with the girl. Su Nian thinks that it is amazing that her stripe is full, although red. He has not heard of such a thing and does not know what it means. Su Nian is amazed at how Anna fights with the enemy. Before that, she did not show the skills of war and fighters. And Anna's opponent is not just some kind of animal, but this is the Swamp Lord. Anna fights with a crocodile named Stone Helmet. He's level 15. The crocodile is a creature of the second stage, and it seems that Anna easily beats the crocodile with a stone helmet, throwing it from side to side. Anna turns to Su Nian, realizing that he has come, and turns to Mr. Dragon. Her eyes gradually fade and she falls unconscious. Her strength was exhausted. Su Nian screams damn as Anna fainted during the battle, and she was in the air at that moment as she was fighting on the fly. The crocodile opens its mouth to meet her, preparing to swallow Anna flying down. Su Nian sets the crocodile on fire with his fiery breath, preventing him from devouring the girl. And Selena and Evelyn prepare to catch Anna sitting on his back. They put their hands up to grab the girl flying down. The crocodile screams in pain as it is consumed by the flames. A little later, Su Nian lands on the shore near the swamp. Selena and Evelyn are sitting next to Anna lying on the ground, who has lost consciousness. Here the dragon is bitten on the wing by a crocodile that got out of the swamp. Su Nian didn't expect such an attack, and screams your mother. He realizes that this piece of shit ambushed him. He jumped on him from the water abruptly, taking advantage of the fact that Su Nian had his back to him and did not see the attacker. The crocodile drags the dragon under the water, holding the wing with its mouth. Su Nian's claw only slightly scratches the crocodile. The thought of no slips through his mind. The crocodile has a thick skin. He can't pierce it hard enough with his claws to cause the monster great harm. At the same time, Su Nian understands that in the swamp, dragon breath will definitely not be used to its full potential, since water neutralizes its effect. The claws of Su Nian barely touch the enemy without causing him significant harm. Su Nian shouts to the system that he is changing, realizing that this is his only chance. Su Nian asks to change his modifications to a high level of scale strength, as well as a high level of reinforced claws and fangs. He also asks the system for an underwater breathing bag. Su Nian shouts to the system to do it as quickly as possible, since he will not be able to fight underwater for a long time. The system informs him that these modifications are worth 10,000 points. The system knows that he doesn't have enough points, so it asks Su Nian if he wants to take out a loan. Su Nian, without hesitation, shouts yes, because he does not have time to talk. The system informs him that it draws his attention that the loan percentage is 50%. That is, he will have to return more points than he will borrow. The system asks if Su Nian wants to activate the modifications. Su Nian shouts that stop talking bullshit. Let the system activate the modifications, as he is about to choke and lose. The system informs him that it draws his attention that acute pain may occur during the activation of modifications. The dragon's eye turns red and abruptly opens. Su Nian goes under the water, thinking that he is in pain, as the changes begin to take effect, changing his body and causing him pain. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is minus 93 points. Anna's liking level is 220 points. Selena's liking level for him is 50 points. Evelyn's liking level is minus 40 points. Selena bends down to the water, calling Su Nian and shouting to Tom if he is still alive. She can't see anything because of the muddy water, but she doesn't find any signs that Su Nian is alive there. She happily thinks that this means that she cannot return the book with water spells if the dragon does not return in the end. Here, Su Nian flies out of the swamp, and with one blow of his paw, he punches through the crocodile, while spewing flames into it. His modified claws and breath did their job, allowing him to easily win. Selena and Evelyn are shocked to watch the battle from the shore, open-mouthed and surprised at how much Su Nian strong, The dragon throws the crocodile back into the swamp, as he had previously fought with it in the air. Then Su Nian throws the monster aside with one powerful blow of his tail. He flies away, unable to cope with such an attack. Su Nian takes the crocodile by the mouth. He shouts to the beast to die, fascinated by the battle and anticipating victory. Su Nian pours flame directly into the crocodile's mouth, which he holds with his paws, not allowing it to close. Then, Su Nian throws the crocodile's prostrate body onto the shore. He died and shows no signs of life. At the same time, because of the dragon flame, he was fried. Selena can smell the burning corpse of a crocodile, and she likes it. She sips her nose with a smile because she is hungry. Selena and Evelyn tear the meat from the crocodile and begin to eat it, smacking their lips. They eat it with their bare hands, finding it very tasty. Evelyn and Selena fall to the ground after eating, holding their bellies. They've eaten too much and now they can't even get up. Su Nian also ate a crocodile with them and ate too much. After that, he goes to sleep next to them. The system informs him that the owner killed the crocodile stone helmet. For defeating the monster, Su Nian received 60 system points. Also, in addition to the points, he received 1 magic core. At the same time, he is also given a reward for absorbing the crocodile stone helmet. After absorbing the monster's body, Su Nian's health recovery rate is increased. An elementary core of the lowest level appears in front of him. Su Nian looks at him admiringly. He picks it up, happily shouting the magic core. This evil will grab the core and then Anna will return. He notices that Anna's health bar has become the same as in the beginning. She is red and there is very little of her. That is, the girl's health has weakened, and very sharply. The system informs him that Anna is in serious pain. She is very weak. The system also reports that Anna has 24 hours left to live. Su Nian asks the system if she knows what kind of illness Anna has. The system tells him that it doesn't know. She does not have the function of examining a sick person instead of a person, since she is not a cleric and can only assess the health of the character. Su Nian is crushed, tears appear in his eyes, as he does not know what Anna is sick with and how to cure it. He remembers what Anna was like with red burning eyes and surrounded by the same energy. Su Nian is sure that this has something to do with her behavior, escaping from the cave and attacking the crocodile. He understands that he needs to find out exactly what kind of illness Anna has and why she went berserk, since there is only one reason for this. Su Nian wonders where else Anna and this destructive power came from. Here the dragon is illuminated by the idea of a cleric, since the healer must tell exactly what is with the girl. He asks Selena if she knows there is a strong cleric here somewhere. She replies that she has no idea, since when she was with the mercenaries, they all bought potions without resorting to the services of clerics. Here one of them says that he knows. Evelyn said that. She says she knows a cleric who lives in the kingdom of Henrius. But after thinking a little and assessing all the chances, Evelyn continues, saying that only Su Nian is likely to be killed if he approaches the city walls in this form. After all, there are bounty hunters all over the city, and neither the residents of the city nor the guards will be very happy with the dragon. Su Nian looks at his paws, thinking that this is true, since they will probably start shooting at him even when approaching the city walls. He thinks about the fact that he still has 6 bottles of the transformation potion left, which can help him get into the city unnoticed. He understands that this amount of potion can be enough for half a day. If Su Nian manages to visit the cleric with Anna during this time, then there should be no problems. Evelyn looks at the dragon, angry and thinking that it really doesn't matter if a man or a monster is selfish, because the idea to go to the city belonged to her, but she is ignored. She closes her eyes, from which tears of resentment are splashing. She thinks that as soon as a problem arises, she will be abandoned without hesitation. Su Nian calls her, asking what she is frozen for. Let Evelyn jump in and think about his words in shock, since she did not expect him to take her with him. She is very touched by such an act. The system informs Su Nian that Evelyn's liking for him has increased by 40 points. Her current level is 0 points. The system congratulates the host, saying that Evelyn's sympathy has reached the first level. For this, Su Nian received 300 points. The dragon flies over the forest towards the town where the cleric lives. Evelyn and Selena are sitting on his back. Su Nian thinks that Evelyn's liking has increased. He thinks it's because she saw him so brave in the middle of a battle, so she took a liking to him and respected him. But the dragon is angry because he got only 300 points. He does not understand why there is so little if sympathy has ceased to be negative. Su Nian tells the system that they agreed on the skills. Did they really take everything away? The system responds to him that the sympathy of a special level character must reach the 2nd level in order to gain new skills. The system deducts 350 credit points from him. After deducting the points, the system informs Su Nian Water that he has 9,000 points left to return. Su Nian Water shouts 9,000 points in shock, as he is horrified that he owes so many points. Selena then shouts in shock about what is wrong with him, not understanding why he sharply shouted these words. Su Nian Water replies to her that it's okay, he's fine, and Su Nian Water thinks to himself that this is all strange. He sadly understands that in this world it is still necessary to repay the loan, given that he is not even in the real world. Su Nian Water flies up to the city walls of Henrius in the night. The city is sleeping. He lands a little further away so as not to attract attention to himself. He lands holding Anna in his arms. She is unconscious and does not react to their landing in any way. The system informs Su Nian Water that his current score is minus 9,000 points. Anna's liking level is 220 points. Selena's liking level for him is 50 points. Evelyn's liking level is 0 points. In the morning, a procession goes through the streets within the walls of the royal city. A man in shining armor riding a horse rides past the crowd joyfully greeting him. Behind him are his warriors, also dressed in armor. People raise their hands, rejoice. They greet not so much the warriors as the knight with long blonde hair who leads the entire procession. Shouts can be heard from the crowd cheering the valiant Knight Blade. Someone says that he single-handedly dealt with the Whirlwind Gang and beheaded their leader. Knight Blade happily waves back to the crowd. He is pleased with such attention to his person. Also, someone from the crowd says that Knight Blade, along with the great magician Mason, staged a campaign against an evil dragon. Among the people in the crowd is Su Nian Water in human form with an unconscious Anna in his arms. He is not happy because he listens to people's conversations. He thinks angrily that Knight Blade has dealt with the Whirlwind Gang, and it's okay that he killed them, and his act was simply appropriated. Su Nian Water angrily thinks that Knight Blade is a good fellow, stole someone else's merits, and even managed to steal the dragon's skull. Su Nian Water looks with hatred at the joyful Knight Blade surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, and says that if he wasn't busy, he would have smashed his head. But he should think about Anna, who needs help. A little later he comes to a small modest house standing alone on the outskirts. Su Nian Water remembers what Evelyn said to him. According to her, the cleric's name is Rob. His hut is located in the western part of the city. There is a flowering tree on the door. The house he found fits all the signs. Evelyn herself did not go to town with them. Su Nian Water knocks hard on the door, asking if cleric Rob is here. But there is no reaction to his knock and words. Su Nian Water realizes that he has not been opened yet. He thinks that maybe the old man didn't hear. Anna never regains consciousness in his arms, still remaining unconscious. Su Nian Water kicks the door hard. The door swings open, and Su Nian Water finds himself on the threshold with Anna sitting in his arms. From their arrival, the nurse girl falls to the floor in shock, as she did not expect such a visit to the house. This is Varvara, a student of the doctor, who covers her mouth with her hand in shock at the sight of visitors. Su Nian Water apologizes with a smile, saying that they are looking for cleric Rob. Varvara gets to her feet and replies that it's okay. Let him just pay 50 silver coins for the broken door. Su Nian Water is amazed by this answer, as here he has to pay something. Varvara introduces herself to him, also asks for forgiveness and asks why they need a cleric. Su Nian Water replies that for treatment. Varvara tells him that unfortunately, due to the fact that he could not cure the impotence of the prince, he went wandering. Su Nian Water is shocked. He asks her if she knows where he went, or at least when he comes back. Varvara replies that it is not yet known. Then he pays attention to Anna and joyfully shouts wow. The sight of the girl amazes and delights her. This is a low elf. She touches her ears and tail, talking about how cute Anna is. Here Varvara bends down to Anna's face and says that she is ill and will die soon. Su Nian Water asks in shock that Varvara is also a cleric. She replies with a smile that she is just studying, but she can also examine her. Su Nian Water asks her if she can identify Anna's illness. He tells me that last night Anna suddenly went berserk, and then lost consciousness. Varvara tells him to put the girl on the table first. Su Nian Water puts Anna on the table. Varvara begins to examine her. She bends down, listens to her heart. Su Nian Water observes her actions, thinking that all clerics do this inspection, because he finds her actions very strange. Su Nian Water, seeing such an examination, believes that now he understands why the prince's illness has not been cured. Suddenly Varvara screams about what she has found. She tells Su Nian Water that there is a curse on Anna. The seat of the curse is in the heart, and all other diseases occur because of it. Su Nian Water asks again about the curse, as he did not understand what exactly it means. Varvara replies that the curse is very powerful. It takes all the powers of the damned. Such a curse drives people crazy. Su Nian Water screams that because of the curse, Anna may weaken or go crazy. And if Anna goes crazy, she will lose her health. Varvara answers that it is true, everything is very logical. That's how the curse works. Su Nian Water asks Varvara if she can cure Anna. She asks for forgiveness and says no, spreading her hands in despair. Varvara continues, saying that she can only stabilize her for a while. But Su Nian Water should know, if Anna has resistance, her body will collapse. Varvara continues her speech about Anna's illness, raising her finger up and saying that there are 2 ways to remove the curse. The first way is to kill the one who cast the curse. The second way is to remove the container. That is, in the case of Anna, it is necessary to change the cursed heart. Varvara comes up to him in a tight and pointing at him with a finger, says with a smile that it is best to change the cursed heart to the heart of a dragon. She understands that he is not who he claims to be. The system informs Su Nian Water that his current score is minus 9,000 points. Anna's liking level is 220 points. Selena's liking level for him is 50 points. Evelyn's liking level is 0 points. Su Nian Water, looking at Varvara, thinks that your mother. He understands that she can sniff out everything, since she somehow realized that he was a dragon. Su Nian Water thinks about the fact that since Varvara has such a good nose, then maybe she is a dog or something. He laughs shyly, asking again about the dragon heart, pretending that he does not understand what it is. Su Nian Water continues saying that it is very difficult to find and get it. And is there no other equally effective way? Varvara thinks about the words about another way. She says that there is no other way except to dip into the legendary elven spring. This should delay the effect of the curse, but the source dried up a long time ago. She says it's also possible to go north to the Winter Empire. There is a high cleric who has achieved perfection in the art of purification. But the patient doesn't have much time left, so she can't take such a trip. Varvara spreads her arms to the sides, making it clear that this is the end of her knowledge, and Su Nian Water looks at her in frustration. But then an idea dawns on Varvara. She remembers about the witches and says that you can find them. They always have a bunch of weird treatments, only they are very difficult to find. She only knows that they were seen in Santalista. Su Nian Water asks again about St. Aulist witches. He asks Varvara if she is sure that witches can really help. He asks her to magically treat Anna better, and then they will discuss what to do next. Varvara asks him to wait. She starts flipping through the book. Su Nian Water asks her what she is looking at there. This book is a magical treatment for dummies. This scares him, because he understands that the girl is not an experienced healer. Varvara puts her hand on Su Nian Water's shoulder and tells him to relax. The first time is always nervous. He answers her in a frightened way that why does he have the feeling that she is talking to herself that this is her first treatment. Varvara points her hand at Anna, and she is surrounded by green energy that heals her. Anna opens her eyes after the magic ends. Su Nian Water happily shouts to her that she has woken up, which makes him very happy. Anna asks Mr. Dragon about where they are, as she does not understand where they ended up. He answers her that they are in the royal city. She suddenly fainted and he brought her to the cleric. Varvara asks about the dragon, since that's how Anna addressed him. Laughing, she covers her mouth with her hand, saying that of course she was not mistaken. Su Nian Water is really a dragon. She continues by saying this elf. Varvara asks him that he is by chance not the same dragon that was recently raided. He answers her in a calm voice and so what, lower, that the girl has already guessed everything herself. Varvara appears in the form of an angel with wings and a halo and spreading her hands tells Su Nian Water that he can be calm. She will not give them up. After all, she is a cleric. She promised to treat all those in need. She takes one of the medical instruments and says that she is now studying the treatment of the body. Varvara says that even without magic, you can successfully transplant a heart. Su Nian Water can get a 20% discount. He definitely did not think about the operation to transplant his heart to Anna. Su Nian Water thinks that Varvara is very similar to a modern surgeon. Aloud, he says thank you to Varvara. But it's better for her to get ready first, and he and the patient will prepare for a heart transplant. Anna asks again about the transplant, not understanding what it means. She tries to ask about the transplant, but Su Nian Water puts her hand over her mouth. She tells her to keep quiet and leave. Varvara, at this time, humming a cheerful tune, is preparing for surgery, laying out medical instruments on the table. Su Nian Water thinks that Varvara even flipped through the treatment for dummies. They didn't think of anything. He is not going to take part in her operation. Outside the walls of the city, Su Nian asks Anna how she feels. Anna asks Mr. Dragon if her illness is curable. He tells her that it's just a simple curse. He swears by his dragon name to her, she will definitely recover. Anna thinks with gratitude that Mr. Dragon even gave her an oath. She thanks Su Nian. The system tells him that Anna's liking has increased by 50 points, and her current level is 250. Anna says that he gave her his word, but he should not sacrifice his health by saving her. Su Nian tells Anna to relax, he will find a way to remove the curse. The system informs him that a rare character has been detected. He calls him, whether he wants to answer him. This is a blonde elf. Su Nian is amazed that a rare NPC is calling him. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is -9,000. Anna's liking level is 250 points. Selena's liking level for him is 50. Evelyn's liking level is 0. In the sanctuary of St. Aulist, an elf with a staff stands in front of a stone statue of a woman. She turns to the great goddess to hear her prayers. Yellow energy flows around the girl. The girl asks the goddess to show her a miracle. She presses her hand to her chest and says in frustration that she has failed again. Su Nian looks at the notification panel and says there is no response. He thinks that although he really wants to go see, but there are more important things to do. Dog heads walk behind the dragon's lair at the construction site of the fire tower. One of them notices the return of the owner and tells him that he has returned. The tower is built. Su Nian replies to them that they are fast. They, the Soglavits, definitely have a talent for construction. He tells them with a smile that with this Makar, they will quickly build the remaining 4 towers. The system sends him a notification that the building is a level 1 fire tower. Its protection is 10,000, range is 30 kilometers. Rate of fire: homing, 1 arrow divided by 10 seconds. Manual aiming, 1 arrow divided by 1 second. This is the fastest option. The speed depends on the number of soldiers. Technique: rain of fire arrows, range 5 by 5. Su Nian studies these characteristics and says that 1 arrow in 10 seconds is too slow. He needs to first check what power the tower has. He orders Ipolycleus to aim at the rock and points at it with his hand. He accepts the order with a smile. He aims the target at the rock. Su Nian orders fire. A projectile flies out of the tower. There is an explosion. Fragments of stones fly in different directions. There is a huge hole in the rock, from which smoke is coming in different directions. Su Nian opens her mouth in shock and screams about what it was like. And this little thing is a fiery erased. This is definitely not a simplified version of the rocket. He thinks that it is no wonder that the tower is so slow, such a huge crete. He will reflect on the fact that if the builders of the towers are different, then the effects should be different. He doesn't know if this is true for soldiers. Su Nian asks Ipolycleus to bring him 20 animal skins. He wants to conduct an experiment. He readily accepts the master's order. Su Nian, with a smile, calling the animal king Bugs Bunny, asks him to test the tower with other animal kings. They readily follow to the flamethrower tower. The system informs him that there are 20 soldiers in the tower. Since the soldiers are non-standard, there will be changes in the flamethrower tower whether Su Nian wants to continue. He says to continue, happily thinking that he really guessed right. Su Nian looks at the attack of the beast scrolls from the tower and thinks about what it means. Depending on the abilities of relatives, there will be different changes. He thinks with a smile that with these towers, the defense of the cave will not be a problem. It remains to increase its speed and range. He asks the system about what is needed to raise the level of the tower. The system responds that you need 10 magic cores of fire monsters 3 stages. Su Nian says that last time he killed the crocodile stone helmet in the swamps near the mountains of the Silver Forest to get the core of the lower stage. It looks like it's hard to find so many stage 3 monsters in the Silver Forest. Perhaps there are more of them in the mountains. Su Nian thinks that he should visit the mountains. Then Anna appears behind him and shouts to Mr. Dragon that Selena and Evelyn had a fight. He asks about it again. Evelyn holds Selena, who shouts at her to let her go, please. Then Selena presses Evelyn to the ground and she shouts no, that's enough. Evelyn rushes to Su Nian and calling him Brother Dragon, says that she is in great pain and cries. Selena approaches him from the other side and says that Evelyn started it first. It was all Su Nian's performances, who laughs and thinks it's cool. Anna sternly shouts to Mr. Dragon that if he does not stop them, they will blow up the lair. He asks in shock what she is talking about. He shouts that he has forgotten that they are both sorceresses. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is -9,000. Anna's liking level is 250 points. Selena's liking level for him is 50. Evelyn's liking level is 0. Su Nian water comes to the cave where Selena and Evelyn are fighting. They hold each other by the hair and scream. Su Nian water shouts at them to stop fighting and get out. Anna is standing behind him. Su Nian water is angry that his words have been ignored. He shouts at them to stop, turning into a dragon and bursting between the girls, spreading their paws to the sides. Anna tells Mr. Dragon that Selena and Evelyn had a fight over a book of water spells. Selena didn't get the exercise. Evelyn just took a look, then they got into a fight. Su Nian water angrily tells them that it's a shame to fight over such trifles. On his territory, they must obey him. He continues by saying that next time, and then he calmly says that they should fight hand to hand and not use magic. Evelyn and Selena cross their arms in anger and turn their heads to the sides. At night in the forest, Selena, in anger, hits the tree with her fist. She screams about how everything pisses her off. Why can't she do anything? She's not armless. Because of her blows, stones are raining down from the ceiling of the cave on Su Nian water's head. One of them hits him painfully on the head. He screams in pain. Su Nian water appears behind Selena and shouts at her to stop and stop. Selena, crossing her arms over her chest, tells Tom that what is it? Didn't he himself tell them to fight on the street? Su Nian water massages his head and says they have to swear. But it is not necessary to run and beat trees at night. She'll let people sleep. Selena looks angrily at the remains of the tree. Selena is upset, saying that she just feels like some kind of non-entity. Su Nian water tells her that if she can't follow the beaten path, then it's worth finding her own. Selena asks again about finding her own. Su Nian water replies to her that he thinks that since she is so cruel, it's better for her to try her in black magic. Selena says that black magic is not for people, it definitely won't suit her. Su Nian water whispers to her that oh lie. In his opinion, she is also not like other people. Selena, after thinking about it, says that after all, thanks to the dragon for keeping her company. The system reports that Selena's liking has increased by 50, the current level is 100. Somewhere in the forest, the day has come, the sun is shining brightly. 3 beast scrolls are grazing in the clearing. 3 girls with wings behind their backs are watching them from the bushes. One of them tells the head that these animal rabbits are so fat. The other supports, saying that exactly, 1 bite and the fat will flow. The girl with the ponytail says that the animal king has a gold chain around her neck. She is very beautiful, and she also wants one. The girl with the square answers her that when there were such large animal rabbits in the forest. She asks the question that these rabbits usually eat so well and wear chains. But then she says she doesn't care. In any case, even these strange beast scrolls will not be able to defeat the harpies. She turns to the others and says that there are rumors that there is a dragon in this part of the forest, so it's worth being careful. They will attack about 3. The girl immediately says 3. 2. The harpies are preparing to attack. Then, they rush to attack. The girl with the square laughs, shouting to the rabbit to jump into her stomach. The eyes of the beast scrolls light up red. They grow in size, they have muscles and claws. The harpies land on the clearing in shock, stopping the attack. The beast crows appear before them in all their glory. The harpy with the square screams for help when the beast king hits her in the face. She screams that they can't stand it and have to leave. Then a blue energy network rushes at them. They are screaming in horror at her. Later, in the dragon's lair, Su Nian water looks at the captured harpies and asks them that they wanted to attack his relatives. The harpy with a square turns to the great dragon, saying that they did not want to offend him. They really want to eat. Behind her, her sisters are sitting and crying. She continues, saying that a few days ago, a flock of parrotons came from somewhere in the forest and took away their cave. They took the mountain sheep and killed their tribesmen. Su Nian water is thinking about the other side. He understands that apparently there is a village of newcomers there too. The harpy begs the great dragon to help them return their home and rescue their tribe. She introduces herself as Hannah, the head of the harpy. Hannah swears to Su Nian water that she brings her tribe under his wing of her own free will, and will donate a whole sheep to him. Hannah falls to her knees in front of the dragon. The system informs Su Nian water that his current score is -9,000. Anna's liking level is 250 points. Selena's liking level for him is 100. Evelyn's liking level is 0. Su Nian water is confused and tells Hannah that he understands everything, but trying to eat the beast scrolls when they were shitting. Hannah is shocked to ask again about it, since they did not notice what exactly those creatures were doing. Su Nian water looks at the leader of the harpies. The system shows him all the information about her. In front of him is the head of the level 17 harpies, Hannah, a second stage creature. Her current level of sympathy for Su Nian water, 30. She is in awe of him. Hannah is strong in flight, jerks from a height, has a sweet voice. Su Nian studies the characteristics of the harpy and thinks they are not a bad air force. He also thinks that the harpy's cunning is well suited for scouts that can be used against opponents. And with a sweet voice, they can disorient players. Su Nian brings a claw to her and drips blood on Hannah's head. He says by giving his name that he is responding to her plea. Su Nian declares Hannah and her tribe to be her relatives. She smiles shyly, closing her eyes, rejoicing at this outcome. She presses her hand to her heart and says, "Yes, master." One of her eyes lights up red. Anna is sitting next to Selena. Evelyn is standing next to them. Anna turns to Mr. Dragon, saying that he wants to go to the Silver Forest. They want to go with him. Su Nian shouts to them that he will go there to fight. It's not for them to go on a picnic, they're not going anywhere. Those from his roar close their eyes. Anna says in frustration that she wanted to spend the rest of her time with Mr. Dragon, no matter in battle or somewhere else. Selena raises her hand and shouts that she can also help in the fight. Evelyn supports, saying that she too. Su Nian looks at the readiness of the girls, thinking that Anna has been so clingy lately. She thinks about the fact that her behavior is caused by illness. Su Nian tells the leaders of the dog heads and beast scrolls that while he is away, if anyone enters the forest, they should do everything as usual. They should put traps or something else in the open chests, but not allow players to go deep into the forest. They readily accept the master's order. The dragon flies to the rocks, followed by harpies. Hannah shouts to Su Nian that this is their cave, pointing to the one that can be seen ahead. They are approaching a cave in the rock. Su Nian lands in front of the cave entrance. Anna is seen in Nigo's hands. Hannah tells him that these Peritons are ferocious and treacherous, so he should be more careful when fighting with them. She asks the owner to be careful. He answers her that he understood. He thinks about the fact that he brought Anna in vain, since it can be dangerous here, and she has not recovered yet. He sniffs the air and realizes that the cave stinks of blood. Su Nian tells Anna that it is dangerous to go further and she should wait for him here. He orders Hannah and the other harpy to stay at the cave entrance and protect Anna. They readily accept the order, responding to him there is a master. Su Nian rushes deep into the cave. In the cave he meets 7 Peritons, level 28. Su Nian is amazed. He thinks your mother. It turns out there are so many monsters of the 3rd stage in the Silver Forest. He understands that it is not at all surprising that the tortured harpies escaped from the cave. Su Nian is upset to realize that even though he is stronger, he will not be able to withstand a battle with so many. He decides to leave, thinking that okay, next time he will bring more people. But his movements are touched by a stone, and he jumps around the cave. Peritons wake up. A lot of burning red eyes are rushing at Su Nian from the darkness. Su Nian thinks damn. Peritons, creatures with deer heads and wings, begin to circle over Su Nian. His eyes also light up with red fire, and he realizes that since he couldn't escape, then it's worth starting a fight. The Peritons, roaring, rush at him. Su Nian meets them with a roar. With one blow of his paw, he pierces the neck of one of the Peritons. In others, he releases fire. He attacks another one with a powerful blow of his tail. The system sends a congratulatory notification to the owner and informs him that he has received 23 Stage 3 fire cores. He also received 345 system points. Su Nian happily thinks about fire cores. It looks like these monsters have accumulated cores inside. He exhales steam from his nostrils, thinking that what you want, you will get. Then the stones begin to fall. Su Nian's eyes light up red with anger. He thinks, yes, damn, another one. A huge Periton with burning eyes rushes to attack, releasing its claws. The system informs Su Nian that his current score is -8655. Anna's liking level is 250 points. Selena's liking level for him is 100. Evelyn's liking level is 0. Su Nian realizes that he is facing a mutated Peritonium. He thinks that although it is the same stage, the monster that has been motivated has a bigger body, and the speed and strength are superior to the existing ones. Su Nian says that this Peritonium will be more difficult than the others. The monster rushes at him to attack. The dragon hits him with a pillar of fire. The Periton rushes into the attack, thrusting forward sharp claws. He aims at Su Nian's neck and wounds him with one claw. Su Nian understands that his opponent is fast. A drop of sweat rolls down his temple. Periton rushes into battle again, thrusting his claws forward. Anna, with tears in her eyes, shouts to Mr. Dragon to be careful. The monster bites the dragon's wing, tearing it apart. Su Nian growls in pain. He flies off to the side, thinking to himself about what the hell. His wings lost their balance after the attack. Periton rushes after him, rushing rapidly towards his opponent. Su Nian squints his eyes angrily and shouts to his opponent, fuck him. Su Nian Water uses the technique of a hare kicking a kite. This is a deadly movement in Wushu, namely a kick with 2 legs in the stomach. The peritoneum opens its mouth and screams in pain. He raises his head and lets out a roar, from which stones fly to the side. Su Nian Water attacks him with fire. A monstrous explosion thunders. Su Nian Water flies away. Anna, terrified, calls Mr. Dragon and sitting on Hannah's back, fly faster to where her master falls. Hannah shouts to her well. They land at the crash site of Su Nian Water, who lies unconscious with his tongue sticking out and his eyes closed. Anna asks Mr. Dragon why he is fine. She asks about why it's bleeding. Su Nian Water opens one eye slightly, hearing his name. Anna, with tears in her eyes, bends down to him and asks Mr. Dragon not to die. He gets up and starts waving his paws, telling Anna not to cry. He's not dead, she can see that he's okay. Anna cries, saying that he is bleeding. He tells her it's bullshit. He's just hungry. Su Nian Water continues, saying that he will eat and everything will be fine. Anna wipes away her tears, asking if what he says is true. The system sends Su Nian Water a notification with congratulations. He defeated the mutated monster. His reward for completing the quest is 500 points, 1 black core. Su Nian Water carefully examines the resulting black core. He thinks to himself that it is good that there is still a takeover. Not only can he not speed up recovery, but he can increase strength with growth. It goes to the body of the peritoneum to absorb it. The bodies of other elephants are lying in the cave. There is a sound. One of the peritons raises his head, sniffing. He rushes to attack Anna, who is standing with her back to him and does not notice anything. He grabs her with powerful paws and lifts her into the air. Anna screams in horror. Su Nian Water raises her head, seeing that Anna has been grabbed, and shouts for her. He attacks the peritoneum with fire, releasing it into the air. He unclenches his paw, squeezing Anna. She plummets down, closing her eyes in horror and calling for Lord Dragon. The system informs Su Nian Water that his current score is -8155. Anna's liking level is 250 points. Selena's liking level for him is 100. Evelyn's liking level is 0. Anna falls down rapidly. She falls right into the swamp, on which the face appears. There is a splash. Anna emerges from the water, saying in a startled voice that she is alive. She rakes the water with her hand, rising up and saying that the water is so pleasant. I wish Mr. Dragon was here. Anna smiles. She sees how energy begins to swirl out of the water in front of her, rising up. Anna asks about who is here and let him come out. A silhouette emerges from the water, which informs that it is so joyful that finally someone has found this place. Anna asks fearfully about who is in front of her. The silhouette turns into a beautiful girl who smiles and says that she is the keeper of the Great Elven Spring. She reports that her powers are great, but it seems that something terrible is limiting them. Anna asks about the fact that her sister is in front of her. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. She screams that you are the sister. She asks if she is alive. The guardian of the Elven Spring hugs Anna by the shoulders and with a smile answers her that she is not her sister. In Anna's memories, she can only assume this appearance. Anna looks at the keeper's hands in fright. The girl continues, telling Anna to forget the suffering. The girl bends down to Anna and kisses her on the lips. Anna opens her eyes wide in amazement. She is surrounded by magic-soaked water that flows around her. Anna sinks to the bottom. She sits in the depths, looking around and admiring the fact that there are so many treasures at the bottom. Su Nian Water is flying in the sky, calling Anna. She looks up at the sky, waves to him and shouts to Mr. Dragon that she is here. He immediately sinks down in front of her. The system evaluates Anna's condition. Her condition is still ailing. She has 62 days to live. But the elven power appeared. The duration is 3 months. Anna also studied the water ball spell and the light spell on her own. Her abilities: supreme harmony with the elements of water, supreme harmony with the elements of light, incomparable beauty, beautiful figure, fragrance. Su Nian Water opens his mouth in shock, thinking about what this elven power means. He does not understand what kind of incomprehensible crap it is. The elven power not only cancelled out all the negative effects, but also added so many abilities. Su Nian Water, he asks Anna how she is and what happened to her. Anna replies that everything is fine. She met her sister. Su Nian Water looks around, thinking about Anna's sister and realizing that his sister-in-law has come. Aloud, he asks about where her sister is. Anna rushes to him, telling Mr. Dragon that he is so worried about her. She hugs the dragon by the muzzle, embarrassed. Su Nian Water is also confused. He replies with a smile that of course he is worried. Anna pulls away from him and looking at his muzzle, tells Mr. Dragon that let all liars eat 1,000 needles. There are needles. This is Taiwanese slang. They say this to a liar as punishment. The system sends a notification to Su Nian Water that Anna Hathaway's sympathy has increased by 500 points. Her current level is 300 points. The system congratulates the host that he has reached the 3rd level of sympathy. He gets a top-level takeover. The level of special skills can be immediately upgraded. The system congratulates the owner, who receives 5,000 system points. The absorption of the highest level means that the absorbed game can increase growth without increasing age. Also, different materials can lead to different effects. For example, by absorbing iron ore, Su Nian Water will increase the iron content in the scales. Su Nian Water's eyes light up happily. He is delighted that he has received the highest absorption and 5,000 system points. The system also informs him that the loan has been paid. The debt is 3155 points. Su Nian Water, disappointed, asks the system to wait. Smiling, he offers the system to negotiate and asks it to reset his credit. The system responds to the owner that this is a violation of the rules. Su Nian Water angrily thinks about what the system tells him about the rules. Isn't his whole existence a violation of the rules? If other players find out that he has system files, then what will happen? The system responds to the owner so that he please does not do stupid things. Su Nian Water continues, telling the system that if she is not mistaken, then she is cheating. The system doesn't know how to respond to this. The system informs Su Nian Water that his current score is -8155. Anna's liking level is 300 points. Selena's liking level for him is 100. Evelyn's liking level is 0. Su Nian Water laughs and tells the system that they have all been reading. He continues, saying that why don't they hang themselves yet? Su Nian Water asks the system that it will really be fun. She tells him that whatever it is, it's not an exam with an open book. An exam with an open book is an exam in which, when preparing an answer, it is allowed to use reference literature. But the system continues, saying that looking at the hardships of Su Nian Water, it can change its debt to a phased modification plan. Su Nian Water asks what a step-by-step modification plan is, since he has not encountered such a thing and has no idea what it is. The system responds to him that it is a system based on the orientation of the modifications of the host. It divides the modification plan into time segments. In each segment a payment is made for the costs of part of the modifications. Su Nian Water finds this option not bad. He understands that this is an installment payment. At least compared to the exploiter Zhu, he has more debt. Exploiter Zhu is a negative character in a Cultural Revolution era short story. Su Nian Water squints his eye and asks the system if there are any percentages there. The system responds to him that of course not. He can already use the plan, since he has paid part of the debt. Su Nian Water responds to the OK system. He thinks to himself that his opponent is too young to compete with him. Anna bends down to one of the chests and calls Su Nian Water to look into the chest. There are amazing treasures there. Su Nian Water opens one of the chests with his paw. There are skeletal remains lying there, from which a cadaverous smell emanates. He's thinking about what the hell it is. Su Nian Water shouts at Anna not to open the trunks. Anna is standing in front of two open chests. In one of them there is a purple spell book of water magic. Another chest holds a purple light magic spell book. Anna turns to Su Nian Water, telling Mr. Dragon that he said something. She didn't hear it. Su Nian Water is amazed by her findings, and tells her that it's okay, she should continue. Su Nian Water thinks about what a freebie it is. He thinks about why it seems to him that Anna has the luck of the main character. He asks the system if it is sure that Anna is not the main character. The system asks the host to be calm. Anna opens another chest and calls Mr. Dragon to come to her as soon as possible. She asks about what it is. Su Nian Water looks at the fact that Anna has found a level 3 fire core. He gets very upset thinking that the system is asking him to be calm. Tears flow from his eyes when he thinks that he put his life to get cores, and Anna just opens the chest here. Su Nian Water thinks that it looks like he is a loser. The system responds to him that the owner has always been one. Su Nian Water asks what. His eyes light up with an unkind red fire. The system responds that it is nothing. She just said that there was a system in his body. He just needs to follow the rules, and he will definitely become a great hero. No, not even the great dragon. Su Nian Water thinks about the rules. He understands that there are a lot of oddities here. If he had been in an internet cafe at the beginning, then the water would have got on the wiring of the girl sitting next to him and then that girl would have died. Su Nian Water thinks further that then it would be possible to pierce the pelvis of the dying Anna. But next to her there is the same dying dragon. Then it will be easier to get his heart. You just need to remove all the buffs. The system clears its throat and asks the host not to try to guess. She asks him to believe in himself. He is in the heart of the world, at the end of the universe. Su Nian Water remembers the inventory in the store. He asks the system what she wants to say, that the fact that all the things in the store are women's is so that he believes in himself. The system tells him that it seems the owner is talking business. She continues, saying that the cancellation of the loan is possible. The current score of Su Nian water is 0. He wipes his sweat and thinks about what a surprise this is. Hannah comes down to him from heaven. She lands in front of him and falls to her knees. Hannah tells Su Nian water that she thanks the host. All her tribesmen are saved. She took a ram to his lair. Su Nian water replies to her that he knows. He tells Hannah to go ahead, saying that he and Anna will leave soon. Hannah answers him, well, master. Anna smiles at these words. In the village, a man is heard shouting to be listened to. This is shouted by a guy who continues with the words that there is a real dragon in the silver forest. Other players laugh at these words. One of them answers him, calling him a coward and asking about where the dragon is there. He didn't even see a rabbit there. The other guy laughs, saying that he was probably scared of the trees. One of the girls continues saying that he also destroyed her house to build his stupid tower. The guy shouts in anger that how to explain the fact that Gary and Chelsea did not return. The player mocking him replies that this is how they saw the treasure, so they did not return. Or those two stooges, like him, died of fright. Here their skirmish is stopped by another player who tells them to stop. They really need to do a search. 1,000 people will follow him into the forest to check this information. The guy clenches his fists in anger in response, thinking that since they are all laughing at him and do not believe him, they will all die there. A status window pops up, which informs that this is a top-level takeover. Ingested game can increase growth without increasing age. Also, different materials can lead to different effects. For example, by absorbing iron ore, he will be able to increase the iron content in the scales in this way. This makes the dragon think for a while, as he enthusiastically reads what appeared in front of him, and then picks up a small stone from somewhere, lifting it to his face and thinking that, apparently, once absorbing materials, he can pump. It looks like it's going to be pretty cool. If iron ore is useful, then stone must be, too. He instantly throws this very stone into his mouth, starting to crunch this rock, which makes a crackling sound, before the hero spits everything out abruptly and begins to spit with all his saliva and stick out his tongue, saying how disgusting everything is, and the stone is completely bland. The status window pops up again, which is indicated by a notification and informs that a rock of 537 grams has been absorbed by it. The rock will strengthen the scales by 0.0001%. The body will petrify by 0.0002%, but the speed will decrease by 0.0005%. This instantly makes him think and scratch his chin, noticing the last point. The body will become petrified and the speed will drop. And damn, it seems you don't have to eat anything. But then he frowns and looks away, concluding in his head that he seems to have managed to understand exactly how top-level absorption works. Therefore, it is worth looking at the influence of different types now. When he manages to absorb a couple of dozen coins, loudly crunching them and ringing, a notification pops up again with a characteristic sound, which says that he managed to absorb gold in the amount of 36 grams. The breed will strengthen the scales by 0.00008%, but the resistance to fire was increased by 0.00012%. Then he has to put some kind of silver glass or even a glass in his mouth, immediately chewing, which is why a notification pops up again and informs him that 36 grams of silver has been absorbed. The breed will strengthen the scales by 0.00008%, but the resistance to poisons was increased by 0.00012%. Then there is a notification again, where they write that a mountain wolf was absorbed in the amount of 1 piece, and the hunger time from this was increased by 0.0002%. But then he jumps up abruptly and starts screaming in pain, sticking out his tongue, which he accidentally bit and from which blood was now gushing in full force, which naturally got into his mouth. Here a notification pops up again with a characteristic sound, informing that the meat of the black dragon in the amount of 50 grams was absorbed. Now the purity of the dragon genes belonging to Cornaorid Water's Parternack has been increased. He just grabs his painful tongue and thinks about what the hell, and what kind of root is this at all? The head of the dragons, and besides, judging by what has been said, they are relatives. If it is a male, the dragon continues to ponder, then it can be his great-great-great-great-grandfather. If it is a female, then, most likely, great-great-great-grandmother. The first stage of experiments has been carried out. He finally concludes, only gold and silver ores have no side effects, both can strengthen the scales. Gold increases resistance to fire, and silver increases resistance to poisons. It's good that there are silver mines developed by the Soglavtsi near the lair, but unfortunately, there is insanely little gold. Then, as soon as possible, he will go to the kingdom of people, walk through their treasury, and if he can win, he will swallow it in front of everyone. And if it turns out that he can't, then he will swallow and run away. Isn't that a great plan? At least, he assures himself of it. But then the girl who stands behind him sharply calls out to Mr. Dragon and asks him to look at what she has there, and then throws up her hands with a wide and satisfied smile, in which there were a variety of books and even some writing with crystals and minerals. She cheerfully shouts that she found it all in the chests, but she just doesn't know if her finds are useful. His jaw drops as he looks at her with wide eyes of surprise. Of course, isn't she too lucky? After some time, when the moon and stars were already shining over the dragon's lair, Hippolytus comes to him, who calls out to the owner and sits down on his knee over him, saying that he did everything as he asked. He and the others spent these few days in the forest quietly watching where the heroes were moving, opening chests, and filling them, then hiding them in the forest again. He smiles sweetly and lifts his clawed paw slightly, answering his friend that everything is wonderful in this case, and then asks if they did not put expensive things in the chests, to which he looks at him attentively, slightly pursing his lips and looking not at all impressed, telling him to be calm, because they just put some pathetic fried guts with stuffing that will definitely be able to amuse the heroes. Meanwhile, he himself has an image of a man shouting at someone, outraged how they could serve stewed guts in brown sauce, since they taste just awful. This is indicated in such a way that in Chinese MasterChef one participant served this dish without washing most of the intestines in order to preserve their authentic taste. Naturally, the dish tasted worse than ever, and the expression on the judge's face immediately after eating this something dispersed into funny pictures. And the dragon himself almost cries to himself, because he did not think that Hippolytus was such a pervert. And then suddenly another girl descends to them on wings, who again calls out to her master, informing him that there are movements near the borders of the Silver Forest. The dragon looks up at her as she continues to talk about them finally coming. Apparently, the players can't sit still at all, that they are ready to fall for something like this. And then, for some reason, their owner gets into a real rage, clearly dissatisfied with such news, instantly frowning and opening his mouth wide, flashing bright red eyes and threatening them with huge claws, calling out to the Ipoliclea and the Beast Scrolls, ordering them to send all the fighters to the Flamethrower Tower. And then he switches to Hai Shui Man, saying that let the Kurosme prepare traps for an ambush, and the gnolls and boar spearmen should just start preparing for the offensive. Immediately, everyone jumps up to him, literally everyone he listed, before shouting that they are ready to fully carry out his orders, to which their owner only frowns and flashes his red eyes, simultaneously grinning and shouting to the players in the void that they say, let the game begin. Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current score is 0. Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level is 100, and Evelyn's liking level is 0. And also, the players are already making their way through the Silver Forest, while one of them asks the other not to talk about monsters, claiming that there are not even pheasants here. But only the guy is not ready to agree with his interlocutor, because he turns his head to him and shouts discontentedly to be careful, because if something happens unnatural, then there are certainly evil spirits, and then warns him to take better care of traps, to which the latter only grins in a relaxed way and calls out to him in the same way, informing him that there are no intelligent monsters here, since they can then set traps. But the answer comes out of nowhere, as several snakes immediately pounce on them, opening their mouths wide and heading towards them, before they even pick up two girls from the spot, pinching their mouths and squeezing their limbs, and not only, while they are trying to scream and even start crying desperately, trying to get out of their strong grip. And it seems that this is noticed by the hero, who turns his head back and opens his eyes in surprise, wondering if the interlocutor has heard any terrible sounds, to which the purple-haired man only puts his hands on his sides and asks in response what other strange sounds. And then he grins, covering his eyes and informing that if he is going to be a coward, then it's time for him to get out. But he clearly does not realize that a very characteristic silhouette with bright and red eyes is sticking out of the bushes behind him, which do not promise anything good from the word at all. And at the same moment, a gnoll or an Ipolicleus pounces on his head, pinching someone else's crown between his powerful jaws, while the victim in his mouth then manages to finish from here, giving a thumbs up, while his body begins to gradually dissolve into small particles of the system. And then the rest of the group immediately notices how the gnolls are running towards them with all their stupidity, opening their mouths and showing sharp fangs, from which the unfortunate teenagers have everything pinched up and they just open their mouths wide, trying to run. But nothing happens to them, because they are almost all monsters are captured, beating them with a ringed bat on the head, then just scratching with claws, then giving them a slap on the back of the head, as if there was nothing wrong with it, while the guys are desperately begging for help and salvation, crying with might and main. Meanwhile, the guy himself swings his sword and shouts into the void why it is so difficult to defeat such simple gnolls, to which, of course, he does not receive an answer, but a system window pops up that congratulates him on the first murder of the monster, for which he receives 500 aggression points, and his own level has increased to 30. And then the remaining part, which managed to somehow hide its presence and existence from the cruel gnolls, immediately begin to run away from the battle, shouting to themselves that it's time to tear the claws, while the hero turns his head to them and asks with a loud shout that they wait, and do not run away, but fight with a weapon in his hands, but apparently it doesn't have any effect, because he clenches his jaws and growls, calling them all idiots, clearly dissatisfied with everything that has happened. Meanwhile, another group is in the gorge outside the Dragon Ridge, or at least they manage to escape. The guy proudly raises his hand and orders all those who follow him so desperately, like a crowd of sheep, to stop, because it seems that they were not caught up. And for a brief moment he thinks, scratching his chin and coming to the conclusion that these monsters are very aggressive, and they were driven only here. So are there, or could there be much scarier monsters ahead? And then one of the guys with a mohawk points his finger up, ordering everyone to look and asking what is so long on the rock. And it looks like a tower or some unknown artifact. Immediately, a girl immediately steps forward and stretches out her hand, which immediately lights up with a blue aura, which stretches forward with swirling rays, while she herself screams that she uses a recognition spell. And the swirling sphere tends forward and upward, reporting that there is an ordinary vine and ordinary foliage that wrap around this something, but it itself is not recognized in any way. The girl is no less surprised by this than everyone else, while the guy himself thoughtfully continues to press his fingers to his chin, and then adds that this is very strange before asking her to check again, to which she immediately obeys and shoots her own recognizing ball again, which makes him instantly show what is hidden behind the whole this greenery, and similar new information makes them all realize that something is wrong here. One of the teenagers immediately notices that there is a tower of archers here, so it turns out, does a feudal lord really live here? The guy himself opens his mouth wide, shouting out how is this even possible, because this is the land of monsters in general. But then a recent acquaintance appears from somewhere, who proudly folds his arms on his chest and complains that they have clerics and magicians, which means they are not very worried or there is something to be afraid of, which is why the others immediately pick up this idea. But they didn't have to rejoice for a long time, because literally at the same second something sharp flies right in front of the young man's nose, which is why he only opens his eyes in amazement, looking at this object, which subsequently also left a plume and a whistle in the air, and then completely crashed into a tree, causing everyone present to have their mouths already open. It's probably not every day that you can doubt whether a thing that looks like fireworks will kill you today. But the arrogant and the most pretentious here just shrugs his shoulders, trying to hide his sweat from fear, and telling the others, they say, do they see, because everything happened as he originally intended. It didn't even work out, the arrow was rough, not a single plus, but the others don't seem to share it at all, thoughts and fleeting joy from avoiding death. And as soon as the tip of the arrow, which was indecently similar to fireworks, suddenly abruptly opened the back cover with a characteristic sound, causing huge clouds of green smoke to suddenly appear from the bowels of the arrow, which spread at breakneck speed, and one of the teenagers immediately closes his mouth, shouting to the others that it is poisonous gas and immediately ordering them to run away, but cover their nose and mouth, to which the latter only open it wide, clearly in shock that even something like this can kill them. But as soon as they raise their heads, they notice that not only those strange arrows are flying in their direction from the sky itself, but also roasted and set on fire carrots that look completely unfriendly, which makes them immediately open their eyes in surprise from shock, before they instantly begin to run away. Who were hiding from the big explosions that were produced from those same carrots or from the poisonous gas, which made them almost cry and not die on the spot, while they themselves also asked for help and tried to hide anywhere. Meanwhile, a dragon is watching all this in the distance, laughing a little and praising himself, saying how good it is that he has improved the flamethrower tower, increased the rate of fire and power, and also added different types of arrows. And then Anna appears behind him, to whom he immediately pays attention, while she smiles sweetly at him and runs closer, stretching out her hand, which immediately forms a sphere, and then calls out to Mr. Dragon and asks if she needs help, since she just learned the spells of the water ball and light. He opens his eyes in surprise and immediately turns to her, worriedly saying that the girl should not, especially since it is better for her and Selena to stay in the cave, since it is much safer this way. And there is a real rush going on below. At one point, the teenager stretches out his arm and orders everyone else not to panic before switching to the magicians and advising them to form a shield and the clerics should start healing. And it's not surprising, but many really took their hands and heads, which is why he soon found himself under the protection and support of the healers, while he thinks to himself with a grin that everything worked and now all that remains is to make sure that they are not aimed directly at them and then we can assume that they will stand. That's just, unfortunately, the plan, apparently, is simply not destined to come true, since a huge silhouette of a dragon flies over them, whose wings literally cover the moon, which causes panic to immediately pass through the crowd and they just look up in surprise, continuing to shout what it is and answering each other that there really is a dragon here, and it seems to be completely black. And in an instant, the image of a terrible and evil monster is immediately built up, which shows them not only its sharp claws, which it may well use, but also fangs, before it shouts and welcomes these insignificant bugs in its possessions. And the guy who is standing below begins to tremble uncharacteristically, clutching the hilt of his sword and opening his mouth wide in shock, while circles of blue aura form around him, and he himself notices that this dragon, apparently, has an aura of Kai, which no longer promised anything good. And the arrogant one, who only recently was rude and snarled at everyone, suddenly clenched his jaws so sharply that his veins swelled up, apparently from anger, while he thinks to himself, what does it mean that this coward did not lie about the dragon after all? But the other only tightens his grip on the hilt of his huge sword and thinks only that it is just a young dragon and nothing more, before his weapon tip begins to glow with a bright red light, almost fiery, like his eyes, while he continues to think about what he brought with him, this time anyone who can quickly increase their strength. And if he kills this black dragon now, he will become the best player in this world. The status window is displayed again, which notifies that the current number of points is 0. Anna's sympathy level is 300 units, Selena's sympathy level is 100, but Evelyn's sympathy level is still at 0. The dragon, meanwhile, begins to dive down sharply, thrusting forward its fiery, large and sharp claws, opening its mouth wide and shouting that this bunch of garbage is preparing for its death, while everything continues to spray fire, and the guy who is below turns to his friends and advises them to be careful, shouting that the dragon attacks, and then ordering everyone to hide, while teenagers can only look at it all in surprise. And the monster itself meanwhile uses dragon breath, from which a large and fiery sphere immediately begins to form in his mouth, from which sparks radiate in all directions. And at the same second, he spews out a huge stream of flame, a whole plume, from which, probably, an ordinary person would not have managed to survive, but instead of multiple murders, he fails to kill anyone, because at that very moment the guy substitutes his weapon, spinning it and forcing the flames to disperse along its perimeter. That's just, it seems, everything is not so simple, because at some second he just throws away someone's lifeless and burnt body, while he continues to look at the monster with a grin and reports that the dragon has just flown to the very bottom, and has already used his breath. The player concludes that he is even very angry, and if they all want to live, then let them listen to his command. And as if to confirm his words, he presses his finger to the window that appears, on which the inscription says to open the command channel, while he continues to order everything with the same evil grin, saying that let all the magicians disperse for a joint attack, covering the soldiers, and then let them go back for a surprise attack. And in an instant, he takes out a couple of cones from somewhere, while the system reports that he drank a potion of strength, which doubled his strength. Then he drank a speed potion, which caused this characteristic to also increase together, and then protection, in order to double its performance. Soon, the girl magicians all gather in one direction, pointing the ends of their staffs directly at the dragon, which caused blue sparks to form on them, which looked like spheres. Then on the other side, or it was other magicians who used their fire powers with might and main, shooting flames from the ends of their staffs, desperately squinting and opening their mouths, while the black dragon just continues to stand still with an unreadable expression of the muzzle, since he was not wounded at all, neither by fire nor by water, and he himself innocently asks them, they say, and is this an attack? But it's too weak. But then he gives up and says that so be it. He will smash everyone at once and kill them. But then, suddenly out of nowhere, a guy with a sword appears behind him, who jumps up and brings his weapon to strike at the very back, calling out to the dragon and wishing him only death, which is why the latter only throws a glance at him, and then quite calmly ruins the plans of teenagers, starting to pour out a bright light, which is why the latter even slightly it stops. And this flash only gets brighter and spreads faster, while everyone around is trying to close their eyes and somehow cover up, shouting that their eyes hurt from this, and it's shining so brightly that it's just terrible. But the dragon, it would seem, is completely useless since he just turns his head and looks in surprise at what happened while the dust and fog are spreading around him, gradually dissipating. And then he manages to notice that the player who so desperately and confidently rushed at him was suddenly pressed against the ground as some kind of bright grid, completely being out. And suddenly, out of nowhere, Anna and another girl appear, while the latter smiles broadly at him and waves her hand, calling out to Mr. Dragon and informing him that they have come to help, while all the other heroes only look in complete shock at the unexpected addition to the opposing team, while they notice to themselves that they have lost completely, and the others agree, shouting that they will not take them by force, and then immediately order them to run away from here as quickly as possible. But the dragon himself does not think so. He flies up on his wings slightly upwards until his body gradually begins to light up with a bright and red flame, and he himself says with unusual severity that, fortunately or unfortunately, it will not be so easy to escape from them. And from somewhere at the same moment, other monsters appear, barking loudly or hissing like snakes, pouncing on the players, waving their spiked bats, which makes the latter literally run away in fear again, shouting loudly and begging for help, while they all almost have tears in their eyes from such an unexpected the appearance and complexity of the task. Snakes pounce on the rest of the group, also forcing many to huddle in fear and start running away wherever they look, while they even start calling for their mother, trying hard to avoid dangerous monsters who tried to kill them with might and main, but also completely discourage any desire to continue. A couple of players, fortunately, still managed to escape to the plane. True, all that was left of their group were 3 people who were trying to catch their breath, but then one guy abruptly raises his head up a little and asks the others in surprise why it suddenly became so dark while someone's huge shadow was on top of them, which did not bode well. Actually, this is what happens, because the black dragon literally hangs over them and opens its door wide, from where fire and dragon breath come out in an instant with a furious sweat, which not only burn, but completely burn all the survivors, as if they were nothing more to him than some ants. Meanwhile, another status window pops up, which congratulates its owner on his first victory against the players, and his reward for this is 2,000 points. With the murder of each player, he gets 5 points. This time he managed to get 49.95 points for killing all players. After some time, he returns to the dragon cave again, still surrounded by a fiery aura that continued to accumulate around him, and as soon as he manages to land, he immediately opens his eyes in surprise when Hippolytus appears next to him, who looks at him admiringly and almost waves his tail, calling out to the owner and loudly announcing that they won, and then points in the direction of the bound guy, who also had it in his mouth, before finally wondering what to do with the remaining prisoner, which the hero really thinks about, stroking the chin of his mouth and at first thinking that this cheater actually wanted to deceive him, before issuing his verdict, ordering him to tear off his limbs and then lock him up. This immediately causes an appropriate reaction, as the teenager instantly begins to twitch in the ropes, and with might and main to bite and mumble something, bursting into his pathetic tears and trying to say something, or escape, but then the dragon looks at him in surprise, noticing that something is wrong. What is it? What is this stun? And then he calls out to the system and asks to check his health, which immediately pops up a window that informs him that his full name is Su Nian Waters. Now he has level 32, that is, the 4th rank, level 31-40. Meanwhile, he himself does not seem to feel very well, since his eyes are unfocused, and then he himself falls forward with a crash, which is why the remaining monsters, who have already managed to crowd, only look at their master in surprise, clearly not expecting anything like this. Even Anna herself jumps up, opening her eyes and covering her mouth with her hands, calling out to the gentleman and asking confusedly what is wrong with him, while a notification is displayed again, which says that the current number of points is as much as 69.95, and the levels of Anna, Selena, and Evelyn's sympathies remained at the same level, 300, 100, and 0. The girl immediately runs up to the dragon with concern and sits down near his huge muzzle, putting her hands on it and immediately trying to examine him, clearly being very scared by what happened literally just now. And then Selena joins her, who is surprised to notice that, they say, the dragon was not wounded, to which Anna instantly reacts, asking if she understood correctly, while she presses her palm to her mouth and tries to hold back her tears, but then immediately loses them, pressing her chest directly to someone else's muzzle, putting his head on her lap, which is why Su Nian even blushes in a sense, why the magician is interested in what she is doing, while the elf calmly and with a happy smile replies that, according to their elven legends, when they put their head on their knee, then it cures very well. Moreover, that's how Mr. Dragon woke up last time. And immediately all the girls, apparently really believing in such legends, begin to join her, soon plastering the poor hero from all sides, stroking here and there, while some serious Hippolytus suddenly thinks, stroking himself under the chin, while still uttering his guesses aloud. There are no signs that he is fainting, and light is dissipating from his body. Could this mean that this is then the ascent of the true dragon described in the precepts of the ancestors? He immediately admires this very possible ascent, blushing and looking towards his master with his mouth open, literally glowing with happiness, to which the girls immediately react by turning their heads to him and immediately asking if they understood everything correctly, continuing to sit near the dragon before the elf finally rises from his seat and thoughtfully presses his palm to his cheek, adding that they absolutely do not want to disturb Mr. Dragon. But then, as if sensing that they are talking about him now, the hero suddenly opens one eye and instantly calls Ipolyclea to himself, ordering Tom to approach him, as he urgently needs to tell his friend something, to which he immediately reacts, slightly surprised to open his mouth, but then his face changes in a second to a more admiring and enthusiastic one when he looks with awe at the black dragon, thinking that really the owner wants to have him serve beside him. Wow, and of course, the monster instantly squats down on the side of Waters, still continuing to smile, clearly being sure that now he will definitely be assigned something important, and if he is not assigned, then working for the owner himself and serving him was praise in itself. But only when he sits down close enough for the dragon to finally whisper something. Then his face immediately turns red with horror and complete incomprehension when he tells the beast to roll away from here. Otherwise he will take it and eat it. Not the nicest thing to hear, right? And Ipolycleus immediately begins to run away as far as possible, looking back only nervously at the completely surprised girls, before immediately starting to come up with all sorts of excuses, saying that he just accidentally remembered that the owner ordered him to lead his relatives so that they set traps around the human village. Yes, and gnolls, beast crows and kurasme should come to cover them. And then, after all, the hero shows signs of life, adjusting his head closer to Anna, smiling gently and informing her that in fact, the dragon's ascent is very dangerous and probably he will not wake up, which is why the latter immediately grabs his nose with concern and almost cries, wondering if her master is really the dragon still won't wake up. To which he sticks out his tongue and sweetly runs it over someone else's cheek, wiping and licking the tears of the elf, who immediately smiles happily while he himself says that this is a mandatory stage in the life of dragons, because during hibernation they gain knowledge, they get stronger, and then Su Nian literally falls headfirst to the ground, causing a loud roar, before he begins to mutter almost sleepily that they should not worry and just wait until he wakes up, to which Anna just sits silently next to him, and then falls down and presses her whole body against his shiny scales on his neck, hugging and saying that she will definitely wait for him, and then so sweetly and simply adds that she will be able to protect him by snuggling closer to him. Meanwhile, in the village of novices number 6, for some reason, a whole huge crowd of people is gathering, 3 of whom were on horseback, moving along the roads and clearly heading for one of the doors, which, by the way, was followed by very strange sounds, because someone was desperately shouting for the other to stop, since he had already taken it out, and one of the riders notices this, clearly not expecting something like this. Meanwhile, in the room, the girl sends air kisses to her brother, deeply thanking him for so many points of aggression and saying how much she loves him, while the window of the system is displayed in front of her, to which she soon turns her attention, opening her eyes in surprise, since it said that the removal is not as possible, since she is the only person with this information. The dragon has gone into hibernation. He is in the depths of the Silver Forest, so she is asked to go there faster and kill him. But it turns out that this is not a system at all, but someone's messages, from which the pink-haired woman immediately resents, folding her arms on her chest and asking herself what kind of stupid messages these are, and then asks the system to delete it, which requires a separate confirmation. But she doesn't have time to give it, because for some reason the door to the room begins to open, showing first a hand, and then a silhouette with a staff, which gradually penetrates more and more into the room and informs that they sent the royal army to the Black Dragon, thinking that he spends the night here. From this strange visit, the pink-haired girl only opens her eyes in surprise and looks in that direction, covering her mouth with her hand, before her emotionality becomes even greater when suddenly a whole horde of status windows pops up that make her even jump on the spot. The system asks you to pay attention to the fact that the plot character Maison entered the territory of the newcomer's village managed by her, and she has 3 options for the development of events. Option number 1 suggests killing the Maison character and replacing the main quest. After completing the quest, she will receive a huge amount of aggression points. Option 2 offers to help the character Maison wait for the completion of the main quest, after which she will receive aggression points depending on her own participation. And option 3 offers simply not to participate in the main quest at all. The girl, considering all these options, does not even know what exactly she should choose, even thinks about it decently. Since it says both about killing dragons and about the character of Maison, it turns out that there was truth in those messages after all. In that case, she turns towards the door with a sly and slightly malicious grin, slightly covering her mouth with her hand, before finally getting up from her seat and walking towards the man, not at all shy of her frank attire, and subsequently calling out to the gracious sir to inform him that she is the head of this village, and then cordially welcome. Meanwhile, in some corridors, some half-naked knight just starts getting up in all sorts of poses, bragging about his body and telling himself that what perfect pectoral muscles he has, and then notices that there is clearly not enough girl here, and, as if by his order, a pink-haired one bursts in, to which he instantly turns his attention, opening his eyes in surprise, while she immediately begins to approach him, pressing her palm to her chest and looking somehow too pathetic and pitiful, showing her tears with might and main and calling out to the dear knight, begging him to save her from something. And it's also very frank, while the guy just opens his mouth wide and starts to blush insanely, even stuttering, asking Melinda, they say, didn't she communicate with the supreme magician Maison about the basics of magic? But she doesn't really listen, immediately approaching his chest, on which she puts her hands, and everything tacky agrees, adding that here is Maison. He kind of beats her, but she doesn't listen to him and just wants to kill this magician. He only blushes more from such an answer and such proximity, while he frowns and immediately exclaims that she means it. Has this old man completely lost his fear to raise such a beauty, to which the girl only clings to him more and uses her seduction spell, again turning to her dear knight and so sweetly convincing him that he will definitely be able to protect her, to which the latter already has hearts in his eyes. That, apparently, it indicates that the spell went well, while he immediately convinces her not to worry, because she is his woman, after all, so he definitely won't let the old man climb to her, and then instantly orders her to wait here, since he will go and kill him. And into the room where the magician was sitting over a cup of water, suddenly the door opens with the help of his foot, which makes the character even jump up in his place and pour out all the water, opening his eyes in surprise, before turning his head to the one who appeared in the doorway, and then asks Blade what he is doing while demonstratively squeezes his fist and threatens the knight, while the latter only frowns and tightens his grip on the blade of his sword, calling out to Maison himself and speaking about him quite unflatteringly, saying that in Andreas, raping girls is punishable by death. This only makes the magician even more surprised at what he is accused of and what will happen, which is why he immediately asks in high tones what kind of rape of girls is and what kind of nonsense he is talking about at all. But the hand that immediately grabs him by the fabric of his robe does not let him finish, and then the knight and he pushes him sharply and quickly into the wall with the edge of his boot, which is why Maison literally drives into the wall, while Blade himself frowns only harder and shouts that he understood everything perfectly well, what he did, while he is clearly not so friendly. But the magician himself is clearly not going to give up. He frowns and grabs his chest with one hand, trying to hold back the blood that gushes from his mouth, and turns the other back, which instantly makes a bright sphere appear in it, to which white lines of lightning stretch, while he hisses that since he is looking for death, then let him not blame him, and then use the lightning spell itself. But as soon as he is going to use it, the sphere with lightning instantly disintegrates, leaving behind only small fragments of lightning, while the magician is only surprised and can only mutter and ask out loud why this spell did not work, which he immediately decides to use, pointing the tip of his sword at him, which makes the latter even horrified, pressing himself harder against the wall, while the knight screams that he didn't even think that he was so hardy, and then starts laughing loudly, wishing that he would die as soon as possible, while Mason frowns and drills him with a look, squeezing his hand and saying, so that he would not forget that he came on the orders of King Andreas with a punitive expedition to the dragon, as if this fact would help him avoid death. But Melinda bursts into the room, who again calls out to her dear knight and says that this magician is generally so insignificant. How will he kill the dragon? Both men turn to her while she gets into an erotic pose again, stroking her breasts, and with a slight smile informing that if Blade kills him, they will go together with him. And naturally, she hopes for an appropriate reaction. But then Mason gets into the conversation, who points at her with his finger and almost turns over from fright, raising his leg at the same time, shouting that she is just a pathetic student of a magician, and she can't even be considered a magician. He is the great magician of the kingdom of Eleland himself, and let this knight not dare to be seduced by the charms of this girl. To which the latter, by the way, literally reacts immediately, turning her head towards him and grinning broadly and then leaning closer, almost to the magician's face, the candle with all the necessary shapes that it is possible, before wondering if he drank soothing tea today. And if he drank, she still maybe do him a favor and add more. But Mason reacts quite unfriendly, which is understandable, so he immediately calls her a girl of easy virtue, literally growls what she is, this and that, and then sincerely wonders what she added to the water, which, by the way, was just in the mug that he dropped from the very beginning and which finally broke up. And after that he almost rushes at her when he doesn't get a proper answer, and even clenches his fist, clearly intending to hit the girl, and covers up that he will kill her at all. But she doesn't really react to such a circus, just turns sideways to him. She looks at him and smiles softly, as if she, to some extent, even felt sorry for him. But then a knight appears out of nowhere, who rushes at the magician, kicking him in iron armor right in his face, shouting that he should not dare to insult Melinda. And he looks terribly evil in general, clenched his teeth, but continued to drill him with his gaze, clearly intending to finish him right there. The man, who clearly did not expect this, begins to fall back and crashes to the floor with a loud thud. But the pink-haired one, who initially seemed completely defenseless, suddenly abruptly substitutes her dagger and sticks it right into the chest of the character, causing the latter's eyes to open wide in surprise. And he himself can only mutter that she was to blame for everything, and to call out to her, choking on her own blood. That's just that she herself continues to pretend to be different from everyone else, and even the whitest and fluffiest, which is why a second later she is already sticking to Blade's chest with might and main, laying her palms on it and almost with tears in her eyes shouting to her dear knight that this old man wants to kill her. And then she also begins to put pressure on Pity with might and main, begging him to save her from all this, while the guy only blushes and still clenches his teeth. And literally after a couple of seconds, a huge sword enters the character's chest almost completely, which pierces the mason through, causing the latter to bleed violently, a tense expression on his face and, perhaps, instant death. And Melinda personally watches this picture completely silently, while the blood splashes from the sides and even gets on her face, gradually baking. And immediately, with a characteristic ringing, a status window appears in front of her, which informs her that she killed the main plot character of Mason. The powers of this magician have passed to her, and before the end of the main quest, within a week, she will be able to use them quite for herself. She also replaced the lead role of Mason in the main plot. After completing the plot, the girl will receive a huge amount of aggression points and will completely inherit the powers of this old man. But if she fails, she will receive a small amount of aggression and will lose the powers of the character. The goal of her quest has already been generated, and this quest is the only one. It cannot be shared with anyone. The purpose of this very quest is a punitive expedition to the Black Dragon. And after a while, almost a whole horde marches along the forest, heading deeper with large and bright flags, being fully armed and ready for anything. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with wings appears, who noticed all this and decided to inform her master dragon, whom she calls immediately, and immediately informs him that a disaster has occurred and a human army is coming to them. He instantly looks up at her, opening his eyes wide and immediately asking how and what happened. While next to him is the same completely shocked Anna, who does not even know what to add, while the girl opposite them again exclaims that this is a human army, which should have already brought them at least into some feelings. The hero's current score is 6995, Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level remains at 100, and Evelyn is at 0. The Black Dragon is located right in some place that was filled up to the sky with crystals that were purple or pink in color, sparkled brightly in the sun, and in general, did not resemble any that had been seen so far. and he himself only continues to look around and asks himself, they say, is this really the same hereditary kingdom of sleep? Before he flaps his wings and soon begins to fold them little by little, straightening his hind legs and stretching them to the ground so that he can finally land, which the hero soon does. And then, as soon as he felt at least something under his claws, he proudly climbs his head and slightly tenses up when he bumps his muzzle almost on the same crystal, which seemed to have only become brighter and looked wrong up close to be very distinctive, but still. And then a huge dragon appears in front of your eyes, lying on the ground with its huge paws folded. His eyes are glowing. He is red in color. He also has huge wings and a body. And this is Corn Naorid Water's Parternak. A hero sits down in front of him, who seems to be a complete bug compared to him. He immediately has 100 questions in his head. By type, this is his ancestor. And if so, then, damn, a very good form. Su Nian is just about to call out to him, and, moreover, he addresses him in a very polite form, when immediately this very huge dragon looks at him with completely pure and blue eyes, telling him whose blood flows in him and someone else's, and, interestingly, very pure. He, apparently, communicates with him with the help of his thoughts, because he does not even open his mouth, although his words still sound. Waters says that he will grant him an incomparable legacy, let him live and expel them from their own ancient lands. And apparently, he is extremely confident in his words, since soon some small piece of crystal appears in front of them, which even looks more like a mineral, and even glows so brightly, which is why they both open their eyes in complete shock, clearly not expecting something like this. At least, the hero is for sure, and this very crystal goes straight to his clawed paws, continuing to glow as brightly as he looks at him in surprise. And Waters SR finally continues his speech again, saying that everything is fine now and now he has to leave. The younger one, of course, is not very happy about it. The dragon instantly opens his eyes and raises his head. I open my mouth wide and cry out please for his ancestor to wait while he tries to call out to him in tension, and then adds that he has another question for him. But that's just the answer he, apparently, will not receive. Because at the same second, either a big explosion is heard, or he is simply sharply and violently struck by a bright and yellow ball lightning, from which he jumps on the spot and immediately answers further to the side from the force of the blow, loudly shouting to his ancestor that he already has a 5th point from such a sick and apparently it will not stop hurting in the future. And after a certain amount of time, Waters again finds himself near his shelter, and the forest, rubbing his ass, on which there was a burn and from which smoke is now pouring out with might and main, while he is dissatisfied and painfully hissing, rubbing it, while the crystal is still shining brightly in front of him, shimmering with different colors. Remembering everything that happened, he suddenly realizes that apparently, the Elder and the Red Dragon must have meant players by them, since he so fiercely asked to protect their territory. From this, he even has to involuntarily strain himself, while he thinks to himself that, of course, he will drive them away. They will not go anywhere from this, before surprise descends on him again when he finally manages to see what is around him. Su Nian immediately begins to quickly shake his head back and forth, trying to figure out where he is, and in the end, notices that this is a silver forest. So did he really manage to wake up and get out of the realm of dreams? But then why doesn't he see Anna or the others? These questions continue to spin in his head, until the dragon finally turns his gaze back to the crystal, which he managed to take away, continuing to conduct his monologue. This ancestor is really very original. Perhaps that Waters was female, and he realized it only now. In any case, she is very original. She just took him and dragged him here. Now she has given him the opportunity to complete all the business. Without further ado, just like a yo-yo, back and forth. I haven't told you what's inside that purple crystal yet. And finally, after finishing his inspection, the hero simply raises his huge paw and sharply squeezes it on the mineral, which is why it simply cracks and crumbles into smaller ones, and a characteristic crack is heard, and after that a bright glow appears at all, which immediately frames it with its red and yellow color. Immediately, the status window informs its owner that a century-old memory of the dragon family is being inherited, and he receives a special Tom legacy. There is also a password for breathing Lassionir, which is explained by the fact that with the help of a low voice he can distinguish all the life forms and landscapes surrounding him, as well as any disguise will disappear. Next comes Zyrkalzor, the power of inspiration, which is explained by the fact that with the help of a joyful shout or roar, he will be able to inspire his relatives, and under the effect of Tum, relatives will receive an enhancement of all abilities. During this time they will not be afraid of death. There are no side effects. Followed by Zunhalvik, the removal of armor. With the help of Tum, other things are broken, When the enemy is not on guard, armor can be removed and weapons can be taken away. And immediately, out of nowhere, suddenly a black and leather whip whistles sharply in the air, cutting through it, which does not bode well. Is it Anna? A girl in a very peculiar outfit, with this type of weapon looks not that scary or even outrageous, but quite the opposite. And there is also a satisfied grin on her face, while she continues, apparently, to look at the main character, holding a whip in her hand. Naturally, this causes a corresponding reaction in the dragon. He immediately sticks out his tongue, opens his mouth and eyes wide, looking at her almost with the pupils of hearts, drenching himself with saliva and loudly asking how he got here at all and why the hell is she dressed like that. But the girls only come closer to him, still grinning quite and wiggling their ears, before telling him that Anna, that is, she herself, came to help her brother with Tom training, and then calls out to Su Nian and asks if he likes it at all. To which the latter is only still he opens his mouth more, continues to literally stare at her, drenching himself with his dragon drool, and pronounces slightly languidly, and with a trembling voice that yes, he quite likes it. And then the elf raises her hand, in which there was just a whip, and then holds this very leather and erotic thing on his chin, forcing him to lift his head up, while she says that this is how it should be. Then they agreed, and until he learns everything, he will not leave. Meanwhile, the hero blushed already, and then began to pour himself, swallowing loudly, which made his Adam's apple jump up, before he agrees and adds that he, of course, will not go anywhere. And an image already appears in his head of how Anna tied herself up and made almost a shibari, wriggling in ropes in every possible way and bending in different ways, turning to him in the most erotic place, while with a reddened face she almost whimpers, calling out to her brother Su Nian and asking him to be easier since she has not yet got ready. From these thoughts, the dragon already blushed more and more. But then he is distracted from this by the girls, who grins and clearly looks different from his fantasies, at least not now. She immediately comes closer to him and informs him that the training begins, while 6 steel swords immediately loom behind her, which are illuminated with scarlet and yellow shades, and even levitate in the air, which makes the black dragon only open his eyes in surprise, clearly not expecting something like this, especially from Anna, which he represented this way and that in everything that was possible, but now it's completely different. These swords, which appeared only at her will, instantly point their sharp ends directly at him, flying closer and closer, which makes Waters straighten up and stand on his hind legs, trying to defend himself with his front paws, opening his mouth wide and continuing to look at all this with wide eyes, before cursing and loudly exclaiming offers her to stop. Then he starts shouting even louder, calling out to Anna and again begging her to stop, and then adding that he has not even prepared himself yet, especially since this is not the training he originally thought about. Well, yes, she is quite different from his fantasies. And then he starts yelling loudly, trying to call the system, but it does not respond and does not react to him at all. Maybe she's still in a dream. At least, that's what I want to think, since she is most lacking right now. And then the girl finally gives her voice, who calls out to brother Su Nian and shouts to him not to be lazy, since she is watching him, and she smiles brightly and fervently, getting into a pose while the seats continue to fly away from her towards the hero, who, apparently, continued to stand in full shock. Meanwhile, the hero's glasses, his relationships and sympathies with many remained exactly the same. Meanwhile, some real bedlam and fuss is going on in the dragon cave. The girl begins to talk about the fact that now the head of the gnolls with most of the monsters is not in the dragon's lair. Only Anna and Kurazme are left, even the beast scrolls are all gone. But the dragon is still in hibernation. What to do? Selena is almost going crazy, starting to move her head back and forth, trying not to panic, but it turns out badly, because she's still twitching and starting to think about something. Well, she's going to at least. Meanwhile, Anna is sitting by herself next to the dragon, still gently holding his muzzle and thinking about what she would do if she were Mr. Dragon, while she looks worried enough, still looking at how he peacefully sleeps before lowering his head, rigidly concentrating on myself and my emotions. And apparently, this is working, because she is gradually beginning to be surrounded by black stripes that surround the elf more and more, and behind her there is a silhouette of a black dragon, which seems to have reincarnated into her, then definitely endowed her with a little of its power. She immediately shouts out her own name and opens her eyes wide, in which you can see a narrow black pupil, which usually happens in all kinds of reptiles and in particular was also in Waters, that she knows something for sure. But apparently, they didn't exactly fix her by force, but they gave the appearance that she herself imitates her dragon master, as evidenced by the small horns that appeared and a confident look, while she continues to shout and points her finger forward, ordering to immediately send 2 harpies to find the head of the Grey Wolf Knolls and let them say that on the dragon the lair has been attacked and urgently needs help, and let Brother Rooster bring the beast scrolls, letting them prepare for defense in the flamethrower tower. And besides, she suddenly adds, let the Kurizme disperse along the road in the Silver Forest and hide. They do not go out to fight with people. You need to anger them so that they attack and retreat. The rest of the girls immediately call out to Anna with admiring and slightly excited faces and notice that this is very, very cool. And then she abruptly stands with her foot right on Su Nian's head, shouting that now it's their time to protect Mr. Dragon, which makes a booming sound, because of which even the other girls opened their eyes in surprise and covered their mouths wide open, clearly not expecting that she could really do so, and maybe the fact that she will be too determined and confident in this plan. And after some time, or at the same time, the same Melinda appears right in that very Silver Forest, who is already in full dress, normally dressed and not in her typical white and transparent outfit, and even with a staff, simultaneously landing and looking around, outlining a circle before abruptly revealing he turns his eyes and turns his head to the side, immediately noticing that something is wrong, as he hears some rustle before abruptly decides to move and jerk to the side, until some guy suddenly flies, right in the face, some huge something that, judging by everything, completely smashes everything there and causes a flow of blood. And the teenager standing behind him immediately opens his mouth and eyes in surprise while she screams that enemies are coming at them. And indeed, right in front of them, there is a Kurizme which sits on a tree branch, which makes them instantly look up and notice exactly where their location is, and all this does not bode well at all. Blade, meanwhile, shouts and reports that these monsters like to attack the head, and then orders everyone to pay attention to it and protect their crown. At the same time also shouts curses, shouting that they also cling to the 5th point while he swings his huge sword, and behind him at all looming is the very snake that rushes at him and opens its mouth wide, trying to frighten someone with its fangs or even bite the heroes and finally kill them. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl frowns and rests her palms on her knees, drawing all the necessary shapes, while she thinks that after she received the powers of the Archmage, whom she killed almost with her own hands, because even her speed and agility will greatly increase. And then a grin appears on her face as she looks forward and an aura with a red flame begins to loom around her, while she resolutely looks forward and thinks that all that remains is to finish off the dragon, and then the power will finally be hers. And apparently, such magic will definitely not be superfluous to her. She immediately makes a sharp leap forward, pulling her staff forward, it seems, using the same magic, at the same time with her own, which causes a sharp explosion and huge clouds of smoke begin to spray all over the nearest perimeter, which were sometimes interrupted by bright and red stripes after the fire. And apparently the explosion, the force of which was simply enormous, yes, such that, apparently, all the Kurizme were destroyed or just scared of this and decided not to show it at all anymore. Blade shows up behind Melinda after a few moments, smiling broadly and calling out to his beloved, cheekily shouting that he didn't even know that she had such cool magic, while she doesn't seem so happy about it at all, continuing to look only ahead, apparently not wanting to turn to him. And then at all, as if not bragging at all, she says that she set fire to the surviving monsters in the forest from the city in order to speed up their pace. But she still grins and still turns her side slightly to him, being in a very erotic pose, while behind her the same bright flames begin to develop with might and main, which Blade is watching, clearly delighted with all this. And after some time, their entire small army was heading along the gorge behind the dragon's lair, passing by a huge mountain, looking not at all as happy as before, and their number naturally decreased. Melinda immediately steps forward of all the guys, pulling her staff forward, the end of which begins to glow bright red, almost scarlet, which was heading forward using a search spell, before frowning and looking cruelly ahead, shouting that there is a dragon's lair ahead, and then orders everyone to attack. Why immediately, then either in them, or they themselves direct their attack forward, which is reflected by a huge explosion and large plumes of smoke and many sparks with lightning that bounce off the magic of the staff while the girl stands confidently on her feet, frowning slightly and clenching his jaws. And apparently, this attack was really intended in their direction, since Blade, the same powerful knight who only recently bragged about his muscles and thought only about girls, suddenly abruptly appears at her side, trembling and almost crying, calling out to his beloved in a trembling voice, saying that he was so worried about her, and in general he would definitely be able to protect her, even if it didn't look like it at all. But she only frowns, not wanting to answer him and continuing to look exclusively forward at the attackers, continuing to hold her staff, which still glows with bright and scarlet lightning, while she thinks to herself that what kind of knight is a loser after all. And then he adds that she still underestimated these monsters. Do they have firearms? If they continue like this, she will definitely not have an army left, and then she will figure, and not kill the dragon. Actually, everything will be very, very bad. And then all of a sudden, for no reason at all, she just sharply hits Blade on his back, forcing the unfortunate guy, who has been under her spell until now, to thank his dear knight for covering her, while the latter only opens his eyes in surprise, resting his palms forward, about to fall. But instead, the girl suddenly jumps abruptly on his back and immediately pushes off with her foot from his back, on which she only recently stood up and rested, which instantly flies up into the air, frowning and looking up, continuing to hold her staff behind her while a bright smile was visible on her face. Behind her, the air is whistling with might and main, and then she suddenly abruptly pulls her staff forward, fully straightening up, while bright and fiery spheres begin to form around her, of which there are 4 in general, but they continue to spin at all, dispersing the air and clouds around, while Melinda herself shouts that she is attacking with a spell of a fiery explosion, and immediately, all these 4 huge spheres are sent in an instant towards the very tower from which, apparently, the initial such operation was conducted. But unfortunately, it is probably no longer possible for it to exist, since these fireballs crash into her with great speed, causing a huge explosion and a plume of fire that completely covers her, which even makes a loud roar that reaches the dragon's shelter to the cave itself, in which, by the way, Anna is hiding, who looks anxiously in the direction of the roar, which comes from outside, before loudly saying that the army is approaching them so quickly, and then suddenly sits down next to the black dragon, whose muzzle she hugs with her hands and looks at him sadly, clearly completely tense about what is happening somewhere there, along the way, addressing his master dragon, saying that if he hears her, then please let him wake up. She repeats her loud and plaintive request again, while Su Nian is still in the same specific space intended for training, before he raises his head in surprise and opens his eyes when he hears all this, because other people's words reach him, as if through some prism, and in the meantime his generally sharp swords continue to fly, whose blades cut through the air, but he does not pay any attention to them at all, clearly focusing more on someone else's voice, before finally something reaches his consciousness, which makes the hero open his mouth in surprise, soaring their wings into the air, and shouting loudly that this is Anna's voice. So are they really in danger? At least, that's how it makes him think about all this while he flaps his wings, still trying to dodge the same swords, and then finally soars into the air using his new ability, namely Zunhalvik, removing armor while the sharp ends of weapons are directed at him. But when he manages to use his own with a new tune, then those with loud pops and a crash just fall to the floor, ringing their blades and glinting metal in the sun, until Anna, who, apparently, is no longer real for him. What else can explain the presence of such a suit on him, which looks very erotic, while the girl herself smiles sweetly and puts her palms together, calling out to Brother Waters and saying what a cool guy he is. He learned the technique of removing armor so quickly. Let him continue in the same spirit, while the dragon himself he only frowns slightly and still looks ahead, flashing his sharp pupils, clearly not going to pay any more attention to his old and at the same time new acquaintance, who, by the way, gently smiles and blushes slightly embarrassedly, covering his eyes and circling his chest with his palm, standing up in front of him in another pose. He first tells her to leave here, and at the same time asks if she can walk at all, to which the latter only grins and says that Brother Su Nian should not worry about her, and then adds that he himself told her that until he learns, then it won't go away. At least, that's how she tries to remember him. But then she turns her head and opens her eyes in surprise when she realizes that the place where the dragon was supposed to be, which, well, was there only recently, but now he just took it from there, disappeared and disappeared, disappearing from sight. And just a couple of seconds later, when she turns her head in the other direction again, twitching her ears, she notices how her friend and, in fact, an ordinary student, is already far away somewhere in the sky, continuing to fly away and flapping her wings, simultaneously shouting that she should not pretend to be who at all with her. He will be able to finish this fucking workout. And then he adds that it is necessary to go. But just like that, no one will really let him just leave this training session, because Anna in a vulgar suit suddenly jumps sharply and finds herself in the air right in front of the dragon, clutching her whip, while the dragon who caught her only opens his eyes in surprise and freezes briefly in the air, spreading all his limbs, continuing to soar and try to somehow move the wings, clearly not expecting to see her so close and even in this position. And now the girl doesn't seem so attractive to him, or at least cute. Her eyes have turned a dark shade, the irises have turned yellow, and she herself swings her whip, looking not so friendly, saying that if he wants to leave, then let him win first, and then let him speak. The dragon only gets more tense from this and continues to look at her, clearly not expecting that something like this could happen. Probably not even allowing the thought of something like this. A notification is displayed again, stating that the current number of points is as much as 6995, and the sympathy levels of Anna, Selena, and Evelyn remained at the same level, 300, 100, and 0. Meanwhile, in the real world, everything is going on the same turmoil, a whole real bloodbath and slaughter, which does not bode well. The small army that Melinda had is coming forward, and she herself orders them to go to the dragon's lair and kill the damn black dragon, and with such confidence, and still continues to add phrases about them moving forward, and people don't mind obeying. They defend themselves from beast scrolls and gnolls with hypoclias while they substitute blades or even huge shields for their blows and attacks, continuing their little battle while the girl stands somewhere behind them all, clutching her magic staff and frowning slightly, looking forward and thinking about what is strange, because they are already so far away gone, so why hasn't the black dragon come out yet? Apparently, she does not know how to do the tasks of the system at all, because earlier in the status window everything was written and told in black and white. Before she continues to ask questions in her head, why is it so? Did he run away while she continues to walk on, clearly intending to leave all her comrades behind before she comes in? He enters the cave and notices the silhouette of a dragon in front of him, which is sometimes illuminated by bright fiery sparks, while Melinda is already allowed interested in herself. They say, is he really so huge and he only has the 20th level? She shouts out that she is using the recognition spell, passing on and still holding her staff in her hand, continuing to move forward as well, while the black dragon is sleeping peacefully and completely unaware that someone has broken into his lair. And then a huge grin appears on her face, while she proudly throws her head slightly back, looking down at him, noticing to herself that he is really in hibernation, which is not surprising at all. Melinda begins to laugh loudly and loudly, clearly enjoying this fact, and then notices to herself that it looks like heaven is on her side. But then, apparently, something happens or someone notices her, because in the same place where she just stood completely calm, completely unaware that something could happen, before a huge sea wave abruptly flies into her, which completely knocks down the pink-haired. The girl is knocked off her feet, forcing her to fall back, while water suddenly splashes all over the perimeter, also scattering small stones on the sides, before she finally disappears completely. And then finally she falls to the ground, covering herself slightly with her hand, while you can immediately tell from her clothes that what she got is quite normal, while she herself frowns and clears her throat to the side, asking loudly who dared to attack so stealthily. And then a pair of heels with shoes suddenly knock sharply in front of her, and then another girl appears in front of her, namely Anna, who stands right in front of the dragon's muzzle, so stoically and confidently protecting him, standing in a peculiar pose and drawing with his own hands characteristic symbols and signs with his palms, which causes large drops of water and characteristic splashes to appear in front of her, while also eating multiple bright sparks and stars next to her, which even look like snowflakes, while she herself is frowning and shouting, ordering her to get out of here far away, before she soon sinks to the ground, and the team that is free from the battle is watching everything, which looks with great enthusiasm and admiration at the blonde who appeared in front of them. Many of the guys even blush, and one of them notices with a curious look that there are girls in the dragon's lair, and even such beautiful elves. Apparently, they don't give a damn about the dragon at the moment. Meanwhile, a characteristic battle breaks out between the two beauties, and Melinda herself suddenly rises into the air, lifting her one leg and looking down at the new opponents, frowning slightly and calling out to the darling, saying that it's very cute, and then decides to ask, they say, does she really want to confront her with a simple water ball and a spell light? But while Anna is watching her, watching everything from the side, the other girls immediately appear behind her, shouting. She just has them and they look completely confident that they will actually cope with everything and do everything. Although the elf herself looks tense, obviously not very happy about that what happens right in front of her and will happen after. And even more so, the pink-haired girl suddenly grins and puts forward her staff, which grins and informs them that she is too tough for them, and then uses her magic sharply, moreover, several different ones, which is both fire and air and even frost. The fire immediately hits Anna, burning her badly and immediately forcing her to crouch and cry out painfully in pain, while her clothes instantly begin to dissolve and tear off her body, leaving only some pathetic pieces of fabric that just stuck to her. Other girls are struck by lightning and frost, which makes them have to shrink and shrink from pain, cold and piercing sensations that were not at all satisfactory or something like that. They even have tears in the edges of their eyes, which indicate that everything is really painful, and it's not a joke at all or something like that. Immediately Melinda gives her voice again, who points forward at the girls and shouts to her army, ordering them to kill the dragon, and in general, this elf has nowhere to run. The time will come and they will go over to their side. At least, that's what she promises, although we all probably understand that it will be completely different. Her army, consisting exclusively of guys, are smiling maliciously, advancing closer and closer and clearly going not only to kill the dragon, but also to do something not very right in relation to the lovely lady. And as soon as they get closer, as soon as their eyes glow in the dark aura of the cave, which did not portend anything good, Anna bends down next to the black dragon, sitting on her knees and trying to cover her chest, on which there is really no fabric left, while she begins to cry desperately and bitterly, pitifully lowering her eyebrows at home and barely audibly calling out to Mr. Dragon, asking him for forgiveness for the fact that she failed to protect him, while he continues to lie humbly and sleep right in front of her. And while such passions, horrors and so on are happening outside, it is not at all easier inside him. Anna, who was there in her sexy and erotic costume, was jumping around him with might and main, writhing and increasing the radius of her jumps in the air, trying all the time to direct her attack at Waters Jr., or vice versa, to force him to attack, all the time shouting that he caught her and that she did not feel him at all, while the black dragon loudly calls out to her and adds that everything is enough, and asks her to calm down while he waves his huge wings, watching her with glowing red eyes. And at some point he suddenly grabs her by the waist with his huge paw, squeezing her whole body, which is why the girl, who was completely confident in herself and her abilities before, suddenly opens her eyes in surprise and opens her mouth, clearly not expecting something like this, because she jumped as fast as she could, and in the end she was still caught. And the dragon literally sits her on his lap, or at least some semblance of them, forcing her to turn forward and back with her fifth point. Before, without any hesitation, which was surprising, she begins to slap her other paw on this very soft spot, which caused ringing slaps, and Anna, everything lying with the same wide eyes, she only blushes and opens her mouth, while Su Nian continues to hold her and spank her, frowning his bright and scarlet eyes, asking if she has played enough, and along the way orders and at the same time tell him how to get out of here now. And suddenly the girl almost screams, making a face of a hegao, whimpering with might and main and sweating with small drops of tears, throwing her head up and exhaling hot steam from her mouth, shouting that he did not beat anymore, because the ass hurts, also from such a huge paw. A few seconds later, they find themselves on the ground, where an unhappy girl, who, to put it simply, was just taken and punished, only awkwardly presses her knees to her chest, lowering her eyes and ears down, feeling offended and sad, maybe a little embarrassed, before she starts talking about how since hardening the legacy is not yet complete, then if he wants to leave, there will be terrible consequences and the magic will not be stable, before he decides to ask if he really wants to leave still. The dragon hovers over her and frowns slightly, looking down at her and covering her with his shadow, and then adds that yes, he really still wants to leave, so he asks her to finish quickly, while he thinks to himself that he is still restless, and this feeling of anxiety is gradually getting stronger and stronger. He can only hope that nothing has happened to Anna and the others. And in an instant, the girl, apparently considering the recent punishment for a special moment of eroticism, or something like that, gently waves him off and smiles sweetly, exposing her bare shoulder, and blushing slightly, immediately casually adding that if he wants to find out how to get out, then let him come closer to her. And Waters Jr. bends down, stretches his lips forward and also blushes slightly, covering his eyes, and is so pleased that you can't tell from him that he really wants to leave here, while the hero himself thinks about how shameful it all is, just like in fairy tales. Is he really going to be awakened by a kiss of sincere love, or at least just a kiss? But apparently his fantasies are not destined to come true again, since Anna, noticing such a gesture from her friend, only looks at him in surprise and questioningly, instantly pricking up her ears and slightly taken aback for some reason, before for a second, a sharp and very cruel slap arrives on the dragon's face, forcing the latter to fly away a little, while the elf herself looks as if she is going to vomit now, looking to the side and shouting loudly that it's all foo and how he just had to climb into his head with something like that. And after some time, perhaps only a pitiful seconds, suddenly his eyes in the real world open abruptly and quickly, showing his huge and red narrow pupils, looking forward, before he notices or emits a sharp hum, from which Melinda immediately shudders, looking in surprise towards the place from which he comes this very sound, before squeezing his staff again, clearly not expecting something like this. A notification is displayed again, stating that the current number of points is as much as 6995. And the sympathy levels of Anna, Selena, and Evelyn remained at the same level, 300, 100, and 0. The dragon touches his cheek, which is still burning after a recent slap, while he only whimpers softly and grabs it, clearly still feeling a sharp pain, from which he hisses, telling loudly that it really hurts, even if physically you wake up from sleep so erotically. And to admit, he did not expect this at all. And then his gaze is directed towards the exit and his mouth and eyes open in surprise when he notices that several people with iron armor and huge swords are running at him, clearly rushing towards Waters Jr. to kill or at least maim, before Su Nian notices out loud that the soldiers are already in the cave and damn, where is Anna? What happened to her? Meanwhile, behind the dragon cave, what happens is that all three of these soldiers are suddenly pushed back by some large and bright blue explosion, completely falling back and falling somewhere outside the stone cave, which provokes a large and loud rumble, which is clearly heard by everyone who was in the nearest radius. From this, of course, even Anna, who was standing somewhere outside, turns her head in his direction, opening her eyes in surprise and suddenly raises her ears, notices that her master dragon has woken up, but it turns out that either she was originally still in the cave, or Waters Jr. himself he managed to find her himself, because they both collide together and she bows her head down sadly, and apologizing to him, since she herself completely failed to protect the cave while the black dragon looked at her from the side, standing right next to her. And then the black dragon's tongue suddenly gently passes over her lower eyelid, licking the tears from her face, adding along the way that she did a good job while the girl blushed slightly, before at the same second Su Nian is suddenly grabbed from the other two sides by the other girls, who hug him and begin to cry. They start doing all this and shout that the black dragon has finally woken up, and then add that it's all bad people who offend them in general. He immediately exhales malicious gusts of steam, and then says that he immediately understood everything and would be happy to avenge them all, while two girls, apparently Selena and Evelyn, have 50 points added to the level of sympathy. One of them points in the direction of Melinda, saying that it's worth taking revenge and beating her especially, because this trash herself electrocuted them and burned all their clothes, while the pink-haired one they point to only opens her eyes in surprise, very amazed, still clutching her staff and slightly clenching her legs. A status window appears in front of him, which informs him that this is the player Melinda, the great magician of the third stage, 6 heaven, while he is surprised to notice for himself that she is still a great magician and at the same time is still the same player. And then the magician begins to tremble even more, stretching his palm forward and pulling the staff closer to him. She herself exclaims that this can't be, isn't he in hibernation? And even more so, why did he wake up so quickly at all? And then a memory from the past appears in front of her, namely a status window that informs her that it is impossible to delete, since she is the only person with this information. The dragon has fallen into hibernation. He is in the depths of the Silver Forest, and how this very notification asked him to go there faster. And now she continues to think with a tense look about what, after all, according to this message, since hibernation should have lasted at least a week, and what kind of spam was it anyway? The dragon is thinking about how she even knows that he was in hibernation, while a sword is trying to penetrate his shoulder, which only hits the hard scales and then pushes aside. Meanwhile, the guy shouts out to his interlocutor about what a jerk he is, since he dared to throw his sword, while the latter only smiles awkwardly, laughing loudly and saying that it's not him. And then the black dragon is already paying attention to their little quarrel, shouting that not only are they just pathetic bugs, they also dared to invade his territory. And they immediately both jump up and instantly change their faces, about to rush to run. The hero himself immediately pushes off with his hind paw from the ground, which provokes all the other people to immediately jump up in their seats and start rushing to run far away, while they were shouting along the way that they should run, that this dragon was mad and all sorts of other pleas for mercy. A huge paw immediately catches up with one of them. Meanwhile, Blade suddenly abruptly approaches Melinda, simultaneously calling out to his dear, and informing them that they should run, since this dragon has awakened and they are now definitely not his rivals. But she informs that she will not miss such a good chance, and even if it happens that she loses, then he will rise again anyway. But then the girl screams loudly that it's him, the same trash who abandoned her and sold her to bandits. But then soon the pink-haired one shouts something like choke de heladas, which means a freezing spell, until a blue sphere appears in her palm. Anna immediately draws attention to this, calling out to Mr. Dragon, informing and warning him to be careful, since he will now be attacked from behind. And apparently, her cry brings Su Nian to his senses, as he instantly turns his head. The beam coming from the very end of the staff just hits him on the wing. But after a couple of moments, he immediately turns to his new friend, asking her what. They say, it turns out, so she is the culprit of all this. She suddenly grins sharply before shouting out new spells, La Paire de la Llama, which means a wall of fire, and Espada de Dragon DW Fuego, which means a knife of a fiery dragon. And then all those fire spheres that she made with magic are instantly directed towards the black dragon. They hit his body, forming huge clouds of smoke along with steam, and then his muzzle sticks out. The system counted the blunder for everything. She immediately starts shouting, saying, well, why did all the spells pass by, thinking that really after climbing, his resistance increased so much. How else should she hit him at all? The dragon opens its mouth with fire, and the girl shouts Escudo Arcano Gulk, which means dark shield. But after some time, the fiery breath still ceases to work and she has the opportunity to look up, while she quietly tells herself that she tried so hard, spent so many spells, so why was it all completely meaningless? And in an instant her protective ball is overtaken by a huge paw. The ball just cracks after a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, the dragon leans closer and closer, reports that his own anger will be much more terrible than any death, because they touched his sore spot. Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current number of points is 6995. Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level is 150, and Evelyn's liking level is 50. The girl has a large dagger in her hand, the blade of which glitters from the light, and she herself thinks that there is another game mechanic that will definitely play into her hands. She can retreat herself, Reborn. And then, apparently, noticing her weapon, the dragon shouts out Zunhalvik, which means Tuum, the removal of armor, and instantly someone else's dagger just falls out of the girl's hands, and the shield crumbled. Melinda puts her hands back and asks why all this was done while Su Nian looms over her from above, before he informs her that she will not be able to die so easily. And then his mouth suddenly opens wide, but everything is suddenly interrupted by Anna, who calls out to her master dragon, informing him that Evelina is missing. The dragon begins to say that everything is fine. With her magic, the soldiers will not be able to cope with her for sure. Meanwhile, beyond the silver forest, Blade raced along a clearing with trees and other vegetation, running away from the crystals. One sharply cuts the sharp end into someone else's buttock, causing the knight's body to jump in pain. And then he is overtaken by Evelina herself, who says that here is the garbage running like a rat. The girl stands in front of the guy as he fell face forward, buried in the ground. Blade finally turns his head completely to her, and then exclaims how it still hurts, and then calls out to the beauty and asks if they know each other. She shouts out that it turns out he also forgot her. Well, this is absolutely unforgivable. He points in the direction of Evelina with his finger, and then gives out in amazement that it's her, and he thought that the bandits didn't leave a bone from her. It turns out that the black dragon has grabbed her, and after a couple of moments, the guy is already getting up from the ground, adding that if she hadn't followed him, he definitely wouldn't have left her. And the girl, of course, it only angers her more when she is just about to say how disgusting he is, before she quite easily agrees with Blade and after that asks him to come closer to her in this case. And the knight starts smacking his lips, muttering all sorts of kissing sounds about himself along the way, and even calls her his golden one. The girl directs her clenched fist directly into his face, shouting that he should die, and he will have a golden death. Blade takes a flask with a bright and pink liquid and begins to say, addressing and calling the girl, that since she dared to hit him like that, then let her not blame him for the fact that, apparently, now he will hit her back. In the next second, he instantly waves his palm in her direction, causing bright pink drops to splash and fall on her. Evelina blushed all over and said, like, damn, because now her energy was suppressed, and then she wondered what a scumbag like him had done to her. He says out loud that he did not think that the things stolen from Maison would be so useful. When she falls to her knees, he puts a sword to her neck. The guy starts talking about the fact that his sister in Andreas is a teacher at the Magic Academy of St. Roland. And if it so happens that she decides to kill him, then isn't she afraid that this whole academy will avenge him? Blade casually adds that since it is so that when her sister comes to ask him how she is, he will simply say that the dragon has played enough and devoured her. And Evelina uses her dying words to send this asshole to hell, for which, in the end, she pays with her own life. Meanwhile, behind the dragon, Su Nian notices the trio, who for some reason tried to escape. He asks almost himself what happens. They want to escape. Well, if that's the case, then now he will act. He starts shouting Zyrkalzor and Zunhalvik, using the power of inspiration and removing armor, instantly forcing all their weapons and clothing items to fall down completely, while they immediately begin to call to each other, wondering why the clothes fell and what happened to someone's sword, which also fell out of hand. Anna calls out to her master, informing him to look in that direction, since Hippolytus is there and apparently they have returned. Su Nian decides to warn them not to look, since then both will have barley, and then adds that they should fly back to the cave, since as long as he is here, everything will be fine. After some time, he finally lands back on Earth, while two of his servants appear in front of him, calling out to the owner and sadly informing him that they were late, and now quite calmly admit that they really deserve to die, to which the Black Dragon informs them that it is absolutely not their fault, and judging apparently, he wasn't going to kill them anyway. That's why soon one of the Hippolytes suddenly rises and pulls the bound blade forward. The monster reports that on the way back in the forest they found this person along with Evelyn's corpse. He presses him to the ground with his paw and asks him if he killed Evelyn. The knight mutters to himself that it wasn't him at all. The girl just abruptly fell on his sword. He will ask him to let him go, and in that case, so be it. He will tell him a secret that he will definitely be interested in. Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current number of points is 6995. Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level is 150, and Evelyn's liking level is 50. The paw pulls away from him, slightly untangling the rope along the way, and he starts saying that it's all because of the seduction of Melinda, that it was because of this that Blade came to kill the dragon, and also this little girl killed the high magician Masont. Besides, she is the head of the village of beginners number 6. He continues to say, adding that there are about 5,000 people in this very village who want to kill a dragon. He strokes his chin, frowning slightly and squinting his eyes, thinking about the village of newcomers at number 6. It seems that he should worry about more than just one village boss. Suddenly, Blade speaks up again to ask if this secret will suit him, before Waters adds that so be it, it will do fine. He immediately starts running away with a happy face, and the monsters call out to their master and ask if he really will let him go so easily. Su Nian immediately uses his dragon breath on him, and then calmly reports that he did not say that he would let him go, to which the Hippolytes immediately inform each other what a worthy master they still have. Learn from him and learn. Evelyn's ghost appears in front of his muzzle. Waters Jr. somehow utters quite pitifully that he died, so let him think that he himself managed to avenge her. She thanks him quietly, and then suddenly a notification with a status window pops up, informing that the owner managed and helped to realize the character's dream and achieve a dying blessing. It congratulates him on receiving a special ability, namely the teleportation field. Then another notification pops up, which informs that he received 6,000 points in this battle. Su Nian is interested in the teleportation field, and then he adds, asking if the system can move him to the village of newcomers, to which another notification immediately appears, which states that the teleportation field itself can teleport him only to previously visited places or to places marked by past generations of dragons. That's how it is, Waters Jr. notices in surprise, before a light bulb suddenly appears next to his head. He remembers all the corpses he saw and then reports that the biggest trouble was the hereditary ascent, when he was forced to hibernate. And if he had woken up at least a little earlier, there would not have been such a huge number of victims. The hero calls out to the system and asks her if it is possible to somehow shorten or even remove this ascent, to which a notification immediately pops up in front of him, which informs him that 5,000 points are needed to reduce the hibernation time by a small amount and increase its efficiency, which, apparently, Waters Jr. Immediately it consumes, since another notification appears in an instant, which informs that 10,000 points are already needed to reduce the hibernation time by an average amount and increase its efficiency. With a characteristic sound, another one pops up, which informs that 20,000 points are needed to reduce the hibernation time by more and increase its effectiveness. And then another one, which says that 10,000 points are needed to completely remove the hibernation time without taking the legacy. He himself is frowning and wondering what that is. It doesn't matter to him how, but he will sleep anyway, or this way he simply won't get the legacy. And then a fantasy immediately climbs into his head, where it seems to him that Anna is hitting him on the ass, viciously shouting that he is a bad dragon and that it is impossible not to accept the legacy. Otherwise he is just finished. Su Nian only asks himself why he thought of her at all, before asking the system if she knows why other people appear in the inherited dream realm. The status window immediately informs him that most often strangers do not appear in the realm of sleep, but in rare exceptions, accompanying spirits may arise. This seems to cause him only more questions, because Waters Jr. asks again if he understood everything correctly and what kind of accompanying spirits are in general, and the system instantly informs him a second later with a positive answer that yes, accompanying spirits appear according to the desire of the Lord of the Kingdom of Dreams. Help him finish the ascent. And then he adds that they also try to attract the master into an even deeper sleep, and this already depends on the willpower of the master. And the image of Anna immediately appears in my head, who blushed and turned her head to him, so quietly and shyly calling out to brother Su Nian and offering to come to her faster. The dragon immediately presses his paws to his mouth, starting to giggle stupidly and loudly, which is immediately noticed by one of their Ippolicleve, who loudly calls out to the owner, and then wonders what is wrong with him today and now, which makes the latter quite awkwardly and confusedly interested in what happened. The monster calls out to the owner again and says that it was there that the people surrendered, and then adds whether this means that they should be killed, to which the black dragon instantly reacts, simultaneously wondering if he understood everything correctly. Captured, but then he begins to say quite calmly that if these people do not surrender, then let them kill them, otherwise let them lock them up first. And then he opens his paw and lets the girl out of it, while Waters Jr. himself adds that they should follow her, let her live until he returns. The monster informs his master that he is obeying and will immediately execute his order, and then still decides to ask if he is going to return to the dragon's lair. The dragon answers in the negative, saying no, and then adds that this is because a week has already passed, and today he will personally become a crematorium. The hero allows himself to think that he, Su Nian Water Parternak, knows how to be grateful, so why wait for the night? Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current number of points is already 12,995. Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level is 150. The dragon watches the sunset, but then two girls run out from inside right to him, waving their hands and trying to call out to their familiar master. Waters Jr. involuntarily tenses up from this and immediately calls out to Anna, asking and at the same time wondering why they came out. Selena once again calls out to the black dragon with a trembling voice and asks him if it is true that Evelyn will not return to them or anywhere else. The dragon quietly asks them if they really already know about it, before adding more to himself that Ippolicleus, such a dog, has already managed to tell everything quickly. Anna is interested, having previously called out to her master dragon. But if she herself dies one day, will he grieve and mourn for her? The dragon asks what kind of question this is, while even a drop of sweat appears on his temple. The elf begins to say that if it so happens that there are people who grieve for you, then death makes more sense, and in general, isn't that how it should work? But then the dragon, it seems, having listened to her completely and having understood in which direction she begins to incline, suddenly calmly gives out that death has no meaning at all. And when these words reach Anna, she opens her eyes in surprise. And Su Nian, getting up from his seat, says that since death cannot be avoided, he will become so strong that he will stand at the head of the food chain so as not to die because of his weakness. Selena mutters to herself that he will become even stronger, while a slightly bluish and transparent status window reports that her sympathy has increased by as much as 20 units. It will soon be late at night. Mulligan's Sakura Plain is the village of newcomers number 6, and it is to her stone gate under the gaze of the night that you can see the dark silhouette of a flying dragon, while the guard on duty does not pay attention at all to the numerous warnings that begin to arrive. Status windows and notifications that pop up constantly and ask you to pay attention to the fact that an approaching strong creature has been detected. Then another one pops up, informing and asking to pay attention to the fact that the monster is attacking the city. Then another one, which says that the protection of the novice village has begun, so the system needs to scan the current level of the novice village, which it does, along the way reporting that it increases the level of protection. After the following, which says that the monster has penetrated into the territory of the village, therefore all characteristics are reduced by 50%. The sentry shouts loudly to everyone that they have an enemy here, while he continues to shout and repeat about combat readiness. The dragon finally notices a slightly transparent blue notification that informs that protection has been activated in this novice village, which means that all characteristics have been reduced by 50%. He begins to say to himself that there is also a protective mechanism. I wonder if it has a specific range at all. With a characteristic sound, another notification arrives, which informs that the range of the protective mechanism is a circle with a radius of 500 meters centered in the center of the village. Waters Jr. asks himself if he understood the entire radius correctly and whether he heard the figure before adding that this is quite enough, and apparently, now you can definitely start. The black dragon instantly and furiously begins to dive down. Its huge wings swing through the layers of air, raising dust and small clouds behind it, opening its huge mouth wider and wider, and soon a large, bright and fiery sphere begins to appear there, which is full of sparks. These very sparks soon turn into one, and a huge one, which, like the sun, burns brightly in the middle of the starry sky, forcing the villagers, who probably only recently left their homes, hearing the alarm, immediately start to make a run for it. One of them even looks back a little, opening his eyes wide and shouting that the dragon has arrived. And this very fiery spark is his dragon breath, which he is definitely going to use. He opens his mouth wide before several different fiery spheres immediately fly out of it, which, like meteorites, immediately begin to fall to the ground. Those same fiery spheres crash into the roofs of houses with explosions. The dragon notices to himself that the forces, in fact, weakened, not explosions, but chickens pecked. One of the players in iron armor only tightens his grip on his huge sword before asking why the dragon sneaked in unnoticed at night, while whole columns of flames begin to rage behind him. The knight, turning his head to his brothers, telling them not to be afraid, since the black dragon is weak, which could be said even by those awkward and huge spheres that only cause damage to roofs and houses, but in no other way, and then adds more loudly that if they attack together, then they will definitely be able to destroy it. Immediately, a bald guy with a shield and a sword rushes forward, only to shout to them to move faster to the center of the square, since they should attack from there. And then just warriors with magicians who use this very magic shield to provide at least some opportunity to survive follow him, all of them together. And literally in some miserable fractions of a second, they all find themselves already in the center of the square, while some bright stripes begin to swirl around them with might and main, which even attract the attention of Waters Jr. With their glow, he says, so this is just another remark that they have already managed to put up a shield so quickly. Magicians are standing at the bottom. A bright line of the same color suddenly begins to burn from a pink staff, which begins to move forward quickly and sharply, intending to reach the dragon. The attack with a pink explosion falls on the very wing of Su Nian, who barely managed to cover his chest with it. Noticing his reaction, one of the girls loudly exclaims that the attack worked, and the dragon was scared, before ordering the others to aim in a flash. While the dragon himself adds to himself that yes, perhaps he was really scared. What kind of jokes are these at all? And then he calls out to the system, asking it to create a teleportation field, to which it immediately reacts, asking him to clarify the place of teleportation. Waters Jr. clarifies that first it is worth doing it over the village of beginners number 6, which immediately begins to form a huge, bright and blue circle that covers his entire body. A real huge and fiery sphere appears, which begins to grumble down with a large stream of flame. And then, at the place where such a blow was originally intended, a huge, bright and blue circle begins to form. People even made way for its diameter. The dragon just looks at this very blue and bright circle, into which exactly the same fiery sphere is directed, which almost splashes out like lava on different sides before a large stream of flame begins to fly directly at him. And then that portal, which was on the ground next to people, begins to vibrate with might and main, and fiery sparks begin to appear from its middle, diverging on different sides. And then, suddenly, the fiery sphere created a colossal explosion. A wave of heat and blinding flashes of light filled everything around. The shockwave even reached the dragon, who had to close his eyes, while he says to himself that the power is still great, and if the players really have no restrictions on increasing strength, then the power will also increase. When the moment of brilliance and noise passed, there was only a smoking trail, and the smell of burnt grass in the air. A notification of the system immediately pops up, which congratulates its owner on the destruction of the village of newcomers. The village of newcomers number Sakura Island has been erased from the map. Then another notification pops up, in which the system again congratulates its owner on receiving the first fragment of the core of the village of newcomers. And after that, she also informs that all the players from Sakura Island from the village of beginners at number 6 will randomly be reborn in other villages, which she will now begin to determine the location of. Meanwhile, the very core that was of bright blue light and radiated its glow with might and main, even on waters JR, almost falls into the dragon's paw. Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current number of points is already 12,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, Selena's sympathy level is 170. After the pogrom of the village, a sad and ruined landscape remained. Buildings, houses, and structures were burned or severely damaged by fire. The dragon suddenly sharply asks, they say, is this really all? Is she really destroyed? Before adding that it was somehow too simple, even suspicious. But then he calls out to the system and asks it to repeat again what this fragment of the core is and whether it can be useful in any way. And the crystal, which was now completely in his huge paw, for some reason abruptly changed its shape. Meanwhile, a notification of the system pops up, which informs that 4 fragments of this very core of the village of novices can be combined into one clean order for the construction of the village. The owner can use them to establish his own power. This is a very important thing. And then the system adds that it advises its owner to keep it, and even if he does not think to put this fragment under his scales. The dragon looks at the blue window of the system that appeared in front of his eyes, before slightly intensely wondering if this is really all that this core is capable of. Under his command, there is already a village built by the dog-headed magicians, and they are expanding quite quickly. He also needs an order for the construction of this very village. This is some kind of nonsense of a gray mare. But right there, even the system itself almost tearfully begs its owner not to neglect the order to build the village, and then begins to add that, as he has already noticed, the defensive ability of the novice village is very high, which in fact, you can't even say, since it was destroyed in a moment. But the system does not stop talking, explaining that this is because of the force of law contained in it. And if the owner has an order to build a village, then Waters JR will also be able to build such a strong structure. Also, under the influence of the village construction order, the structure will have many special abilities. For example, a more convenient location, a more efficient speed, and so on. As the level of the city increases, the owner will have more and more rights. And now this information makes him think hard and rethink everything he said about this very core. He thinks that then why does it seem to him that this is some kind of system bug? Isn't it difficult for the system to extract the fragments of the core of the novice village? Before the order was the word clean, which means that the power was taken away from the players, so it's not surprising that the system in front of him is so worried and nervous. But then, suddenly, out of nowhere, another notification of the system pops up with a characteristic sound, which informs that the calculation has been made and this time it receives 25,000 points. Damn it, 25,000 points. He begins to really resent, starting to complain and say that is, after waiting for some system chan, they will again go to destroy several villages, and then all his animals will work continuously. The system seems to strain only more from this and then calls out to the owner again, saying that this system does not recommend such actions before deciding to explain its point of view right now. The constant destruction of newcomer villages will maximize the publicity of the owner, and if his publicity becomes too high, then he will be marked as the boss of the world and his coordinates and level will be made public. With his current strength, she is afraid that it will be difficult for him to resist the players. In his fantasy, he immediately saw an image of himself and how he would be standing right in front of 100 or more players who would run towards him with all their legs and threaten him with real weapons, starting from swords and ending with spears. Waters JR awkwardly adds how exaggerated it all is before he decides to ask his friend if in this case he will be hunted every day. But now he is not waiting for an answer. The black dragon immediately appears in the form of a Buddha, immediately asking the system to forget about everything, before adding that he is, after all, merciful, so he will calmly just spare them. The system that is watching this whole circus is only silent. After some time, Su Nian calls out to his friend again, saying that since the destruction of villages will increase publicity, then how can he then collect the fragments of the cores of the rest of the newcomer villages? And she almost immediately gives him the right answer, literally simultaneously begging her master to be more patient, since the invasion of players will lead to the entry of the whole world into the war. But during this very war there will be a myriad of different soldiers. The village of beginners, she decides to continue, this is just the beginning. More villages will be destroyed in due course. Until the full maturation of the host, you can temporarily hide behind the glory of the heroes. Waters Jr. himself only looks away and says that now he is translating everything into human specifically for her. If she can't, then let her not even try. But after some time, he decides to ask, so how can he find out if something large-scale has happened in this world? Because, in the end, he will be in some backwater without news at all and understanding what is happening outside of it. The system immediately informs that the owner has a decree, namely the sacrifice ceremony, and then explains that in fact, it can be passed on to his developed followers, because with his help he will understand what is happening on the whole continent. The hero smiles and says that at the sacrifice ceremony she mentioned the call, to which the system immediately agrees, adding that everything is correctly noticed. But Su Nian himself adds another question, wondering when he will be able to get it, to which his interlocutor again gives an answer. She says that since the current level of the owner is too low, he himself cannot choose, therefore he can only do what to wait. He just keeps quiet. The dragon continues to fly, but then abruptly opens his eyes when he notices the silhouette of a girl looking ahead and standing on some kind of mountain ledge. And apparently, having thought of something to himself that the girl after his speech would decide to commit suicide or just suddenly panic, the dragon opens its mouth wide and immediately begins to dive down, calling Anna and begging her not to jump. The girl from such a loud scream only turns her head in his direction, blinking her eyes in surprise and clearly not expecting his appearance, because apparently she did not even initially intend to do this, since she was only in one towel or some rags. But apparently, such a sharp movement on her part was enough that then, accidentally due to the wind or her own awkwardness and clumsiness, she suddenly slips her foot on the ledge of the cliff, which provokes the subsequent fall of the body towards the abyss, which makes her open her eyes in fright and immediately scream, trying to rest her hands, go ahead or do something so as not to break completely, but the weight of her body still pulls her down. And then Waters Jr., like a real hero, instantly rushes to dive down to this very concession, waving his wings wide and fast, striving after Anna, whose body still continues to fall down and even loses the very towel that previously covered her nakedness. And like a bolt from the blue, the girl, almost a pink ray that pierces the air, rushes straight into the water, which immediately begins to splash out of the banks, splashing another girl, who was also half naked and screaming loudly, begging for help. That's just on her face there was a blush and a bright smile that she testified that the situation was not as serious as Su Nian had initially betrayed her. But such a huge splash, as it turns out later, was caused not only by the fall of the elf, but also by the black dragon himself, who landed in the same crater with water, in which the girls were now completely calm. Surfacing to the surface, he opens his eyes in surprise, but begins to blush, clearly not expecting something like this to happen. Before he even decides to ask awkwardly, they say, "Are they really washing?" Why, the brunette's veins are already swollen with anger and most likely from the understanding that their master is just like that took and got into the girly society. And then Selena's loud voice is heard, shouting that there will be a bomb, and then immediately jumps from above, rushing straight down with her fifth point, counting on the water, but clearly not expecting what will happen next. Anna, who is watching this, opens her mouth wide and even blushes, shouting and warning her friend to be careful. But apparently it's too late, and it simply won't work to return the jump back. And as it was clear, her buttocks rush straight to the dragon's nose, which can only do just slightly open its jaws in surprise and look at this show with complete misunderstanding of what is happening. That is why there is a collision, marked by some kind of loud sound, since the entire dragon's muzzle was completely submerged at the bottom of their joint bath. And Selena, completely not understanding what is happening, can only continue to sit on top and look down in surprise, clearly not understanding what is happening right now. It happens before she opens her eyes wide and finally decides to ask why it is so shallow and so warm at the same time in their peculiar pool. And immediately Anna turns out to be next to her, who instantly blushes even more, continuing to stare with confused eyes at how some sharp horns, along with bubbles, peek out from under the water, while she herself slightly raises her hands and tries to call out to Mr. Dragon in a trembling voice. And apparently, after some time, everyone calms down and finally the magician decides to get off someone else's muzzle in order to sit somewhere to the side, huffing and blushing in every possible way, trying to pretend that she has absolutely nothing to do with it, while the black dragon himself barely emerges from their crater, and then, not completely, but only with his muzzle buried in the ground, while the stars are spinning on his head, and saliva flows out of his mouth, while Anna, already fully dressed, is sitting next to him on the shore, who again calls out to her master and asks how he feels before asking him to wake up, to which her friend only replies in an awkward and trembling voice that it actually serves him right, because there was nothing to peek at how the girls wash. But Waters Jr. himself only looks up while his pupils are spiraling, indicating a recent collision, while he himself can only mumble the name of a girl he knows, and then adds that he seems to look very cute. The elf, of course, did not expect such an answer in any way. That's why she can only look at him in surprise, still blushing and sweating a little, not knowing that it's even worth answering such a thing, while some other girl appears in front of them in a very elegant outfit, and with a stately gait. Immediately, the system notification appears again with a characteristic sound, informing that an invitation to him from a special character has been detected. So does he respond to it? Meanwhile, the status window shows that the current number of points is already 37,995. Anna's liking level is 300, Selena's liking level is 170. The elf, apparently deciding not to pay attention to the new guest at all, suddenly snuggles up and grabs their black dragon by the muzzle, anxiously looking at him and twitching her ears, plaintively shouting. They say, no, he already has exactly near-death hallucinations, and then suddenly calls out to Selena, wondering if it's because of this is that she just took and crushed their lord dragon, to which the latter only smiles awkwardly and looks away, perhaps even giggling a little nervously, while adding that this cannot be, because she is completely light, while Su Nian continues to lie in a coma with characteristic spirals in his eyes, clearly not oriented and not understanding what is happening. But then suddenly the voice is again given by the magician, who for some reason blushes sharply and slightly squints her eyes, turning to face Waters Jr., before she informs that she was taught by mercenaries how to save a drowning person, but she does not know if it will work on such a huge monster as a dragon. Anna, apparently catching herself for such an opportunity, twitches her ears again and immediately looks at her with wide open eyes, before adding that it doesn't matter now, because it's still worth trying to save him. But her friend seems to have doubts anyway, as she then adds that this will require contact with the body. And our hero, of course, is no longer in a pre-fainting state and does not experience any dizziness at all. His eyes were still open in a normal way. His cheeks were covered with blush, and saliva continued to flow from his mouth with might and main, while he significantly moved his eyebrows, thinking and asking himself if this was artificial respiration. And then he giggled in his head, clearly intending to get a kiss, and not that what happens next. Selena leans towards him very erotically. A light steam comes from her breath, which immediately forms in the air. Her cheeks are as red as his own, her mouth is slightly open, and, naturally, very, very massive forms appear in the foreground, in which, apparently, I just want to drown. That's just the desired kiss will not pass. Selena, who only recently was so close and seemed about to kiss him and really try to do artificial respiration, suddenly, for no reason at all, sharply punches someone else's chest in the area of the heart, and with such force that the unfortunate black dragon opens his eyes wide and coughs up the last volume of oxygen from his lungs, completely deprived of anything else. And apparently, the blow was not one, as Waters Jr. instantly jumps off his seat and raises his huge paws in the form of surrender, smiling awkwardly and nervously squinting his eyes, pouring with another rush of sweat, because it seems that he is afraid of this magician even more than the players of all the villages combined. He immediately begins to cry out fearfully and imploringly for her to stop, before instantly assuring everyone present that he is perfectly fine, while he is almost begging for salvation in his head, asking what the mercenaries taught her at all, while Selena herself only looks at him intently, wide opening his eyes and swinging his fist again for another blow, which, as it turns out, will not come anyway. But the situation has noticeably tickled the dragon's nerves. That's why he turns his head towards the blue window of the system, mentally calling out to her and asking, does it seem to him or did he really miss something? While drops of sweat were still running down his face, and the memories of recent blows were still present. But then the system informs its owner that while he was pretending to be unconscious, he missed the call. Realizing that this is, in fact, a nightmare, the black dragon again approaches the tree and rests against it with his paw, covering his muzzle with the other and leaning forward in a pose full of despair and bitterness, before muttering to himself that all this is very bad and after all, it has also affected his lands. And then he decides to call out to the system again, saying that it cannot wake him up or automatically accept the call, Well, okay. While he himself is thinking about how he still misses the times when they swam together in the royal city. When steam envelops you, it seems that you are walking among clouds. Apparently, such a rejection of the call hit him hard that he already forced him to regale his memories from the past, standing still at the tree while the system watched him, after being silent for a few seconds, and then adding that he never said anything. But then Selena abruptly approaches him, which makes the dragon literally light up and turn his head to her, smiling broadly and opening his eyes, paying attention to her and asking about the shared bath. The girl just smiles at him and tells him quite calmly that yes, there are hot springs in all the cities of the kingdom. Sometimes they arrange tug-of-war competitions there. And immediately a picture appears before his eyes, where both familiar girls are sitting in the water, only in towels, which barely covered their bodies, with red cheeks and slightly plaintive glances, while steam from hot water was swirling around them. Naturally, such a picture evokes the corresponding emotions in the Black Dragon. That's why Su Nian is shouting out that they will have a tug-of-war competition today. That's just such a reaction for some reason makes Selena, asking him where in that case he will be able to find the source. And he just as confidently and pathetically replies that it will not just be a source. And then Waters Jr. turns his attention to the window of the system, calling out to her and asking with a more serious look if she can update the available items, such as something like a heater, while his old friend decides to answer that this system mainly provides modifications in clothing, but the very purpose of the store is increase the happiness of the host. He looks away, hovering over that very blue window, before he starts ranting about how happiness, the body, and the like are all unequal, and then decides to ask if she sees him happy at the moment, before adding, as if by chance, that if the system has the complaint book, then he will immediately complain there. But the window is only silent, either being ashamed, or just a little offended for all those harsh words in his address that her owner has just blurted out. That's just, it seems, the conversation immediately turns into another channel, as the Black Dragon instantly leans towards her again, even somehow slightly straining. His eyes are wide open. A little drop of sweat runs down his temple while he adds, just being interested in calling out to the system, but how much you need to spend those very points to increase the modification levels with an explosive fight. First, an old acquaintance decides to open to him a list of absolutely all the modifications that are only present where the same explosive dragon is visible, then a dinosaur, and finally deafness, and only then decides to answer his question, because at the same second, a notification window is displayed with a characteristic ringing, which informs that 9,000 points are needed to increase the level of the explosive dragon modification, and then adds that he already has enough points. So does he want to activate the modification? Naturally, the answer does not have to wait long, since the Black Dragon almost immediately shouts out in an imperative tone so that she activates everything, and the system is unable to resist the orders of its master. Therefore, soon a new notification is displayed again, which asks him to pay attention to the fact that in order to successfully activate this modification, it is necessary to increase the effect of the heart of the melting fire on the figure and muscles of the host, which will provoke acute pain. To prevent damage to the vocal cords, the system will automatically seal them. It would seem that everything is prudent and simple. She takes care of him so sweetly, worries, trying to protect his only opportunity to communicate with all his acquaintances and warns about it in advance. But naturally, Su Nian is simply shocked by this information. He opens his mouth in surprise, looks with huge eyes, in which capillaries have already burst with might and main, right at her, unable to even utter the slightest sound, remaining completely mute for a while lightning flashes sharply next to him, which, apparently, speaks of a painful process that only it had just begun and was clearly not going to end anytime soon. Immediately, the huge body of the Black Dragon falls to the ground. He himself begins to roll painfully on it from side to side, trying to squeeze his own body with his paws, making at least some attempts to calm that hellish and ever-increasing agony, because of which tears even appeared in the corners of his eyes while he was floundering, like the most a real child. The girls who are watching him from the sidelines only silently drill the writhing Waters Jr. with their eyes before Selena finally decides to give at least some sign that she still sees everything that is happening here and reacts accordingly, because she is a little interested. They say, "He is so happy," or something. And suddenly, abruptly, his former scales begin to peel off and crumble. Pieces of old scales crumble, forming a new one. Instead of the former bright and shiny surface, the new dragon scales become more fiery and dark. Soon his whole body is covered with characteristic bright, yellow and red stripes, almost cracks, which indicate that his body is changing and becoming different. Flames are sparkling around him, which surround his hind legs and tend to twist around him more than ever, drawing the silhouette of a black dragon that slightly tilted his head forward and clenched his paw into a fist, carefully looking at himself with the white gaze of his eyes, before another notification pops up with a characteristic ringing, which informs that the explosive dragon has been installed. This modification increases the following characteristics, namely total muscle strength increased by 50%, bite force increased by 200%, speed reduced by 10%, scale protection increased by 30%, limb flexibility increased by 100%. And apparently, not only his new look scares the girls, but also the huge speed of fiery sparks and tongues of fire, which also rush to them and burn clothes, exposing their breasts, because, of course, it could not have been any other way, but completely exposing, makes them squint from slight pain and blush from possible awkwardness and embarrassment. Anna immediately shouts with Selena in embarrassment, twitching to the side and simultaneously trying to somehow get away from the burning and painful flame. Waters Jr., it seems, begins to notice that something is wrong, and literally after some fractions of a second, the opportunity to speak returns to him again, which he decides to use, straining himself along the way. Again, sweat slides down his temple when he slightly squints his eyes and looks at the flames that are dancing right in front of his muzzle with might and main, before he finally finds the strength to call out to the system again and ask what it is and where it came from, because the old acquaintance again begins to explain to him, highlighting specific information in the window, along the way adding that the temperature of his heart of melting fire can reach as much as 800 degrees. At close range you can get burned. After that, the system finally adds that at such a close distance, she recommends that he add a modification of the core of the spiritual 9 islands, acting as a cooling radiator, on which only 10,000 points are needed. And now it definitely looks like sucking money and everything that can only be taken from a poor and unhappy black dragon. That's what Su Nian himself thinks, who instantly changes in his face and is clearly set up, if not for a scandal, then for a couple of complaints for sure. He immediately opens his mouth wide in an instant, frowns and almost growls when he loudly wonders what the hell kind of thing it is, what kind of cooling radiator it is, before he begins to prove to the blue status window with the same loud shouts and exclamations that he is a dragon, and not a system unit. This the same is clearly cross-promotion. But the system did not lose its head, although, apparently, it even managed to strain itself from such loud and wild screams before finally almost tearfully begs its owner to calm down a little, explaining everything by the fact that after installing the radiator, the core temperature of the melting fire, when it does not explode, will drop to 38.8 degrees, and besides, she added casually, he will receive as a gift 1 layer of a protective biological membrane. And it seems that this is really not for long, but calms her owner, who decides to distract himself with what happened to his girls. He leans out from behind a corner or from behind some bushes, looks at Anna with wide and big eyes, literally devours her with his gaze, while he slightly opens his mouth and allows himself to pull out his tongue, silently watching how the blonde elf continues to blush, pressing her chest to him with her palm, trying to hide at least somehow those places where the fabric has once again already managed to burn out. It seems that after watching enough, Waters Jr. finally comes to a conclusion about what should be done before he sighs in amazement and says that if it's necessary, then so be it. Radiator means radiator. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 18,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300. And Selena's sympathy level is 170. Then, out of nowhere, come jets of water that envelop everything around him. It is as if he is covered by a huge wave, from which the black dragon can only stare in surprise at this event, opening his eyes wide and still continuing to look at what is happening with the same surprise, while those lava scars or just cracks even begin to acquire an increasingly darker shade, as if they are really someone that I extinguished it and now they are not going to light up anymore. Su Nian, who is surprised not only by this, abruptly leans back a little, frowning his eyebrows and focusing his gaze on what is happening right in front of his nose, when he notices that something that is right in the middle of his chest begins to abruptly burn with a bright and yellow light, like real lava, the lines of which lead along his entire torso and scales, which now stood out against the background of the remaining body. He notices out loud that there is no such burning sensation anymore, and the breeze has blown so pleasantly, and then suddenly mutters that although he spent a lot, really a lot, but it's still very cool. Immediately a blue window, already familiar to everyone and not only, pops up, which congratulates its owner and informs that the modification of the explosive dragon has been completed. The power of the combined explosion has been increased by 50%, the power of the eruption has been increased by 50%, and he himself has become much more formidable and dangerous. This also makes him think a little not only about the words of the system, but also about what literally happened to him recently, which is why the black dragon slightly raises his paw, continuing to frown and look at it. Before, as if not at all impressive, he says that it's all good, of course, but then it is decided to ask the system what kind of combined explosion force is this. But then the voice is once again given by the system, calling out to the owner and asking how about he himself tried to exhale and find out what it feels like and how to use it for specific purposes. He opens his mouth wide and continues to frown thoughtfully as he looks ahead, before a huge stream of scarlet flame and breath abruptly comes out of his mouth at the same moment, which swirls around and a little further than his own muzzle, heading towards his own goal, which, perhaps, was not even set with from the very beginning. And so, no matter how unexpected it would be, Anna and Selena appear right in front of him, who continue to awkwardly try to cover all the parts of the body that have become visible due to the fact that the flame recently burned both fabrics and left them in worn and not very comfortable outfits that opened up a view of everything that only it is possible. The elf herself is almost whimpering behind her friend, trying to cover her chest and lower body, but the magician, on the contrary, only seeks to get closer, simultaneously calling out to the dragon and making a claim to him, shouting that because of him all the clothes were ruined. Selena is distracted from her complaints at the same second, because she looks up in surprise when she feels and realizes that the wind has suddenly intensified, and with such power that it carried away not only the nearest leaves, but also tore off her hat, forcing her to fly away, simultaneously lifting the hair of the unfortunate. Why she screamed and rushed to return her hat, or at least to make attempts to do so, pulling her hand sharply up and grabbing the fabric with it, tightly squeezing and holding it in the air, while the gusts of wind due to their old acquaintance only intensified and were not going to feel sorry for anyone, especially them. Soon these same gusts also bring flames and many sparks, because of which their clothes have suffered again, completely becoming no longer necessary, and able to cover them only those parts of the body where it is so necessary. Anna generally tries to hide everything with her own hands, while Selena squints and shouts that this is very, very hot, blushing slightly, and her friend does not lag behind, also squinting and calling out to Mr. Dragon, trying to tell him or somehow convey that this should not have been done, since it really hurts and is unpleasant. But the dragon, apparently, does not care, because his face doesn't really express any emotions, and he just raises his paw up and immediately shows his thumb while he blushes slightly, along the way adding loudly that wow, how cool is it, while the system itself pops up again with a bright and blue window, informing him about that a cooling radiator has been added, and now his body can automatically adjust the temperature of the eruption. But then after some time, probably within a few seconds, he suddenly notices that both of his acquaintances just suddenly found themselves in the water, which literally forced Waters Jr. to sit down next to them. He bent his head closer to them, asking why they were in the water. Anna only tried harder to dive into the water, blushing and looking pitifully at their interlocutor, simultaneously blowing bubbles out of there, while Selena awkwardly looks away and also blushes, trying to smile a little and telling him that, in fact, he ruined all their clothes, and now he also dares to ask why. And the black dragon suddenly decides that he has never actually seen Anna in a swimsuit, which means that it is necessary to find her something to dress up, for which he immediately uses the window of the system, which opens immediately in front of him and expands, it seems, at the same time opening a store where Su Nian can immediately contemplate with a thoughtful face 3 swimsuits, simultaneously poking his huge claw into the lowest one, saying about himself that here they are. Another notification pops up with a characteristic sound, which informs that the owner bought exactly all those 3 swimsuits in the amount of 1,000 points. And after a couple of moments, the black dragon had already settled himself inside the crater with warm water, which only relaxed the body more, forcing Waters Jr. to just lean back, leaning on the earthen rim, while he himself was covering his eyes quite well. He was already wearing a new swimsuit before he himself gives out that he didn't even think about the fact that they have large-sized swimsuits for dragons. Anna, who, apparently, was sitting a little further away, reports with a smile that yes, How convenient. While she was laughing loudly and smiling fervently, while blush shone on her cheeks and a pink swimsuit was on her body, Selena generally decides to dive under the water column, holding her breath and squinting her eyes, and tries to shout out loudly that she has never tried it like a savage, and then adds that it's generally very cool, and this swimsuit is really very comfortable to swim in. But then abruptly the black dragon suddenly has an idea that you can tell by his face, which immediately lit up. He literally jumps off his seat, which causes large waves and streams of water, before offering to arrange a tug-of-war competition for them, which, like a bolt from the blue, just took and appeared in his hand. The girls who have just finished their business and literally surfaced to look at all this, just look at their master, sweating a little and feeling obviously uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the temple of Santalista, the bright sun is shining with might and main, which penetrates through a glass fresco near the statue of some powerful goddess, until soon another girl appears in sight. A blonde elf, if judged by her ears, who is holding a staff with a slightly strange shape in her hands. But for some reason she frowns and he turns his head to the side, asking his interlocutor if they still have the strength to resist. Another girl with red hair obediently gets down on one knee in front of her and bows, lowering her head down, says that the main knight Alicia Elocutors is returning from the first fortress with an army to help. It will take her about 3 days. But then she turns to her highness before suggesting she just run away together. The girl standing in front of her begins to tremble violently with her whole body from anger, squeezing her staff harder, while she decides to ask again if she understood what she wanted to say at all, before she decides to add another question, wondering how many people they can take with them. Her servant and informer begins almost to speak in a whisper, along the way literally wildly and plaintively apologizing, saying that she asks Her Majesty for forgiveness, before she sadly informs them that they will not be able to take a single person with them. She suddenly turns to that very huge statue before she kneels down right in front of it and puts her hands together as if she is going to pray. And she stubbornly replies that she will not go anywhere. She generally remains to pray that the gods protect St. Allist and her people, all to one. Then she decides to turn to the goddess after all, saying that she asks her, but her own servant does not let her finish, who suddenly sharply and loudly calls out to Her Highness. Her face has already turned slightly blue. Her eyebrows have furrowed and converged to the bridge of her nose. A drop of bile has appeared on her cheek, while she herself looks up at her from under her brows, before loudly adding that she should not ask the gods again, since they abandoned them. And then something happens abruptly that the blonde definitely could not have expected. The pink-haired one literally runs up to her quickly and abruptly, and then tries to grab her wrists in order to subsequently take them to the sides, interrupting all her prayers. Her Majesty opens her eyes in surprise and almost falls back when she is so attacked from the front and from above. She even opens her mouth slightly, trying to push her away as quickly as possible or pull her wrists away altogether, but this does not happen. Instead of all this, she literally screams and asks what she is doing, but then after almost hysterically starts yelling that no, it's all wrong and she should stop. The queen or princess herself literally begs her to stop, but the servant does not answer. The pink-haired one only tries to squeeze her hands harder, calling out to Her Highness again and saying that even if it is against her will, she will still protect her, because this was her mission from the very beginning. She instantly throws someone else's body over her shoulder, holding the blonde by the hips and rising completely from her seat before looking forward with a frown and a dissatisfied look. And naturally, this is what happens, because Her Majesty suddenly starts floundering and fidgeting in place, twitching her legs and other limbs. The blonde turns her head in her direction and immediately blushes profusely, opening her eyes wide and ordering in a trembling voice to let her go. Then immediately, out of nowhere, a huge, bright and blue circle begins to form, which covers the entire nearest radius, and on it itself is depicted a 6-carbon star with a variety of symbols and meanings, as if it were the same portal that even the hero himself used earlier. Its components gradually begin to burn all brighter and brighter, spreading bright sparks of lightning on all sides, becoming more and more, starting from the very middle. The girl who was watching this phenomenon suddenly opens her eyes wide, clearly in complete shock from what she saw. Tears begin to form in the corners of her eyes, and she even opens her mouth a little before she shouts out in surprise and to some extent even admiringly that this is a divine miracle. Her bodyguard, who did not expect this at all, only turns her head in the direction from which the bright and bluish light came, before she opens her eyes and mouth in surprise, feeling a drop of sweat still trickling down her cheek, while she can only exclaim loudly and questioningly, "They say what it means." Her Majesty only still looks in surprise in the direction of where all these rays came from, But now there was not only a statue there. The same huge, bright and blue circle that covers the entire nearest radius was now with the dragon. There stood Waters Jr. himself, who was still in the same white swimsuit, still with the same rope in his hand, and just stared ahead at the elves with exactly the same surprise as they look at him. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300. And Selena's sympathy level is 170. All in the same church of Santalista, they all come to their senses after a clash with each other. The same huge, bright and blue circle on which the black dragon himself had stood quite calmly before, simply disappeared, leaving him in utter bewilderment and misunderstanding of what was happening. Behind him, still not moving, there is a huge statue of the goddess. The rays of the evening sun shine from the window, while Su Nian himself does not look as joyful or understanding as before. His eyes widen even more in surprise as he looks down at himself, before he decides to ask, shouting loudly and wondering what this place is and why the hell he even ended up here. The blonde is only silent, but the pink-haired one immediately throws a glance at him as soon as she hears the voice, and then opens her eyes in surprise, looking in his direction and slightly turning her head there, while the black dragon instantly throws aside her swimsuit, and then frowns and presses her paw to her chin, thoughtfully stroking and looking ahead, exclusively at the same rectangular and blue window that appeared in front of him when he called out to the system and asked her in a completely friendly way to explain to him what is going on here and how did he manage to be in this place at all. But the elves noticed these changes in their real world in the form of a huge black dragon, who now for some reason stood quite calmly next to the statue of their goddess, almost immediately. The pink-haired woman instantly turns 180 degrees before opening her eyes in surprise, almost shocked, while she continues to look towards the new guest in their place. Meanwhile, her servant can only point in the direction of Waters Jr. in a literally trembling voice, confirming all the guesses that only they had, loudly shouting that it was a dragon. But unfortunately, apparently, all this fear and surprise make the elf randomly unclench her fingers and reduce the pressure on Her Majesty's waist, which she only held on her shoulder until recently, but now the moment has come when the princess will be able to escape. Apparently, having lost her balance on someone else's shoulder, the blonde soon just falls down, but apparently, more frightened, she begins to shout loudly that she is in pain before falling with her fifth point on the dark tile, which causes a characteristic rumble that makes the other, who had just continued to stand and stare at the dragon like an idol, finally pay attention to the unfortunate and beaten. She literally shudders and almost instantly rushes to her queen, at the same second falling in front of her almost on her knees. The bodyguard immediately raises her eyebrows in concern to the middle of her forehead and leans closer to her, trying to somehow bring her to her senses, while she shouts at herself that such a servant is worthy of death, before calling her highness no less anxiously, wondering if she is all right. The latter finally begins to open her green eyes at least a little bit, simultaneously blinking one and slightly trembling and shrinking until crocodile tears begin to shine in her very corners. But then she throws her gaze aside and thinks that is really the messenger of the gods. This is the same black dragon, which appeared literally in front of them in a fraction of a second. Meanwhile, he still continues to chat with his system, not paying attention to either the screams or the elves in general, because right in front of his muzzle, the blue window of the system was still shining brightly, which just informed his master that he himself had told her. After hearing the call, it was worth automatically accepting his, that's just Su Nian, apparently, was not happy. That's why he sat in front of her all frowning, boring her with his dark eyes and muttering something under his breath, something like the fact that the system really carries some nonsense. But instead of a response, the system just calmly thanks him from the bottom of its heart for the praise, which is why the black dragon just explodes, immediately hysterically shouting out who is praising her here at all, before it starts waving its paws maliciously, while steam is pouring out of his ears from indignation and anger, and on his temple already the vein swells, while the emotions continued to beat with a key. But finally, after a certain amount of time, he still manages to calm down completely, which is why soon he just turns his head to the statue, and he mutters to himself with displeasure that he has just literally passed an important stage, and here you have another task. But the blonde elf, who, as it turned out, has already completely recovered after a recent fall, raises her admiring gaze at Waters Jr., continuing to examine him before abruptly betrays that the gods have heard her prayers and apparently sent him to save St. Alice. But the last part of the sentence is already being served even more like a question, because she keeps looking at him with admiring sparks in her eyes. She folds her hands on her chest, slightly clenching her fists, or in a gesture of prayer, still closely watching her new guest. That's just the latter, for the first time in all his time in this temple, finally pays attention to her, and only because she came closer and spoke to him. The black dragon turns to her and opens his eyes wide in surprise before he raises his paw, and even points at himself a little, supposedly wondering if she really meant him. But apparently body control is still not given to him, because Su Nian does not follow his huge tail at all, which swings from side to side, and then swings at all so much that at some point it just hits the edge of the statue with its whole carcass, which is why it just breaks abruptly at the point of contact, starting to fall down, while cracks are spreading through it with might and main. This only makes the dragon's eyes open even more when he turns his head in the direction of the roar, which he himself accidentally arranged, before trying to slightly remove his tail. And now two elves who watch this from the side are just looking at the whole incident in surprise, while the blonde one is only plaintively and can shout about the statue. After some pitiful fractions of a second, they both grab their cheeks, looking at this incident with complete horror and shock, in the corners of which tears were even visible, since it was her goddess, to whom she had only recently prayed, along the way, still loudly continuing to shout about the statue, while her bodyguard can only do that, shouting back at her that she had fallen. But Waters Jr. himself feels only tension, which he tries to hide along the way, pressing his paw to his chin, thinking about what exactly should be said at the moment, before finally deciding to at least clear his throat in order to draw attention to his person, before adding that actually they are God. It is unclear what this means. Maybe it means we are God. But then he continues that he, in fact, does not like this statue himself, as if completely relieving himself of all responsibility. And after that, he finally leans forward, closer to them with his muzzle, and then literally shows his sharp claw at himself, carefully looking at the elves who are standing silently in front of him, and he himself only decides to ask them why they still call him. Her Majesty presses her hand to her chest, looking at him sadly with her blue eyes, before plaintively replying that she is the Holy Virgin of Santalista, and it was here, on the southern mainland, that there used to be a peaceful state, but only the notorious Dark Beast mercenaries invaded it. They attacked innocent people, waving their swords and riding horses with might and main, while people, being completely frightened, simply rushed to run, not even able to find a decent place to hide from such terror. They, the mercenaries, not only killed and robbed, but also founded the so-called country of service. And then, for some reason, suddenly both elves just took and fell on their knees right in front of him, squinting piteously and almost crying out loud, while the Holy Virgin turns to him again, almost begging him to save her people, and then she will swear allegiance to him. Because of this short event, a window is displayed, which informs that 100 more have now been added to her sympathy points. Su Nian just continues to gesture with her paws, frowning slightly and looking away, quite calmly informing her that they understood her request, and then decides to add that she now swears allegiance, and they will destroy all her enemies. The blonde elf, apparently completely desperate, suddenly decides to pull out some sharp dagger from nowhere, before the girl brings its blade to her neck, while tears were flowing down her cheeks, when she calls out to the Great Lord and informs him that Celestine grants him her loyalty and her soul. Why again a blue status window pops up, which again informs that the level of her sympathy has increased by 100 points. And then another one comes out, where the system already congratulates its owner, informing him that the level of sympathy of the special character Celestine has reached a maximum of 300 points. And then, apparently, having considered that the elf is really ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of her own people, the hero sharply hits his tail right on the hilt of the dagger, which makes him immediately break out of someone else's palm and jump up, forcing the girl to freeze in surprise. The Holy Virgin immediately screams loudly, clearly not expecting such an action on the part of her new master, before turning her head to the side and opening her eyes in surprise, looking at how the dagger just clatters and clinks next to her foot on the floor. And apparently, such an act on his part very upsets the unfortunate lady. She immediately turns her head back to him, while tears begin to appear in her eyes again, while she presses her hand to her chest, starting to mumble about what is so wrong. But she is immediately interrupted by Waters Jr., who leans even closer to her with his muzzle, and then points with his sharp claw in her direction. Su Nian says that he does not need her loyalty after death, he only needs her when she is alive. And if she obeys his orders and does not betray him, then he will gladly ensure their safety. And then he suddenly straightens up and rests his huge paws on his sides, simply looking at her with displeasure and frowning his eyebrows, while he begins to think to himself that, they say, from his side she looks like she will stupidly believe God, and if nothing can be done, then she will just have to kill herself, to sacrifice and offer your loyalty at the same time. So I also got this terrible knife somewhere. The girl looks up at him again, slightly opening her mouth, before completely agreeing with him, calling him already a divine dragon. Immediately, a notification window pops up again, which informs that Celestine's sympathy has increased by another 100 points. Then the next one appears, where the system congratulates its owner, informing him that the level of sympathy of the special character Celestine has reached a maximum of 300 points, so he gets 3,000 points for such a great cause. And then another window pops up, where the system informs him that in a nutshell, he should definitely teach her how to increase female sympathy to the end. And naturally, such an achievement is almost a pride for the Black Dragon himself. But then his face immediately lights up with an even brighter smile when he opens his eyes wide and suddenly remembers something. And this is something, apparently, very important, since he instantly calls out to the system again and is interested. And those are the abilities that they agreed on. This fool, is there a special NPC? But immediately the system responds to him, calling out to his master and advising him not to worry about it at all, before adding that when he fulfills all her requests, he will receive special abilities. This information, of course, makes him react very negatively, because he immediately furiously clenches his fist and frowns, but with such force that he begins to boil again, while he shakes his fist into the void and thinks that the system is actually getting more and more cunning, understands how to persuade him to murder. Therefore, he immediately turns back to this blue window with his muzzle and frowns even more, trying to portray a smile on his face, and threatens his friend and raises his paw, shouting that she didn't say that at all before. But then soon this whole system world disappears, as Celestine sharply calls out to the divine dragon and so sweetly asking if she said something wrong, which made Waters Jr. even confused for a while, looking at her with wide open eyes in surprise and raising his claw slightly before he turns away and starts walking towards the exit from the temple, while the Black Dragon himself only tiredly pressed his paw to his muzzle and just stared stupidly ahead, still continuing to strain only more from this whole situation and calm himself down in his head, saying that he just scored. After all, whoever called, the sooner he finishes, the calmer, so now he just needs to go and destroy the mercenaries, maybe even have time to play tug of war with Anna. And then he finally decides to get out of this damn temple. His massive body almost gets stuck in an already huge passage, but the ornament of the building just begins to disperse with cracks and gradually collapse. And while he continues to walk, soon the Holy Virgin reaches him from the side, and then so nervously brings her palms to her face to call out to the divine dragon and inform him that Gus Jet is leading the mercenaries of the soldiers of the 4th rank. He is very cruel and has more than 3,000 people under his command, so she already asks him, literally begs him to be more careful. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. After some time, the Black Dragon turns his head to her again, slightly awkwardly scratching himself with a claw on the muzzle, before turning back to her, asking her to better tell first about how far from her royal capital the mercenaries are, what forces they have, what she has, how many soldiers are left at all. Su Nian is already interested in all this being in her castle, holding, apparently, her recent swimsuit in her paws. The girl stands directly in front of him, raises her head, pressing her hand to her chest and blushing slightly, calling out to the divine dragon and informing him that there are more than 3,000 people under the command of Gus. The powers are diverse, from goblins with the lowest level to ogres with the highest. But then she somehow adds more sadly that now they should have already captured the sacred fortress of Felra. It's a day's journey to the capital. And then Celestine begins to say that here is under her command. And he pauses for a while, turning slightly to the side, but then she awkwardly turns to him again and starts poking her fingers, blushing more from embarrassment and embarrassment, already adding much more quietly that now she no longer has an army that could be used. Waters Jr.'s eyes almost popped out of his head from such a statement. He opens them in surprise, as well as his mouth, before loudly repeating after her and shouting that there is no army, while the thought arises in his head that it is not surprising that the girl prayed to the gods in such a situation. Only remains to ask the gods for protection. But then, it seems, all the recent tension or excitement simply goes away, as the black dragon immediately closes his eyes and quietly exhales, while he himself says that fortunately, he does not have time to worry, because such people are not at all like new players, they are much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Celestine just continues to stare at him in surprise, not even knowing what to say to such a thing, while Su Nian himself soon comes completely back to normal, along the way nervously swallowing, slightly wrinkling his nose, adding out loud that moreover, they have ferocious soldiers of the 4 stages. And then he realizes that it remains only to develop a good plan, which is why he immediately gets into a characteristic pose, pressing his paw to his chin again. Meanwhile, in the sacred fortress of Felra, the situation looks just as deplorable as it seems possible at all. The majestic walls that once protected its inhabitants from enemies have now been destroyed by time and forgotten by fate. And then suddenly some kind of mossy door is knocked out by someone's purple foot, and almost a paw with huge claws. An orc of the same color comes inside after, and his face is just extremely satisfied. He grins broadly, pressing his palm to his chin, and then begins to say that it is worth saying that the women of St. Aulist are so important that it is not for nothing that this is generally a seaside country. He himself soon goes outside, leaving behind a blonde girl whose body was just lying lifeless on the floor. It was all torn, with many scratches and abrasions. Dried blood was already flowing from her mouth, and frozen tears were pouring from her eyes. And then, in the darkness of the room, a dark silhouette suddenly appears, which literally runs at the speed of light towards the corpse of the girl. And as soon as it stops near her with the light from the open door, you can see that this is exactly the same ordinary guy who was just dressed in a kind of armor, and was with weapons until he himself continued to look at the unfortunate victim somehow sadly and silently. And this angers the guy so much that he shouts loudly that they are all creatures, before hitting his fist right on the wall with all the dope, while from such force the stone immediately begins to grow cracks. But as it turns out afterwards, it's not just an NPC, it's a player, and this can be said because he frowns and grins his teeth, looking at the blue window that opened right in front of his face before he informs that the leader of the monsters of the 28th level is the last. But it also turns out that he communicates with his friends and acquaintances, who are visible on a kind of video link on the other side of the screen. The one with the huge sword on the edge immediately frowns his eyebrows and informs that they have accepted everything, before calling out to Ashlyn and asking him to stay undercover as they have increased their speed. And in a maximum of 3 days, they will finally kill all this biomuser. But the guy almost immediately explodes from his friend's message, frowning harder and almost hysterically shouting whether he understood correctly what exactly 3 days later, and then lowers his gaze down. His eyes darken, his hands shake, and his teeth grind against each other as he continues to say that it's been 5 days since he infiltrated the mercenaries. And then he decides to ask if at least his interlocutor knows about what he had to go through during these damn 5 days. Alson looks again at the blue status window, where his friends clearly began to strain from such an emotional explosion, while he continued to prove to them furiously and violently, and hysterically ask them that he would stay here for another 3 days, would watch all this human hell, free-walking idiots, and then he also shouts again that they can be reborn, roughly waving their hands, clearly intending to give someone a good thump. He clenches his fist and squints until droplets of tears begin to form on the edge of his eyes, and the player himself only opens his mouth wider, continuing to say that even if they are reborn, of course, the number of times is very valuable. But do they have a heart at all? But then another guy finally enters the conversation, raising his hand with a dark look and calling out to Ashlyn, asking him to calm down and be patient a little longer. The hero, who frowns again, clenching his fists harder, continuing to talk and communicate right in front of the girl's corpse, before he decides to shout out loudly and ask why he would calm down at all. But then it seems that the conversation stops, or his recent anger comes to naught a little, because the guy has the opportunity where then find the nearest blanket and pull it right on the corpse of the blonde girl, while he himself was again squinting and clenching his teeth, asking her forgiveness and giving some kind of promise that he would definitely avenge her. But the blue window immediately begins to answer. Someone calls out to him beforehand and informs him that they are not their own here and therefore let him forget about it. Their last goal is to seize this territory, win the game and protect their own home. But the interlocutor does not have time to finish, as Ashlyn immediately looks disgustedly in their direction and asks them to completely turn off the group channel, which makes the window immediately begin to close and narrow, forcing the interlocutors only to repeat the last part of the sentence about their main mission. The young man is standing on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the lively monster camp in front of him, which now did not seem like that at all. He grips the hilt of his sword tightly before casting another glance in the direction of the whole place, while his pupil immediately narrows under the dose of another rush of adrenaline, and then he immediately rushes forward, bringing the tip of his sword up straight to the sky, while his body begins to frame bright and red aura, and he himself frowns his eyebrows more and more and opens his mouth wide, instantly rushing forward literally like an arrow, shouting that these creatures die. And it is immediately clear where exactly and who he is going to run to, because right in front of him sits just the same purple orc, namely the leader of the monsters, who quite calmly drinks something from his wooden mug. And immediately, in an instant, the purple orc begins to laugh loudly, while he throws his head slightly back and shouts that he did not even think that a traitor would suddenly appear among the mercenaries, and even so stupid as to run into their networks himself. And in fact, this was clearly meant to offend the guy. But instead, Alcine only frowns harder and clenches his teeth, continuing to drill the enemy with his gaze, before again loudly shouting that he should die as soon as possible. And then, as soon as he continues to rush forward, as from somewhere else a loud sound is heard from the side of the fence, which almost immediately attracts his attention, which makes the guy freeze for a while and turn his head towards him, still frowning, before suddenly wondering aloud what kind of sound it was. But not only the hero himself reacts to it, but also the leader of the monsters, who finally leans out of his tent and also rudely yells what kind of sound it was. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995, Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. Meanwhile, somewhere to the side is the same level 35 Gus, who is a knight of black valor. He frowns his eyebrows and wrinkles his lips while the black dragon analyzes him, which can be told by the huge shadow that hangs over the man and covers him from the sun. And that's when Su Nian really starts to get angry. The whole air begins to be saturated with the energy of rage. His eyes, usually sparkling and full of sparkle, now turn a deadly bright red. He addresses this person, saying that this fortress wall was chosen by them as their own domain, and his presence here upsets them very much. So today they will only give them a warning. If next time they arrive and they will be here, they guarantee that they will turn them into ashes. At least, that's what Waters Jr. himself promises Gus, who now looks completely unfriendly, because he opens his mouth wide and continues to blaze with fire, frowning his eyebrows and wrinkling his nose while his sharp pupils were focused exclusively on the person in front of him. But Gus just smiles broadly at him and puts his palm to his chest, as if speaking almost from the bottom of his heart, before turning to the great dragon and saying that he thinks there was some misunderstanding between them. This fortress is Alista, not theirs, they are just attacking this kingdom. Before he walks away from him and immediately presses some girl to his chest, and in his hands he holds some kind of package with very interesting contents that could be identified as some minerals or, even better, crystals, while Gus himself is still smiling brightly, not expressing absolutely there is no hostility towards Su Nian, saying that he likes to make friends with strong beings most of all, and besides, he himself is not one of those who likes to brag. In the end, he may notice something in his hands, as if the man specifically focuses on this, and then adds that, in short and simply put, they want to conclude an alliance with him. And then he raises his index finger importantly, as if casually adding that after the capture of Santalista, they will share his wealth and women. He, the Black Dragon, will get as many as 9 shares, which is already a lot, well, and 1 will be enough for them. And this is what makes Waters Jr. really think about it and calm down his anger, which he showed initially. The hero lowers his head, but at the same time continues to frown, crossing his huge paws on his chest and averting his gaze, as if really thinking about his proposal. That's just not where it was, as they say. His eyes immediately fill with a fierce flame, shining with a bright red veil reflecting inner anger. He opens his mouth wide, literally growling, calling out to the greedy man and asking, so it turns out that they still want to grab 1 share, but all 20 shares belong to them. When they return, they should see that all the treasures and women are left in the kingdom. Otherwise they will burn them to ashes. The huge creature tilts its head and opens its mouth, and a roaring sound begins to sound from the depths of its throat. From the burning abyss in the dragon's breath, a bright fire is gaining strength, blazing with bright red and orange flames. When a dragon releases a fiery breath, fire bursts from its mouth, burning and devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, something is happening at the sacred fortress of Felra. The sentry, who was standing right on the tower, suddenly opens his mouth in surprise, even almost choked when he decided to ask himself what it was there, while the silhouette of a familiar black dragon continues to fly forward, right at them. Naturally, soon the silhouette becomes closer and closer and the ability to see what kind of creature is heading in their direction appears. And this is Su Nian, who just continued to look ahead and confidently fly to the set goal. The sentry on duty narrowed his eyes and frowned, immediately feeling sweat trickling down his cheek. Immediately, the guy notices loudly and with a slightly trembling voice that it is a dragon, before immediately turning around and shouting towards his brothers that they are being attacked by enemies and advises everyone to run away, also continuing to shout that this is a warning for everyone, so they urgently need to inform Captain Gus. People suddenly all became alarmed, clutching their weapons in the form of spears and shields more tightly, while one of them, perhaps the commander-in-chief of the detachment, shouts out to them to quickly seek shelter, and then adds that the fiery breath should not be neglected. And naturally, absolutely all of them rush away as soon as they have the opportunity. And Waters Jr. himself, flying over this fortress, only grins almost to his ears, loudly shouting to the system points, that is, to people, so that they run even faster, before adding that although the forces are not equal, with their number he cannot stand, but the quality is good. He stops and hovers right in the air, frowning slightly and raising his hand to his chin, thinking about something along the way, still occasionally flapping his wings, while he begins to think aloud to himself that it's worth saying that the captain of the Black Beast mercenaries is really smart. Their camp is very dispersed, there is even soundly built channel. It also continues to hover in the air, flapping its broad wings before slightly tilting its head down. When the dragon opens its massive mouth, a huge column of spark flame begins to emerge from the depths of its throat. The fire breaks out powerfully, and various thin streams of fire mix, forming a fiery whirlwind rushing forward, when the flames capture everything that is possible, rushing completely down, embracing all those who fall under his hot hand. Two goblins and a man who immediately get numerous burns and scream loudly in pain and agony, throwing their hands up and still trying to somehow escape from it. But in the end, nothing happens. They are still screaming loudly, opening their mouths and eyes wide, while bright flames, along with sparks, embrace their bodies, shower them with heat and make them writhe from everything that they have only managed to experience at the moment. And soon their leader appears on the bridge itself or from above, who frowns and looks discontentedly in his direction before calling out to the dragon and asking why he is attacking his mercenaries. The dragon was extremely angry. You could tell just by the look he threw in Gus's direction when he turned just his head in his direction. Waters Jr. just abruptly soars even stronger and further into the air, continuing to flap his wings, while behind his muzzle bright fiery sparks were all over the sky. The commander of the mercenaries suddenly starts to get nervous, shouting loudly what, before baring his teeth and pouring drops of sweat, resting his hands with a bang on the stone parts of a kind of bridge between the towers, until some fighter suddenly approaches him, who himself is tense from the whole situation, and then calls out to the captain and is interested what are they going to do now, and there's a girl standing behind the man himself somehow excitedly. Gus himself only frowns harder and looks ahead before he loudly grunts and thinks out loud about what can be done. But then he himself does not answer his question, as he continues to look ahead, thinking that he does not even have the slightest idea why he appeared here. This is the Black Dragon. There hasn't been a single dragon here for a long time. But then, it seems, the man takes all his will into his fist, as he immediately turns his head in the direction of his comrade, boring him with his displeased look and ordering in a rude tone that he should inform all elite fighters to prepare for an attack on the capital of Santalist, and several servants will remain in the feller itself. Before then he dares to add that the main thing is to prevent the appearance of reinforcements. The girl behind him continues to stand silently, slightly squeezing her hands, while the servant to whom he instructed to do all this only squeezes his palms in a characteristic gesture, and then bends slightly, tilting his head down and informing the captain that he is obeying, while Gus himself abruptly pulls the sword out from behind his back, tightly squeezes its hilt in his hand, so much so that it even begins to tremble, while he himself continues to look forward and frown his eyebrows, clenching his teeth harder and putting the blade almost directly to his face, saying that it's all because of the damn dragon. There has never been a single living being who could provoke him like that without paying for it. He advises his new acquaintance not to return to his doom otherwise, and then he begins to laugh loudly and viciously, clearly intending to avenge everything that is possible. Meanwhile, Su Nian, who has already managed to fly away, suddenly sneezes sharply and loudly or coughs, before asking himself who it was who decided to call him names and vilify him, and in general, to say all sorts of other nasty things. After some time, he finds himself again near Celestine, who only looks at him awkwardly and continues to blush, standing on her knees and taking off her cloak while he was looking at her. She was already flying and sitting on his back, while the dragon himself just grins at her and continues to fly among the clouds, slightly putting his front paws forward, while he calmly tells her to relax, as he is sure that they will definitely get out of there quickly. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300. And Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. Meanwhile, the two of them go to the sacred fortress of Felra, but they are still in the wilderness, and while they are flying, the dragon finally decides to start telling her that they will protect the fortress and cut off the escape routes, and after most of the troops leave, it will not be difficult to bring Felra back. The girl's eyes immediately light up with admiration when she presses her hand to her chest again and blushes slightly, answering him that this is how it is, and she didn't even think about it. Celestine calls out to the divine dragon again and tells him how cool he is after all. He turns his head to her and grins, deciding to ask, as if by chance, if her princess knight would come, because he wanted to give her the defense of Felra at the time, so that everything would be perfect for sure. The elf immediately clarifies with him, asking if he is talking about Alicia before blushing again, and then adds that she is indeed an extraordinary knight, since the image of a red-haired acquaintance immediately flashes in front of her, but she is distracted from various thoughts by Waters Jr., who adds that later her turn, and then turns her head back to continue flying. The Holy Virgin is naturally a little alarmed by such a statement, which is why she looks at him uncomprehendingly and presses her finger to her mouth, asking if she heard him correctly and whether her turn will really come, to which the black dragon immediately quickly nods and informs that everything is right, and she will need to seduce them. The blonde immediately blushes even more than before and grabs her cheeks, shouting out whether she understood correctly that they would need to be seduced while she was already all pink. After some time, they both arrive at the sacred fortress of Felra on the spire, where the girl is already standing on the ground and stretching out her arms, begins to shout loudly that they are vile and insignificant people, and then orders them to surrender. But she is standing at the very height, which is why the monsters that were standing below only look at each other uncomprehendingly, as if they did not expect this at all, and then decide to turn around after all at the loud scream that they just heard. And then they see Celestine, also beautiful, in a white dress and with her staff, which she continues to hold in her hand, standing on the very edge. And of course, it has an intoxicating effect on them. They both immediately start drooling and look at her with a very strange look with desire, instantly telling each other how cool she is, and even came by herself. But then she suddenly begins to tremble all over, folds in half and frowns, loudly saying that she warns them not to approach. Otherwise, that's just the elf does not have time to finish, because both of these friends appear right in front of her, who literally hover over the unfortunate girl and instantly begin to tease her and laugh at her, wondering, otherwise, what she will do, kill them, and then they start laughing loudly, while the Holy Virgin is still trembling from their presence, especially so close. She immediately begins to lean back, showing the full spectrum of disgust on her face, before deciding to ask how they even know what she was going to say at that moment, but the monsters do not respond. The goblin pulls his clawed paw towards her, right to her chest, adding aloud how tender the skin is, while the girl is still trying to pull away, shouting loudly, saying no and ordering him to fuck off. And then, when both clawed hands overtake her, she shrinks and folds her palms in a gesture of supplication, starting to cry and scream, loudly calling out to the divine dragon and begging him to come to the rescue. And then suddenly a bright flash of light flashes in the sky and a couple of explosions are heard, which makes the goblin look up in surprise, and noticing that this is happening, he wonders what it is, while the elf continues to cry and blush. And either from this very flash, or from the other side, Su Nian suddenly appears, who is also in the sky and looks down at them, wondering aloud how, if he is in the mood to kill them. The monsters immediately raise their surprised glances at him now, visibly tensing, while one of them says in a trembling voice that it is a dragon, and then shouts even louder that the black dragon has returned. But they don't have time to do anything else, as Waters Jr. immediately opens his mouth and directs a huge plume of fire at them, forcing them to cry out loudly in pain, while from such a temperature they literally immediately turn into ashes. Celestina, meanwhile, only covers herself with her hand and squints slightly, shouting that it's hot, watching the bright flames continue to play next to her. After some time, still in the same sacred fortress of Felra, near the Posad, some guy falls exhausted from above right on top of some huge pot with a strong roar. And as it turns out later, this is Alcine, who soon sits down on the ground and exhales, saying aloud to himself that he at least managed to survive, before asking himself where the black dragon came from in the first place. But then he is suddenly distracted by a bluish status window that appears right in front of him, and from there someone loudly tries to call out to him, repeating his name all the time, and then wondering what's going on there, before he calls the guy by name again and asks him to answer. But the hero does not answer, since from where then the bleeding corpse of some monster falls sharply, to which he immediately pays attention and tries not to vomit from such a sight, holding his mouth with his hand, before finally turning to face the status window and his friends with whom he talked before, deciding to report that the mercenaries have already gone to the royal capital of Santalista, so he no longer needs to be undercover. His interlocutor immediately begins to be concerned about why and what happened in general, before he screams loudly at all, asking, they say, did he really give himself away? To which Alcine answers more calmly, looking at the screen, that it doesn't matter anymore. The Black Beast mercenaries were suddenly attacked by a black dragon. They seriously injured. Besides, this dragon will come back. He frowns slightly, continuing to look at them and report that, according to his assumptions, Gus will no longer linger. He will directly attack the royal capital. He will not even stop on the way to have fun in the villages. Meanwhile, in the village of newcomers number 3, Heavenly Dynasty, there is some kind of meeting, at the head of which a bearded man sits and asks if he understood correctly that it was all a dragon, but then grins at something of his own and looks at others before adding that it's very good, and then he decides to ask if they have a chance to pacify him. Ashlyn, who apparently reported all this, frowns and says that he sent the video, so let them watch it first before he thinks irritably to himself. They say, what kind of jokes are these? Because this dragon already has level 32 in stage 4, there is no one who could subdue him. After some time, a guy turns to that man, who raises his finger to the blue window with the download icon, calling out to his teacher and informing him that Ashlyn sent a video with a dragon, to which the latter only whoops, clearly ready to watch it. Indeed, soon a dragon appears on the screen, but in a very strange pose that does not really correspond to reality, before immediately other students are horrified, shouting that this simply cannot be. A level 32 monster of stage 4. Someone in general admires what an amazing body he has. The man, noticing this, frowns before starting to talk about what he heard that the village of Sakura newcomers was destroyed by a dragon. Apparently, they underestimated the strength of the aborigines of this world, especially this legendary beast. He is immediately approached by some other old man who asks him if he is exaggerating, and then begins to say that he only defeated Felra, judging by the information provided by Ashlyn. The defenders of the fortress were just cannon fodder. But the teacher frowns and shakes his head, quite calmly saying that there is no need to be afraid of a ferocious monster. Who is really worth being afraid of is the human mind, especially the dragon mind. After following him for enough time, you can notice that the dragon specifically flies away, then returns, and also understands what a false attack is. He suddenly frowns harder and looks ahead, continuing to say that if in other worlds all the legendary beasts were like this, he is afraid that it would be difficult for them to win the game, so they will not only subdue the people of this world, but also the monsters. Immediately, a notification about the system is displayed sharply at everyone, which says that a news update has arrived and a new boss of the world has appeared, which makes them immediately shout what loudly and in amazement, staring at the screens. After some time, Celestine stands with the hero again and calls out to the divine dragon, blushing slightly and starting to say that it is about half a day's journey from the sacred fortress of Felra to the royal capital, and then wonders what they should do before Waters Jr. asks her to order the villagers to take shelter at home, because so they can avoid unnecessary deaths, and they themselves will wait by the sea for the weather. The Holy Virgin immediately agrees, again calling him a divine dragon. But then, with a characteristic ringing, a notification comes to him, which says that a new boss of the world has appeared. This immediately makes Su Nian himself grin loudly, while he pokes his claw directly into the blue screen, Before saying out loud, they say, "Let him see now what kind of unfortunate monster, and who was so quickly marked as the boss of the world." And there, of course, is his photo, but he does not recognize himself, also saying out loud that the new boss of the world is too disgusting. But then he brings his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and suddenly begins to tense up, adding to himself that it's strange in general. But why does he seem so familiar to him? Immediately, a characteristic sound is heard again, which speaks of a new notification that came from his system, which informs that his relatives destroyed the village of newcomers, and the reward is only in the process of delivery. He opens his eyes wide in surprise, clearly not understanding what is happening and what it means, before immediately grabbing his head, screaming loudly, "What the hell? He's the unfortunate one. And his relatives. He doesn't know at all what they've done in these 2 days. He immediately panics when he falls to the ground and begins to literally roar, howling and saying that he will not survive, while an elf woman approaches him from behind, who looks at him uncomprehendingly and again calls out to the divine dragon, asking if he is okay. But Waters Jr. doesn't listen, looks up and thinks that it's not even worth going back, and their Anna doesn't even know what's going on. In the evening, he will return for a minute, and assumes that everyone already knows that he is the boss of this world. A huge, bright and blue circle begins to form, which covers the entire nearest radius, a portal that glows with fire, while Su Nian himself stands in front of the elf and clearing his throat before saying that they felt the spirit realm calling them. They will leave for a while, but don't worry, so how they will return immediately. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. And soon the Black Dragon with the help of this portal moves back to his cave, and as soon as he comes out of it, he immediately strives towards the cave, loudly calling out to Anna, Selena and even Hippolyclia, before asking himself about himself that there really is no one, but then turns his head and sees how one of the monsters he sleeps with his back pressed against the wall, holding his spear, before shouting loudly and calling out to him, calling him to wake up, which makes the latter immediately jump up in his place and shudder, opening his eyes wide and loudly asking who dared to enter. And there comes a moment when they just collide with each other's gaze, silently looking at each other for a while, before the mustachioed Hippolytus immediately rushes to the Black Dragon almost at his feet, immediately starting to cry loudly and joyfully calling out to the owner, saying that he dodged, and then immediately begins to report that that's when he saw him and everything immediately became fine. Waters Jr., who didn't seem particularly impressed by this, just decides to ask while he was gone if anything happened, to which the monster immediately straightens up and wipes his tears, calling out to his master again and saying that he disappeared so suddenly that they thought he was possessed some kind of evil force. So Anna and the leader decided to head east to look for his tracks. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon realizes that they should be in the number 1 novice village right now. Meanwhile, there is still the same complete devastation. Only the cooling fire and stones indicate that there really was a small massacre with a dragon. Both girls are standing in the moonlight on some plain, looking ahead, before Anna calls out to Hippolytus and asks if there are still traces of Mr. Dragon, to which he simply kneels in front of them and bows his head, answering in the negative and confirming that there is still nothing like that. The girl remembers how some beaten man, apparently, who got it from herself, only answered loudly that they did not see any Black Dragon, and in general, she made a mistake in the place, to which she immediately lowers her head down and remarks aloud with sorrow that it looks like I didn't lie. He really isn't here. Here, the elf girl gets into a pose and points her finger in the other direction, shouting that then they should go forward, before some voice loudly calls her name, which makes Anna immediately turn her head towards the source of the sound, which makes her open her eyes in surprise and mentally notice that this voice belongs to her Lord Dragon. And Waters Jr. is really hovering over them right now, slowly landing back while he quietly exhales and thinks that he returned on time. Anyway, he did not think that she, it turns out, had such a talent in military affairs. He'll come back in the evening for a minute and thinks he can drive Henrius away. As soon as he lands, Selena immediately runs up to him, who pokes her finger at him and calls out, asking where he ran away at all, before adding that he disappeared so unexpectedly when they were bathing in a hot spring, to which Su Nian tries to prove that he didn't want it at all, but the girl only he snorts and says that she doesn't want to know anything, and then adds that Anna was very worried about him. The Black Dragon only thinks to himself with disappointment that the dam system is to blame for everything. And then the voice is given by the elf, who immediately blushed wildly for some reason and begins to speak in a stuttering voice that if everything is alright with Mr. Dragon, then everything is fine. But then he suddenly feels and sees some bright yellow glow, which he immediately turns his attention to, and then begins to squint and think to himself what it is, and even so he blinds his eyes before he even opens his mouth, while this incomprehensible glow becomes stronger. But when he opens eyes, then he sees huge piles of gold in front of him, and another Hippolytus, who salutes him and calls out to the owner, saying that it was all taken away from the villagers, to which Su Nian is only surprised to think that it turns out that it was possible to play like that. And who else is the evil dragon here? He may often lack perversions, but they are definitely alien to him. He instantly opens his mouth wide and begins to literally suck all that gold into himself with a rapid flow of air, which immediately pops up a status window that informs that the owner has absorbed 497,000 grams of gold. The absorption of a high level will now be analyzed. And then the system congratulates him, informing him that gold increases the strength of the scales by 1.1%. and the resistance to fire by 1.7%. She also congratulates the owner once again, informing him that he also receives one fragment of the core of the village of novices. After congratulating him for the third time, informing him that he also receives 20,000 system points. Immediately, the dragon examines its slightly golden scales before the system calls out to its owner again and asks him if he can't buy a system back, and then warns that then he will easily lose everything, to which Waters Jr. in his head only threatens her and tells her not to even think of him like that easy to hold. Meanwhile, in the capital of Sant Aulista, where the sun is shining brightly, Alicia enters the castle, who calls out to her highness and informs her that the mercenaries are approaching the capital, before she wonders where the divine dragon has flown to which the second elf only pitifully raises her eyebrows and looks at her, loudly crying out whether she understood her correctly, and in general, why so quickly, shouldn't they were to come in the evening. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 17,995, Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. Alicia comes closer to her and calls out to Her Majesty again, before she starts talking about how since the mercenaries left the village to loot, they did not have more soldiers to stop them. They accelerated. From such information, the girl almost jumps, and then looks at her and blushes slightly, sadly noticing that but the divine dragon returned the sacred land last night, to which her commander-in-chief only opens her eyes in surprise and shouts what, still looking at her, before reaching out to the saint. The Virgin calls out to Her Majesty again, saying that they can still leave, but she tilted her head for a second before looking at her again and raised her staff up before intently asking, "Run away." After some time, a guy and Gus are sitting on horses in front of a huge castle, who informs him that the royal capital of Sant Aulista is ahead. His interlocutor only frowns with displeasure and remarks that it is very strange that they have passed so many villages and there were no traces of troops in any of them. There was not even anyone to fight them back, so did they all escape quickly? But then suddenly, with a bang, the end of the staff hits the ground, which makes all the guys nearby shudder and look up, which makes them see Celestine in front of them, who frowns and continues to squeeze her weapon, heading forward, looking down at them, while the guy who is standing next to Gus immediately starts calling out his captain, reddening along the way, and asking him to look before loudly announcing that the Holy Virgin has come out on the city wall. And then suddenly the door to the castle creaked and began to open little by little, before a variety of girls who are dressed in specific outfits appear from there. All blushed and immediately began to shout loudly to them, informing them that the soldiers had come. And then they stretch out their hands to them and with the same loud exclamation ask them to go to him, as if enticing, like real incubi. And immediately the guys who were standing in front of them begin to blush themselves. One of them rushes forward in an instant, calling and shouting to the captain that they will attack the city directly. They already have no soldiers at all. There is nothing on the wall. They can easily break them. The others are happy to support him in this, loudly shouting yes, yes, before Gus immediately turns his head to them and orders them to shut up in a rude tone and shout, before asking if they really followed him for so long that all their brains fell into their pants. What idiots. And then he starts saying that something is strange here. It's definitely a trap, before he orders to gather all the soldiers and send water to the moat. They will not attack the city, but will besiege it, cutting off all supply lines. In less than a few days, they will come out begging them. His accomplice immediately grins broadly and calls the captain very wise, shouting that only a strategist like him could come up with such an amazing plan. He himself grins, calling out to the Holy Virgin and ordering her to stop resisting and voluntarily become a vassal, and then maybe he will let her crawl between his legs. Immediately, loud guffaws and laughter are heard, while Celestina herself clenches her lips and says that they only dream, because they have slaughtered her people, invaded her kingdom, and now they also want to desecrate the capital of Santalista, and even if she dies, she will take them all with her to hell. But Gus only asks her if this is true before he grabs a girl standing closer and says that all her people are in the villages nearby. Then they will hang them at the city gates. He presses the tip of his sword to the neck of the unfortunate girl, grinning and asking her to look into his eyes, continuing to say that the death of men, the rape of women, will she easily watch this, again calling out to Her Majesty the Holy Virgin. She only awkwardly begins to mumble that there is no, and then turns to the mistress, begging her to save her, because she absolutely does not want to die. Celestine just frowns. What scoundrels? The girl looks very angry, but then suddenly opens her eyes wide and blushes when she hears a familiar voice that says that they, of course, have come up with a perfectly good idea, but they will just die. The elf raises her head up and literally begins to glow all over, smiling brightly and shouting that yes, the divine dragon has returned. And indeed, now Su Nian is looming over the kingdom, who is trying to dive down right into the crowd, while they look at him and start shouting that this is the dragon who attacked them in Felra. He is with the Holy Virgin. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now reports that the current number of his points is 37,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. It remains only a mystery why the points were not added and a new mark on the level of Celestine's sympathy did not appear. The black dragon, blazing with fire, shouts that everything is right and it's them. Gus raises his head at him and clenches his fist, saying that it's no wonder he attacked Felra. Damn it. Su Nian is spinning in the air and continues to shout that the sun is beautiful today, but their hearts are cold and unclean, so they will gladly help them. And then he turns to the scorching core, saying that he has disappeared among people. And then the hero opens his mouth, releasing a huge fiery breath, pointing directly at the guys, who immediately run away from the line of fire, shouting to others and ordering them not to stand still and run away. And the man then shouts loudly that he should not forget that he himself is a warrior of the 4th level. But this will not surprise Waters Jr. He just asks, and so what if the opponent stretches out his arm and shows his biceps, asking if he dares to go one-on-one, before adding that they are both of the 4th level. And although humans are not rivals to dragons, but he is not like everyone else. He is a battle-hardened captain of the Black Beast mercenaries, and then adds that pikes are the best weapon. After that, he stretches out his hand to the goblins and shouts for them to give him a pike, and as soon as it is in his hands, he gets into a pose, continuing to say that sometimes skill can compensate for the difference in strength by concentrating it at one point and attacking the Achilles heel of the enemy, even if this enemy is a dragon. The man shouts that he will definitely die, throwing the spear with all his might directly towards Su Nian. But he calmly dodges the weapon, beating it off with his paw, and looking down. Gus opens his mouth wide and yells that this can't be, while thinking to himself about how a dragon can have such strong scales. What kind of creature is this in general? He instantly grabs a couple dozen more spears, which he immediately throws towards his enemy, saying that this is a long-range attack of chain pikes. The hero calmly fights them off with his wing, asking if toothpicks are also called weapons now. Why the enemy lowers his head and wonders if it's worth using that technique, while a boy runs up to him from behind and asks the captain, they say, is he really going to use this technique? And then the man grabs some ball and he shouts out that it's fine and now there will be a strong reception. The dragon catches the ball with its claws and wonders what it is, while smoke starts pouring out of this object with might and main, from which Su Nian starts coughing, shouting out what the hell is this, and even stings his eyes. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now reports that the current number of his points is 37,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170. When the smoke dissolves, Gus is no longer in place, and the black dragon just screams that yes, this show-off would go to hell since we agreed one-on-one, and he ran away. Goblins start crying to the side, calling out to the captain and literally begging him not to leave the squad, since they will not survive without him. But then the muzzle of Waters Jr. appears behind them, from which everyone freezes in horror, He instantly opens his huge mouth, in which a bright flash of flame can be seen, which immediately heads in their direction, while they continue to shout that they should run and how hot it is. Meanwhile, Celestine calls out to the divine dragon and asks him if they should catch up with Gus and his mercenaries who escaped, to which he turns his head to her and replies that it is not necessary, since they will not escape. Gus is already running at the sacred fortress of Felra, who continues to shout that they say, "Here's a damn dragon, the damn duchy of Santalista, they will all wait for him. He will climb the eastern mountain again, and then." But someone's voice does not let him finish. Who is interested from above, and what will happen next? Before Alicia Lucutors appears in front of his eyes, why the man raises his head at her, calls her by her full name and asks if she is not in a border fortress, how she ended up in Felra, and then adds, what is clear is that this is his territory. Immediately, Waters Jr. appears from above, who shouts that it's all because Felra has been captured by them. He calls him a pathetic worm and opens his mouth to shoot out his dragon breath. He looks at it in horror and asks how it is, before he is completely overtaken by fire. And then a blue status window appears, which says that he has successfully destroyed the Black Beast mercenary squad. He is awarded 6,000 points. After some time in the capital of Santalista, the elves immediately bow down to him, saying that they are very grateful for the help of the divine dragon. But then he turns to Celestine and asks her to stand up, saying that they helped her state to repel this catastrophe, so as a reward she will become his vassal and swear allegiance to him. She immediately turns to the divine dragon, informing him that she, Celestine, on behalf of St. Aulist from today voluntarily becomes his vassal, and now she was completely at his service. A notification pops up that informs that the host has fulfilled the request of a special S-level character, Celestine. The vassalage agreement came into force. If the vassal dies, then all his powers will be transferred to the master. If the master dies, then the vassal will die next. The current status of her sympathy, fanatic, as well as a channel for appeals has been established. The system congratulates its owner that he gets 3,000 points. The Black Dragon notices that there are only 3,000 points, although the difference between the characters is quite large, and then calls out to the system, wondering how the special ability is this time and if there are no additional conditions. She immediately calls out to the owner and asks, they say they trust each other, before congratulating him on receiving a new ability, the hot power of the dragon. The dragon's hot power makes his dragon power fiercer. It can not only make his enemies tremble with fear, but also increase damage when attacking. The hot power of the dragon represents an increase for a special character of Celestine's level. You can download now, no changes are required, as well as pain trials. The system asks if it is worth downloading, to which he immediately agrees, saying that now they will see what quality this hot dragon power is. Immediately, the window informs that it has been downloaded, before he immediately uses it, jerking his body sharply. The girls try to cover themselves, shouting loudly and just talking about what a strong wind it is. The dragon only looks at his paw, where vortices are formed. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now reports that the current number of his points is 37,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300. And Selena's sympathy level is 170. But then he awkwardly scratches himself on the back of the head and asks them for forgiveness, saying that he could not restrain himself, before he begins to think that although the dark golden flame does not really have any power, only a change in Dragon Kai, but it is beautiful. The status window pops up again, informing you that all skills have been increased by 15% during the use of dragon power. Celestine calls out to the divine dragon, wondering if he is flying away, to which he immediately responds positively, saying that he is flying away, but first you need to do some business. The elf immediately wonders what the matter is and whether she can help him with this, but he only asks in response if they have a witch here, to which the Holy Virgin asks in surprise if she understood everything correctly. Su Nian responds positively, saying yes, and then adds that maybe even a healer, to which Alicia already approaches and asks him if he means the mysterious witch Hui, who lives in the fortress, but she never lives in one place. Besides, during the whole this war, they could not find out exactly where it was. She calls out to the divine dragon and says that it would not be better for him to stay here for a few days, and they will try to find and bring Hui to him. The hero agrees, adding that it looks like this is the only way, to which Celestine happily says that then she will immediately order that his chambers be prepared. Soon the girl is lying on the bed in her chambers, thinking about what a divine dragon is brave, but then she hears a sound at the door, from which she rises slightly and asks in surprise who is there. Her Majesty is hailed by Alicia, who informs that it is her, to which she immediately receives an invitation to enter. Going inside, she calls out to her again and asks how she can sleep at such a time, while the elf looks up at her, calling her by name and asking what happened. Did the mercenaries attack again? And when she is about to get up, the girl calls out to her again and says that she did not say that, and the fact that her heart desires a divine dragon. Celestina blushes in an instant and begins to answer that no and let her not say stupid things. But the interlocutor again tells Her Majesty that maybe if her heart doesn't say that, then she doesn't want the divine dragon to stay. The girl replies that of course she wants this very divine dragon to stay. She bends down to her ear and begins to whisper that then she can. But the elf immediately pushes her away and shouts that she can't. And how can you seduce a deity at all? Alicia crosses her arms over her chest and asks, they say, does it mean that she really wants the divine dragon to leave? And then shrugs and adds that one way or another, she only suggested that she choose what to do. Celestina moves to Su Nian's chambers, thinking out loud that the divine dragon will not be angry with her for this, and then adds that she only has to think about her new acquaintance leaving before adding that it's enough to die, so die. And then opens the door, calling out the black dragon and informing her that she had business with him. Meanwhile, another status window pops up again, which now informs that the current number of his points is 46,995. Anna's sympathy level is 300, and Selena's sympathy level is 170.